It was a Friday night in early October when a group of 5 high school friends, Emma, Jake, Lily, Marcus, and Chloe, planned a sleepover at Emma's house. Her parents were out of town for the weekend, and the freedom of an empty house had them buzzing with excitement. The house itself was a fairly standard suburban 2-story home in Ohio with beige walls, carpeted floors, and the typical faint smell of old wood mixed with a hint of her mom's lavender air freshener. To the group, however, it wasn't just a house. It was the perfect place to pull all-nighters, watch horror movies, and indulge in snacks they weren't allowed to eat during the week. They arrived around 6 o'clock, arms loaded with sleeping bags, pillows, and enough junk food to feed a small army. Emma's parents had left a spare key under the welcome mat, and as the last of the group stepped inside, the house seemed unusually quiet. Emma's dad had always joked that the place creaked more than it should, and even though they all laughed at the thought, the occasional groan of the old wooden floors already made some of them shiver. After setting up a makeshift sleeping area in the living room with blankets and pillows, they started unpacking the snacks: chips, candy, soda, and a couple of frozen pizzas. The plan was simple: watch movies until they fell asleep, or until someone got too scared. Lily, the resident horror enthusiast, suggested they start with something classic, like The Conjuring. As they sat cross-legged on the floor, the opening credits began to roll, and the house seemed to settle around them, its usual background hum replaced by the suspenseful score of the film. About an hour into the movie, Emma got up to grab another bag of chips from the kitchen. That's when the first strange thing happened. As she reached for the cupboard, she thought she saw a shadow flicker across the floor near the back door, the one that led to the garage. "Guys," she called out, her voice a little higher than normal. The others didn't react at first, too focused on the movie, until a slow, almost deliberate creak echoed from the hallway. Chloe laughed nervously. "It's probably just the house settling," she said, though her voice betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Emma went back to the living room, but the sense of unease didn't leave her. Something about the shadow had felt wrong. She shrugged it off and tried to focus on the movie, though every time the characters in the film moved near a window or a dark corner, she flinched. Around 9, they paused for a bathroom break. Marcus went first, then Lily, then Chloe. Emma and Jake stayed in the living room, munching on popcorn. That's when the lights flickered briefly. Not the usual momentary flicker of a bulb burning out. This was different. It was quick, sharp, and deliberate, like a warning. They exchanged uneasy glances, but the lights returned to normal immediately, and Emma forced herself to laugh. "Probably a surge or something," she said. They resumed the movie, but the tension had settled in like a thick fog. About 30 minutes later, Marcus, who had gone upstairs to use the bathroom, returned pale. "Guys," the door to the garage, it was wide open, he said. "I swear I closed it when we came in." The others froze. Emma's heart thumped in her chest. The garage door led directly outside, and while their neighborhood wasn't exactly dangerous, the thought of someone or something having access to the house terrified them. Jake got up and went to check. He returned shaking his head. "It's locked," he said, trying to sound calm. "Must have been a draft or I don't know." They tried to laugh it off again, though the laughter was forced. By this point, the movie felt too tame to hold their attention, so Lily suggested they play a game, truth or dare, hoping to shake off the unease. They circled up on the floor, lights dimmed for ambiance, and started with the usual silly dares. Singing loudly, making funny faces, pretending to be ghosts. The tension eased slightly, but as the dares grew more mischievous, the atmosphere shifted subtly. Emma noticed Chloe glancing toward the hallway more than once, and when she asked why, Chloe shrugged, saying she just thought she saw movement. It wasn't until midnight that things escalated. Jake was dared to walk to the kitchen in the dark and grab a soda without turning on the light. Everyone cheered as he got up and tiptoed toward the kitchen. A few minutes passed, then came the scream, low, terrified, and guttural, from Jake. Emma and the others jumped up and ran toward the kitchen. What they saw made their blood run cold. Jake was backing away from the fridge, eyes wide, pointing at the floor. There, on the linoleum, was a single handprint, not smudged, not faint, but deep and dark, as though pressed by something heavy. "No way," Lily whispered. I didn't do that," Jake stammered, but the others had already moved closer, staring at the mark that seemed impossibly fresh. Emma bent down, and as she examined it, she noticed it wasn't the handprint of any of them. It was larger, oddly elongated, with fingers that seemed slightly wrong. Before she could process it further, a low, scratching sound began at the back door. Slow, deliberate, scraping against the wood. They all froze. The noise grew louder, more insistent. Marcus grabbed a baseball bat from the corner, trembling, while Chloe fumbled with her phone, trying to call Emma's parents. No signal. The scratching turned into a pounding, each hit against the door, shaking the frame. Emma, heart hammering, whispered, "It's just someone playing a prank, right?" But even as she said it, she didn't believe it. Nobody in their school knew they were having a sleepover. Nobody could have known. Jake suggested barricading the door with furniture, and they quickly shoved the couch and a couple of chairs against it. The pounding stopped. Silence, but the relief was short-lived. From upstairs came a faint, almost mocking giggle, a child's laugh echoing through the hallways. Lily's face went white. "We don't have any kids here," she stammered. The giggle repeated, this time closer, then receded. The group huddled together in the living room, backs to the wall, eyes darting toward the staircase. Hours passed, or what felt like hours. The temperature in the room seemed to drop, their breaths misting in front of them. Every creak, every whisper of the wind outside set them on edge. At one point, Chloe swore she saw a figure in the hallway, just a silhouette, barely visible but unmistakably human. She screamed, and everyone rushed to the hallway, but there was nothing there. Just the shadows cast by the flickering light of the old lamp in the corner. By 3 a.m, exhaustion overtook fear momentarily. They tried to sleep in the makeshift living room fort, huddled together beneath blankets, but the house had other plans. Around 4:15 a.m., Emma awoke to a whisper directly in her ear, though no one was near her. "Go. Upstairs." She bolted upright, eyes straining in the darkness. Everyone else stirred, murmuring confusedly. Then came the footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving from the base of the stairs upward. Emma froze, every muscle locked as the sound of someone or something walking on her parents' expensive hardwood echoed down the hallway. She grabbed Marcus, whispering for him to check, but he refused, shaking violently. The steps stopped at the top of the staircase. Silence, heavy and suffocating. Then a soft thud, as though someone had dropped something on the floor upstairs. Chloe, unable to take it anymore, suggested calling 911. The phone rang once, twice, and then went dead. Lines cut, signals gone. Jake grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen and shakily led the group toward the stairs. Each step creaked ominously under their weight. At the top of the staircase, they paused. The hallway was empty. The bedrooms, all closed, seemed normal. And yet they could feel it, an oppressive presence, just beyond sight. Then Lily screamed. In her hand was Emma's mother's old jewelry box, lying open on the floor. Nothing inside had been touched, or maybe everything had. The small mirror on the lid reflected something that wasn't there, something dark and formless moving just behind them. Emma spun around. Nothing, just shadows. But the air was thick now, suffocating, as though the house itself were breathing, alive with something ancient and malevolent. They decided to leave. Gathering what courage they could muster, they ran down the stairs, past the kitchen and toward the front door. Emma reached for the handle, and it was locked. No keys in sight, nothing. The back door, locked. The garage, locked. Panic set in. The lights flickered again, the whispering growing louder, a chorus of voices overlapping, hissing, calling their names in soft, taunting tones. Marcus suggested smashing a window. They found one small basement window, and Jake hit it with the bat. It cracked, but didn't break. Behind them, a shadow moved across the living room. Dark, elongated, uncomfortably humanoid, but wrong. They froze. It tilted its head, considering, then slowly, impossibly, began to slide toward them across the floor. Some instinct, fear, survival kicked in. Emma grabbed a chair and swung, hitting the figure. It passed right through the chair as if it were smoke. They screamed, scattered, trying to escape, but the house had twisted now. Hallways elongated, doors appeared where none existed, stairs looped back on themselves. It was no longer a familiar place. It was a trap, a maze, a living nightmare. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed. Time had no meaning. Every door they tried either vanished or opened to another part of the house they didn't recognize. Whispering followed them, laughing, mocking. Chloe fell to her knees, sobbing. Marcus tried to calm her, but when he looked up, she was gone, vanished into thin air. Jake screamed her name, but only the echoes responded. Emma ran blindly, calling for anyone, anything, desperate. She saw fleeting glimpses of her friends, Jake once in a hallway that curved impossibly, Lily another time, and crying, reaching out, but they too vanished before she could reach them. And through it all, the whispering, the scratching, the faint giggles of children, the creaking floors above that weren't there before. Somewhere in the house she felt the presence, intelligent, aware, malevolent. It spoke directly into her mind, not with words, but with visions. Shadows pressing against her, walls closing in, endless looping corridors, friends disappearing one by one. She ran faster, adrenaline driving her forward until finally she found herself in a room she didn't recognize. It was her parents' bedroom, though the furniture was wrong, twisted, warped. On the bed lay all of her friends, or at least the forms of them. They didn't move, they didn't breathe, just staring blankly at her, eyes dark, empty. Emma screamed and tried to pull them up. The whispering turned to laughter, joyous, sinister. And then the bed, her friends, began to sink slowly into the mattress, swallowed as if by some unseen force. Emma stumbled back, heart-hammering, tears streaming. She turned to run, but the door was gone. The walls closed in, shadows pooling at the corners. Then silence. Absolute. Cold. She blinked. The house was normal again. Morning light streamed through the living room windows. Her friends were gone. The couch and chairs lay where they had barricaded the door. The air smelled faintly of lavender. Nothing had moved. Nothing remained. Except the faint echo of a giggle and one handprint on the kitchen floor, dark and elongated, pressed deep into the linoleum. Emma's parents returned that evening. They found her curled up on the living room floor, pale, trembling, muttering incoherently about shadows, whispers, and the disappearance of her friends. The police searched, neighbors were questioned, but no trace of the others was ever found. Emma never spoke much about what happened, only that the house had been alive, that it had chosen them, that it had taken them one by one. And sometimes late at night she could still hear that faint giggle echoing through her mind, calling her back. Years later the house was sold to another family. Neighbors whispered about the strange occurrences, the flickering lights, shadows in the windows, the laughter of children that didn't exist. But to Emma, it was more than stories. It was proof that some houses remember, that some nights are not meant to end, and that what happens inside can never truly be undone. She never had another sleepover, never trusted the quiet of an empty house, and she always checked the doors twice, even when she was alone. Because some doors, once opened, never truly close. Story the end. It was a Friday afternoon in early October when I got the text from my friend Rachel asking if I wanted to come to her house for a sleepover. I had been looking forward to it all week. Rachel lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Pennsylvania with wide streets lined by old maple trees that were just beginning to turn red and gold. I grabbed my overnight bag, stuffed in some pajamas, snacks, and my favorite blanket, and my mom drove me over. Her house looked normal enough. 2 stories, beige siding, a garage on the side, and a small porch with a few rocking chairs. The sun was still up, but there was a faint chill in the air that hinted at the coming night. When I walked in, Rachel was waiting for me in the living room. She hugged me tightly and dragged me upstairs to her room, which was decorated with posters of bands, fairy lights strung across the walls, and shelves crowded with books and trinkets. Rachel's little brother Sam was playing on the floor with his action figures. Their mom waved from the kitchen, smiling but tired, before disappearing into the back. Rachel wasted no time. She had snacks set up, her laptop open for movies, and a few board games ready. The first couple of hours passed in a blur of laughter, popcorn, and watching cheesy horror movies while we joked about how scared we were. Sam eventually got bored and went downstairs to play video games, leaving us alone. That's when Rachel suggested we play a game she said she'd read about online. A supposedly haunted sleepover game that was like a mix of truth or dare and a scavenger hunt. I laughed nervously, but agreed. We started with the easier dares, knocking on doors, whispering into the hallway, things like that. Then came the first challenge that felt off. The game instructed us to go into the basement and find a specific object, A small ceramic owl that Rachel said was in a box down there. The basement door was old and creaky, the kind of door that groans even when you touch it gently. I hesitated. Are you sure we should go down there? I asked. Rachel rolled her eyes, her excitement making her oblivious to my fear. It's fine. It's just the basement. It's creepy, but that's what makes it fun. The stairs were steep and narrow, and the air felt colder the further down we went. The only light came from my phone flashlight, which barely illuminated the far corners of the room. Old furniture was stacked haphazardly, and there was that faint smell of mildew that basements always seem to have. We found the box eventually, and inside was the small ceramic owl, exactly as the game described. But as I reached for it, I thought I saw movement in the far corner of the basement. A shadow, maybe, or a trick of the light. I froze, squinting, but there was nothing there. My heart was racing as we hurried back upstairs. Rachel laughed, saying I was overreacting, but I could feel a twinge of unease I couldn't shake. After that, we returned to Rachel's room and continued the game. That's when things started to get truly strange. The next dare instructed one of us to stand by the window with the lights off for 5 minutes while the other watched. Rachel volunteered me, and I reluctantly went to the window. Outside, the street was quiet, the occasional car passing by, but nothing unusual. I counted the minutes in my head until I felt something brush against my arm. I spun around. Rachel was sitting on her bed, smirking, but there was nothing else. I laughed nervously and returned to my spot. But then I noticed it, a figure standing just outside, across the street, looking directly at the window. I blinked, and it was gone. My stomach twisted into knots, but I didn't say anything. Maybe it was someone walking by, I told myself, or a trick of my eyes. But the uneasy feeling lingered. By midnight, the game had escalated. Now it was involving whispered truths and dares in the dark. We were supposed to dare each other to go into different rooms and contact the spirits, using our phones to record EVP, electronic voice phenomena. Rachel went first, laughing but shivering as she recorded herself calling out to the house. When it was my turn, I went to Sam's room, which was across the hall. His door was closed. I knocked, lightly. Sam, I called. No response. I opened the door slowly. The room was empty. I frowned. I thought maybe he had gone back downstairs. But the moment I turned around to leave, I saw it. A dark shape crouched in the corner, barely visible in the faint glow of the streetlight outside. I froze, my breath catching. The figure didn't move. I blinked, and it was gone. My heart raced as I ran back to Rachel's room, nearly tripping on the carpet. Rachel looked at me, concerned. What is it? What happened? I tried to explain, but it sounded ridiculous even as I spoke. We paused the game for a while, trying to distract ourselves with movies. But the feeling that someone was watching never left me. Every time I went to the bathroom, I felt eyes on me. When I walked past Sam's room, the door would creak open on its own. Rachel was starting to look nervous too, which made me more anxious. Around 2 a.m., we decided we should try to sleep. We pulled blankets and pillows onto the floor of Rachel's room. Just as I was drifting off, I heard a soft knock at the window. My eyes snapped open. Outside, there was nothing, but the knocking continued. Now on the other side of the room, on the bedroom door. I shook Rachel awake. Did you hear that? She nodded, her eyes wide. We huddled together, whispering, trying to convince ourselves it was the wind. But the knocking didn't stop. Then came footsteps. Slow, deliberate, pacing outside the door. I wanted to call her parents, but the line felt dead. I remembered the game, the dares, the shadows. My mind was racing. I grabbed my phone and shined the flashlight toward the door. For a brief moment, I thought I saw a silhouette move past the crack. I jumped up, screaming, "Who's there?" No answer. The footsteps stopped. Silence, then a whisper, so faint I barely heard it. "Get out." I froze, my chest tight. Rachel grabbed my hand, shaking. "We have to leave. Now," she said. We bolted from the room, racing down the stairs. The house felt different now, colder, heavier, like the walls themselves were closing in. We reached the front door and it wouldn't budge. The knob was locked from the outside. I pounded on it, screaming, but no one came. Then, from upstairs, we heard Sam laughing. But it wasn't his laugh. It was deeper, distorted, hollow. My stomach lurched. Rachel grabbed a window in the living room, trying to pry it open. I helped, and we finally managed to push it enough to squeeze through. Outside, The night was dark and still. We ran across the yard and down the street until we reached a neighbor's house and pounded on their door. The man who answered called Rachel's parents. By the time they arrived, the house was quiet again. Her parents insisted nothing was wrong, that Sam was asleep in his room. We tried to explain, but they dismissed it as overactive imaginations fueled by horror movies and games. Rachel and I were shaken. We didn't speak much on the drive back to my house. I slept in my own bed that night, lights on, doors locked, and yet sleep didn't come easily. I kept thinking about the whispers, the shadows, the figure crouched in Sam's room. Over the next few weeks, strange things continued. I began receiving texts from an unknown number, messages that said, "You can't leave," or "I see you." Rachel got them too. We compared notes, tried to trace the number, nothing. Sometimes we would get calls in the middle of the night, heavy breathing, faint whispering. One night, I woke to the sound of my window sliding open slightly, though it was locked. I jumped up, heart hammering, and shined my phone flashlight outside. Nothing. Rachel and I kept in touch, warning each other if anything happened. Sam never mentioned the events of that night. Rachel's parents acted like nothing had happened. It was like whatever had been in that house that night had chosen to remain invisible, silent, and patient. Months passed. The messages stopped, the calls ceased, and the shadows disappeared, or maybe I just stopped noticing them as much. Rachel moved a few towns away, and sleepovers became impossible. We never spoke of that night again, though the memory lingered. Every October, when the nights grow longer and the air turns cold, I think of that house, of Sam's empty room, of the whispers telling us to leave, and the figure in the basement. It changed me. I don't have sleepovers anymore. I can't walk into a dark room without checking every corner. And sometimes when I'm alone in my own house, I hear a faint knock on the window or a whisper of my name, soft and urgent. I know it's not a dream. I know it's real. And I know it's waiting, patient for the next sleepover, for the next person, foolish enough to think it's just a game. Story. The end. It started on a Friday evening in late October, the kind of evening where the sun dips behind the trees early and a damp chill hangs in the air. The suburban streets were empty, the occasional car cutting through the quiet like a ripple in a pond. Lily had been looking forward to this night for weeks. Her best friend Harper had finally invited her to a proper sleepover, one that promised movies, snacks, and staying up way past midnight. Lily, 14 and eager for the thrill of it, had packed her sleeping bag, a backpack stuffed with essentials, and a flashlight just in case. She wasn't usually scared easily, but the combination of fall weather and approaching Halloween made her more alert than usual. When Lily arrived at Harper's house, the smell of warm cinnamon and vanilla greeted her from the front porch. Harper, her short hair tied in a messy ponytail, opened the door with a huge grin. "You made it. I've got everything ready," she said, her eyes glinting with excitement. Lily stepped inside, noticing the house was dimly lit with string lights draped along the living room and kitchen walls, giving it a warm but slightly eerie glow. Harper's younger brother, Jonah, was already asleep upstairs in his room, leaving the girls the living room to themselves. The first few hours were typical. They spread out their sleeping bags in a corner of the living room, made a massive bowl of popcorn, and started watching horror movies. The first one was a teen slasher film, the next a classic supernatural thriller, and by the time midnight approached, the room smelled faintly of buttered popcorn soda and the faint nervous sweat that came with too many jump scares. Harper pulled out her phone and opened a folder labeled Real Sleepover Horrors, stories she had collected over the past month. "Ready for the real fun?" Harper asked, a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. Lily nodded, her pulse already quickening. Harper read aloud a story about a girl who had stayed over at a friend's house only to hear someone whisper her name from the hallway. The more Harper read, the more vivid the images became in Lily's mind. When the story ended, both girls shivered under the dim light, a nervous energy buzzing between them. That's when the first strange sound occurred, a soft creak from the floorboards upstairs, followed by a faint thump. The girls froze, eyes wide. "It's probably just Jonah moving in his sleep," Lily whispered. Though she couldn't remember why she thought that would make it any less scary. Harper nodded, trying to appear confident, but her fingers trembled as she clutched her blanket. The noise repeated a few minutes later. Louder this time. Creak. Thump. Creak. A sense of wrongness began to settle in the pit of their stomachs. It wasn't like the usual sounds of an old house settling. This felt deliberate, measured. Lily gripped the flashlight and pointed it toward the staircase. "Do you want to check?" she asked, though she could hear the tremor in her own voice. Harper shook her head. "Not alone, and we shouldn't wake Jonah." They tried to ignore it, returning to their horror stories, but the unease persisted. Shadows seemed to move along the walls, stretching unnaturally under the string lights. Every now and then they would hear a soft whisper, like someone just exhaling their names. Lily kept glancing toward the hallway leading to Jonah's room, her heart pounding. Around 1 a.m., Harper suggested they make a fort in the living room to feel safer. They used blankets, cushions, and the 2 sleeping bags, creating a small enclosed space. Inside, with the flashlight low and their phones out, they tried to laugh and shake off the fear. But then the whispering came again, this time much clearer. "Lily, Harper." Both girls froze. Their eyes met in the dark. Harper's hand gripped Lily's arm. "That's not Jonah," Harper whispered, voice barely audible. Lily nodded, feeling her stomach twist in panic. The whispering continued, moving closer, as if circling the fort. Tap, tap, tap. A soft sound at first, like someone lightly drumming on the wooden floor, then louder, deliberate. "We should call someone," Lily said, her voice shaking. Harper's phone, however, had no signal. The little red icon blinked impotently. "It's just the house," Harper tried to rationalize. "It's an old house. It makes noises." But even as she said it, her own voice betrayed her doubt. The fort shook slightly as the tapping became louder and more insistent. Then came the whisper again, now joined by another voice. "Come out! Come out!" The voices were layered, overlapping, impossible to distinguish fully, but undeniably there. Lily's heart raced, and Harper's grip on her arm tightened until her knuckles turned white. The next few minutes were a blur of panic. Lily grabbed a blanket to throw over the fort as if it could protect them from something unseen. Harper scrambled to pick up the flashlight, which flickered wildly, casting grotesque shadows that seemed to shift on their own. The whispering grew into low, guttural sounds that almost resembled words, but they couldn't understand them. And then, just as suddenly as it started, the sound stopped. The girls didn't move for several long, frozen minutes, trying to process the silence. When they finally dared to peek out of the fort, everything appeared normal. The living room was still dimly lit, the blankets in their makeshift fort undisturbed, aside from their own frantic movements. The closet doors were closed, the staircase clear. The house was silent. Lily thought about going home immediately, but Harper suggested they try to sleep in the fort until morning. The girls huddled together, staring at the flickering flashlight, trying to convince themselves it had all been imagination. But the atmosphere had changed. Every shadow seemed too long, every creak in the walls too pronounced. Around 3 a.m., Harper stirred and whispered, "Did you hear that?" Lily, half asleep, snapped to attention. From somewhere upstairs, they heard a slow, deliberate shuffle, followed by the sound of something heavy dragging along the floor. They could hear the floorboards creak as if someone, or something, was pacing back and forth. Lily dealt a cold pressure on her shoulder. She turned quickly, expecting Harper, but there was no one there. Her flashlight caught a glimpse of something in the corner of the room. A shadow, darker than the dim string lights could account for, standing near the hallway entrance. It shifted slightly when they blinked, almost like it was aware of their gaze. The whispering started again, now insistent. "You shouldn't be here. Leave now." Lily screamed, throwing herself toward the fort, but Harper grabbed her, pulling her back. The shadow seemed to move closer, sliding along the walls silently, impossibly. The air grew colder, heavier, each breath harder to take. They scrambled to the door, only to find it wouldn't budge. Not physically blocked, but as if some invisible force pressed against it. They screamed for Harper's parents, pounding on the door, but their voices seemed muffled, swallowed by the darkness. And then, just as suddenly, everything stopped. The oppressive feeling lifted, the air warmed, the door swung open easily, and the house was normal. Harper's parents came running, alerted by Jonah, who had woken up at some point, crying. The girls tried to explain, but their words sounded frantic and jumbled. The parents found nothing unusual, just 2 terrified teenagers in a messy fort. Nothing in the house suggested the events had been real. Harper's mom hugged them tightly, saying, "It's just your imagination, girls. You've been watching too many scary movies." But the girls knew it had been real. For weeks afterward, both Lily and Harper avoided sleepovers, even at each other's houses. They would find themselves checking closets and under beds before turning out lights, hearing phantom whispers when alone. Every time one of them stayed up too late or visited the other at night, a shiver of fear ran through them, as though something from that night still lingered, waiting. Months later, Harper moved to another town, and Lily remained in their old neighborhood. They stayed in touch, but both knew that the bond formed that night went beyond friendship. It was tied to the shared terror, the inexplicable presence that had visited them. On Halloween of the following year, Lily drove past Harper's old street and noticed the house dark, empty, and for sale. A small sign in the yard read, "New owners wanted. No previous incidents disclosed." Lily shivered, her pulse quickening. She knew that whatever had been in that house, it hadn't truly gone anywhere. Even now, years later, whenever Lily closes her eyes in a dark room, she remembers the whispers, the shadows, the weight of the air pressing down in Harper's living room. And though she hasn't returned, she can't help but wonder what or who was watching them that night, waiting for them to make a sound, to move, to scream, to notice. Every sleepover since then carries a hint of that same fear, the faint echo of the house in Ohio, and the memory of the shadow that shouldn't have been there, the whisper that called her name, and the cold, unrelenting presence that haunted the night. Story the end. It was a Saturday evening in early November when I went over to Jenna's house for a sleepover. We had been planning it for weeks, texting back and forth about which movies to watch, what snacks to bring, and how long we could stay up before her parents caught on. Jenna's house was in a quiet suburb in Pennsylvania, with wide streets lined with maple trees and houses that all looked almost identical, like rows of miniature stage sets. I remember the air had that late fall chill, the kind that makes your breath visible and your fingers go numb if you're outside too long. When I arrived, Jenna was waiting by her front door, wearing her oversized hoodie and holding a bag full of snacks. She had a grin on her face, a mixture of excitement and mischief. "You're finally here," she said, opening the door wide. I stepped inside and was immediately hit by the smell of popcorn and cinnamon, which her mom had left behind before heading out to a weekend trip. Her house felt warmer than the outside, a cozy sanctuary with the soft hum of a heater and the faint ticking of a wall clock. We set our bags down in the living room, where blankets and pillows were already laid out on the carpet. Jenna had a stack of DVDs she wanted us to watch. We started with a few light-hearted horror movies, the kind that were more funny than scary. But as the night wore on, we decided to push ourselves and watch something more intense. The movie she chose was called Midnight Hollow, an older indie horror film about a haunted farmhouse in rural America. At first, the movie was just creepy in the usual way, but as the night went on, I started noticing little things that didn't feel right. The house seemed colder than it should have been, even with the heater on. Shadows moved in ways that didn't line up with the light. Every creak of the floorboards made my stomach twist a little. Jenna noticed it too. "Do you feel that?" she whispered, her eyes wide. "Feel what?" I asked, though I had an inkling. "Like the house is, I don't know, heavier? Like it's watching us?" I tried to laugh it off, but I couldn't shake the feeling. We kept watching, clutching our blankets, trying to distract ourselves with the movie. That's when the first sound came. It was soft at first, almost like a tapping coming from upstairs. I froze mid-bite of popcorn. "You hear that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Jenna nodded. "It's probably just the house settling," she said, but her voice lacked conviction. The tapping continued, rhythmic and deliberate, like someone testing the floorboards above us. Neither of us moved at first, paralyzed by a mix of fear and disbelief. But then it got louder, and a low creak sounded as if someone had stepped onto the top of the stairs. "I'm going to check it," Jenna said, trying to sound brave. She grabbed her flashlight from the kitchen drawer and crept toward the staircase. I followed reluctantly, my heart pounding so hard I was sure she could hear it. We reached the bottom of the stairs and peered up into the darkness. Nothing. Just shadows. But then the tapping came again, closer this time, and it wasn't coming from the stairs. It was coming from the hallway that led to Jenna's parents' bedroom. Maybe it's just a branch hitting the window or something, I said, trying to convince both her and myself. Jenna shook her head. No, it's inside. We froze. The house was supposed to be empty except for us. Her parents had left for the weekend, and the dog was with a neighbor. There should have been no one there. But the sound was clear, unmistakable, and then a whisper. Soft at first, almost imperceptible, carried on the draft from the slightly open window. Go! Now! We both jumped back. I grabbed Jenna's arm. Did you hear that? She nodded, her face pale. Yeah. We didn't know what to do. The movie we had been watching now felt insignificant compared to what was happening in the house. Every instinct screamed at us to run, but we were frozen with fear. Then, the whisper came again, this time from right behind the living room. Leave. Before. Before what? The words trailed off, leaving us with a suffocating silence. We clutched each other, trying to make sense of it. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what we were hearing. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe it was our imagination. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out. Total darkness enveloped the room. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight app. Jenna did the same. Our beams of light cut through the darkness, but the house felt different. Larger somehow, its shadows deeper, more oppressive. The tapping returned, moving from room to room, faster now, almost impatient, and then a shadow moved at the edge of my vision, a dark figure that seemed to have no shape, just presence. I blinked, and it was gone. Did you see that? I whispered, my voice trembling. Jenna nodded. It's not supposed to be here, she said. We backed into the living room, huddling together, our flashlights darting across the walls. That's when the whispering turned into a low, guttural voice, coming from everywhere at once. You shouldn't be here. I felt my chest tighten. Panic surged through me, making it hard to breathe. Jenna grabbed my hand. We have to get out, she said. We ran to the front door, only to find it locked. Her parents had always been cautious about security, but this felt different, unnatural. Every door we tried was locked, every window too. The house wasn't just a building anymore. It felt alive, a trap. The voice came again, closer, almost at our ears, though we could see no one. Stay. We bolted upstairs, trying to find another way out. The hallway seemed longer than usual, stretching in ways that didn't make sense. At the end, a figure appeared, black and featureless, standing in front of Jenna's bedroom door. It didn't move, just watched us. My flashlight flickered, and for a moment, I swore I saw it smile. Jenna screamed, "It's blocking the way." We ran back toward the stairs, desperate. The figure didn't follow, didn't chase us. It simply watched, as if amused. We burst into her bedroom and locked the door behind us, breathing heavily, hearts pounding, shaking uncontrollably. We tried to calm down, whispering to each other, trying to convince ourselves it was some hallucination or dream. But then the tapping started again, on the ceiling this time, directly above us. And the whispering returned, soft and mocking. You can't hide. We huddled under blankets, too terrified to move, too terrified to speak. The night dragged on, each minute stretching longer than the last. We kept hearing footsteps, whispers, and that persistent tapping, moving through the house like a predator circling its prey. Hours passed. Eventually, the first light of dawn began to seep through the blinds. The noises faded, the house fell silent. We didn't dare sleep. We stayed awake, gripping each other, waiting for the sun to rise fully. When Jenna's parents returned later that day, the house looked normal. Everything was in its place. No sign of anyone being there, no evidence of the night's terror. We tried to tell them, but they laughed it off as teenage imagination, a mix of movies and the thrill of being home alone. But we knew the truth. We knew what had been in that house, what had watched us, whispered to us, and made us feel like prisoners in a familiar place. We never stayed there alone again. And even now, years later, when I think about Jenna's house, I can remember the cold, oppressive darkness, the tapping that followed us through every room, and the feeling of being watched by something that shouldn't exist. Sometimes, when I walk past old, empty houses in the neighborhood, I can almost hear the faint tapping, almost hear the whispers warning me to leave. And every time I remember that sleepover and how close we came to something we didn't understand, something that wasn't just a story or a movie, but very real, very alive, and very hungry for fear. I never forget it. I don't think I ever will. The memory is burned into me, a reminder that some houses are not meant to be alone in, and some sleepovers are better left unplanned. Even now, whenever I see an empty house, quiet and still in the dark, I feel it. Eyes watching, something waiting, and I remember that night with Jenna. The night we learned that fear can be real, tangible, and utterly inescapable. Story the end. It started on a Friday evening in the middle of September, a night when the air in our small Ohio town carried that crisp, slightly electric feeling that seemed to make everything a little more alive and maybe a little more dangerous. My best friends Chloe and Taylor and I had been planning this sleepover for weeks. Chloe's parents were going out of town for the weekend, and she had begged them to let us have a small gathering at her house. She promised movies, snacks, and all the freedom that only a weekend without parental supervision could provide. Taylor and I had been waiting for this night with a mix of excitement and, if I'm honest, a little trepidation. There was something about sleepovers that made the ordinary feel slightly off, as though the normal rules of reality bent just a little when the lights went out. We arrived at Chloe's house around 6, hauling sleeping bags, pillows, and enough junk food to sink a small ship. Her house was a typical suburban 2-story with a big living room, a kitchen at the back, and a second-floor hallway lined with bedrooms. The first thing that struck me was how quiet it was. Chloe's parents were usually very present in their home, the sound of them moving through the house a constant background hum. But tonight, there was nothing. Just the distant hum of the refrigerator, the faint creak of the floorboards as we walked, and the low whistle of the wind outside. We dropped our bags in the living room and immediately set to work turning it into our sleepover fortress. Blankets over the couches, pillows stacked in corners, candles placed on the mantle for atmosphere. Chloe insisted we watch scary movies first. We all laughed, teased each other about who would be the first to scream, and settled into the first film, a classic slasher from the late 90s. The movie started normally, with the usual cheesy dialogue and over-the-top deaths, but as the minutes ticked by, the shadows in the room seemed to thicken, creeping along the walls and ceiling, making the living room feel smaller, tighter, somehow suffocating. About halfway through the movie, I noticed something strange. A shadow moved across the hallway outside the living room. At first, I thought it was just one of us walking past, maybe Chloe getting more snacks. But then I realized none of us had moved. I froze, staring at the end of the hallway, my pulse spiking. Chloe and Taylor were both engrossed in the movie, laughing at some scene, oblivious. I tried to shrug it off as a trick of the candlelight, a peripheral shadow created by the flickering flames, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was standing just beyond the bend in the hallway. I told myself it was nothing, that I was just tired, letting my imagination run wild. But when the movie ended, the unease didn't leave. We switched to board games in the living room, a way to distract ourselves. As we played, I noticed a faint tapping sound coming from upstairs. It was slow, deliberate, like someone was walking across the floorboards, but soft enough that it could have been anything. Chloe laughed when I mentioned it, teasing me for being jumpy, and Taylor just shrugged. I didn't say anything more, but I kept my eyes on the staircase leading up to the second floor. By midnight, we were ready to set up our sleeping bags. We arranged them in a rough semicircle in the living room, candles dimmed, lights off except for a small lamp. We talked quietly, whispering about school, stupid crushes, and plans for the weekend. But the house had changed somehow. It wasn't just quiet now. It was expectant, like the air itself was holding its breath. That's when I heard it again. The soft dragging sound coming from upstairs. It wasn't like someone carrying a bag or moving furniture. It was slower, heavier, deliberate. I nudged Chloe and whispered, "Do you hear that?" She rolled over, half asleep, murmuring something I couldn't make out. Taylor shrugged, muttering that I was imagining things. I considered getting up to check, but something about the sound rooted me in place. It was almost magnetic, pulling my attention upstairs. I lay back down, trying to ignore it, but my mind wouldn't let go. Around 1 a.m, Chloe suggested we tell ghost stories. I immediately felt that familiar thrill, the kind that made the hair on the back of your neck stand up. We lit the candles again, huddled in a tight circle, and took turns. Chloe told a story about a girl who saw shadowy figures in mirrors, always watching, always following. Taylor told a story about a figure that would appear at the foot of your bed if you stayed up too late. I told a story I'd read online about a presence that moved through houses when no one was looking. The stories were enough to make us laugh nervously, but deep down I could feel the tension in the air. Something was stirring. Then it happened. A low, almost inaudible whisper echoed from the hallway outside. It was so soft I almost thought I'd imagined it, but it was there. A string of words I couldn't quite catch, just at the edge of comprehension. I froze. Chloe shushed us both, saying it was probably the wind, but Taylor's face had gone pale. Another sound followed, a thump against the back door. Not a knock, not a normal sound. Something dragged along the floor and stopped suddenly, like it was testing us. We stayed huddled together, listening. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch, flicker, and pulse. Then I saw it, a dark shape just at the edge of the hallway, amorphous, twisting, and yet somehow humanoid. My heart pounded so loudly I thought it would give me away. I whispered to Chloe and Taylor, but they didn't see it at first, lost in their own panic. When they finally looked, their expressions mirrored my own, pure terror. The shape moved closer, gliding silently across the hallway. We didn't breathe, didn't blink, just stared as it stretched, elongated, and seemed to absorb the faint candlelight. The dragging sound began again, closer now, coming from the staircase. We knew instinctively that it wasn't one of us, not Chloe, not Taylor, not me. Something had entered our space, something we couldn't fight or reason with. Suddenly, the lights flickered, the candles dimmed, and then there was a loud bang from the kitchen, like someone had slammed a heavy object against the counter. Chloe screamed, Taylor grabbed my arm, and I felt my own body locked in fear. We stayed frozen, unable to move, our ears straining for the next sound. Another whisper came from upstairs, closer now, as if whatever it was had ascended to the second floor. We decided we had to leave the living room, but our legs felt like lead. We edged toward the front door, silent and shaking, only to find it locked when we were certain we hadn't locked it ourselves. The faint shape at the end of the hallway was still there, barely perceptible, always at the edge of vision, shifting and pulsing. The dragging sound continued, now from multiple directions, upstairs and behind us in the hallway. We realized then that whatever this was, it had been moving through the house the whole time, unseen but aware of us. Chloe suggested calling her parents, but I argued that it wouldn't help. They were out of town. My phone had no signal, the battery dying faster than it should. Taylor whispered we should hide in the basement, the only room without windows and with a door we could lock. We scrambled down, setting up our sleeping bags in the corner, covering ourselves as best we could, praying it wouldn't find us. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had lost all meaning. Every creak, every whisper, every shadow felt amplified. The dragging sound circled the basement, sometimes stopping just outside the door. At sunrise, we dared to peek out. The house was silent, almost normal again. The shadows had receded, the air no longer heavy, but the feeling of being watched lingered. We didn't speak for a long time, just packed up our things and left, avoiding the upstairs entirely. Chloe's parents came home later that morning, asking if we'd been upstairs or near the front door. We lied, saying we stayed in the living room the whole time. We couldn't explain what we'd seen, not without sounding insane. Years later, I still remember that night with a clarity that makes my stomach turn. The shadows, the dragging, the whispers, they weren't figments of imagination. Something had been in that house with us, patient, silent, waiting. Sleepovers never felt the same again. Every creak of a floorboard, every flicker of a shadow, every low whisper of wind sends me back to that night. I never stayed over anyone's house again, and I never will. Even now, when the wind rustles the trees outside my window, I can almost hear it, the slow, deliberate dragging, the faint whisper that seems to say we were not alone, and maybe never are, no matter where we go. Story the end. It was the second week of December, the kind of night when the sky felt too heavy, when the clouds hung low enough to smother the stars. I was 17 then, a senior in high school, and I remember that particular Friday like it was carved into my bones. My friend Danielle had just moved into a new house across town, a 2-story colonial with creaky floors, narrow hallways, and a faint smell of old wood. It was her first sleepover in the new place, and she'd invited 5 of us to stay the night. Me, her, Brooke, Allison, Jordan, and Claire. Her parents were gone for the weekend, some work conference in Chicago, and that alone made the invitation irresistible. Teenagers and unsupervised houses always meant trouble, but none of us could have imagined the kind of trouble we were walking into. When I arrived around 7:30, Danielle's house was glowing warm in the December dark, a faint light spilling out from the living room windows. Inside, everything looked picture perfect, moving boxes lined neatly against the walls, family photos half hung, the faint scent of cookies baking in the oven. Danielle was grinning when she opened the door, her brown hair pulled into a messy ponytail. "You made it," she said, ushering me inside. "Everyone's already here. We're doing pizza and movies." The others were sprawled across sleeping bags in the living room, the TV already queued up with a list of horror films. A fire crackled in the fireplace, throwing golden light across the walls. I remember thinking how cozy it all felt, how normal. The kind of night that seemed safe just because you were surrounded by laughter and friends. We watched 2 movies, screamed, laughed, and ate until the room was a mess of candy wrappers and empty soda cans. It was after 11 when the conversation started drifting. The movies were over, the laughter quieter, replaced by the lazy hum of fatigue and sugar. Brooke was the one who suggested we tell ghost stories. At first, they were silly, urban legends about haunted highways and faceless hitchhikers, but then Danielle leaned forward, her expression suddenly serious. "I actually heard something weird about this house," she said. That got everyone's attention. Danielle lowered her voice. "So apparently, before we moved in, this place was empty for years. The realtor said the last family left suddenly, like in the middle of the night. Nobody knows why. But the neighbors said they'd hear things after they left, like voices, and someone walking around upstairs when nobody was living here." Jordan rolled her eyes. "Classic haunted house story." "No, seriously," Danielle said. "When my mom was unpacking boxes last week, she found something in the attic. Old clothes, photographs, stuff that didn't belong to anyone in our family. My dad made her throw them out, but..." She hesitated, glancing toward the ceiling. "Sometimes at night, I swear I hear something up there, like someone walking." We all sat in silence for a moment, the firelight flickering shadows across the walls. Then, half joking, Brooke said, "Well, I dare someone to go check." It was stupid, predictable, but the tension in the air made it feel dangerous, thrilling. I should have said no, but I didn't. "I'll go," I said, standing. The others protested, but Danielle grabbed a flashlight and followed me to the narrow staircase at the back of the house. The attic door was one of those pull-down types with a cord hanging from the ceiling. When we tugged it, the ladder creaked open with a groan that echoed through the house. A rush of cold air hit us, carrying the faint smell of dust and something else, something sour, almost metallic. "Okay, quick look, and we're done," Danielle said, handing me the flashlight. I climbed up first. The attic was dark and low-ceilinged, the beam of light cutting across boxes and furniture draped in white sheets. The air was heavy, almost hard to breathe. I took a few cautious steps forward, and that's when I noticed something odd in the far corner, an old trunk, half buried under a pile of cloth. "Danielle, come here," I whispered. She hesitated, but climbed up after me. We knelt beside the trunk. The lock was broken, so I pushed the lid open. Inside were photos, black and white portraits, dozens of them. All of the same little girl, maybe 8 or 9 years old, with pale eyes and long dark hair. In every photo, she was standing in the same room, her expression blank, and behind her, in some of them, was a shadow. I shuddered and put the pictures back. That's when the light flickered. "Did you see that?" Danielle whispered. The flashlight blinked again, and for a second, the entire attic went black. In that brief darkness, I heard it, soft footsteps behind us, slow and deliberate. We froze. The flashlight came back on, and the space behind us was empty, but something had changed. The air was colder, heavier. I could see our breath. Then came a whisper, so faint I almost thought I imagined it. "Don't look." I turned anyway. At the far end of the attic, half shrouded in shadow, stood a figure, small. A little girl. Her head tilted slightly to the side. The flashlight flickered again, and she was gone. I didn't wait. I grabbed Danielle's arm, and we ran. The ladder wobbled under our weight as we scrambled down. When we got to the bottom, the others were staring at us with wide eyes. What happened? Claire asked. Danielle was shaking. There was someone up there. Brooke laughed nervously. Come on, you're just trying to freak us out. I'm not joking, I said, my voice trembling. There was a girl. I saw her. Nobody believed us, at least not until the noises started again. It was around 1 in the morning. We'd all piled into the living room, too scared to go to bed. The fire had burned low, and the house was quiet except for the occasional pop of embers. Then came a faint sound from upstairs. Soft footsteps, slow and deliberate, pacing back and forth. We went completely still. The steps stopped. Then, from the top of the stairs came a child's voice, high-pitched, distant. Where's my picture? My blood went cold. We huddled together, whispering frantically, debating what to do. Danielle grabbed her phone, but there was no signal. She cursed under her breath and tried again. Nothing. The voice came again. Closer this time. Where's my picture? Then silence. For a long minute, nobody moved. We were too scared to even breathe. Then Jordan stood up, trying to act brave. It's probably just the house settling or something, she said. But even as she said it, the floorboards above us groaned under invisible footsteps. We all turned toward the staircase. Something was moving down. The air in the room changed. It felt electric, charged, the kind of atmosphere before a storm breaks. The fire sputtered and went out, plunging the room into near darkness. Get the lights, I whispered, but when Brooke hit the switch, nothing happened. The power was gone. In the dim glow of the dying embers, we saw her, a small figure standing halfway down the stairs, barefoot, wearing a faded dress that looked decades old. Her hair hung in long, tangled strands over her face. Danielle gasped, and the girl's head snapped toward us. Her eyes were completely white. We screamed. All at once, the house erupted in sound, the walls creaking, the doors slamming, windows rattling in their frames. The girl took another step forward, her mouth opening slightly, her voice low and distorted. You shouldn't have touched my things. We ran, out the back door, barefoot in the freezing air. We didn't stop until we reached the edge of the street, where the neighbor's porch light cut through the dark. We called the police from there. When they arrived, they searched the house and found nothing. No sign of the girl, no photos, no trunk. The attic was completely empty. Danielle's parents came home early the next morning. She begged them to move out. They didn't believe her story, of course. But a few weeks later, her mom found her sleepwalking, standing at the foot of her bed, whispering to someone no one else could see. Within a month, they sold the house. Years later, I drove past it. The new owners had painted it blue, added a porch swing, and planted roses by the walkway. It looked normal again. But even from the street, I could feel it, that same heaviness in the air, like the house itself was holding its breath. Sometimes, when I dream, I see that attic again. The old photographs, the little girl with the pale eyes. And in my dreams, she turns to look at me, smiling that strange too-wide smile, and whispers the same words I heard that night. Where's my picture? Story the end. It was supposed to be an ordinary sleepover. Pizza, horror movies, junk food, and staying up until sunrise, talking about stupid things that only mattered to 16-year-olds. It was the middle of March, chilly but not cold, and my best friends Megan and Haley had convinced me to come over to Megan's house since her parents were going to be away at her older brother's college tournament for the weekend. The plan was simple. 3 girls, 1 empty house, and a night of pure freedom. I remember walking into Megan's living room around 7 that night. The place had that faint smell of air freshener mixed with something woody, like pine or cedar. The lights were dim, and the only sound came from the TV playing quietly in the background. Megan was setting up the couch with sleeping bags while Haley was in the kitchen pouring chips into a big plastic bowl. Megan's house wasn't old, but it had this strange atmosphere to it. Her parents had moved there the year before, and she told us weird things happen sometimes, like hearing doors creak open when everyone was asleep or finding lights on in rooms no one had entered. I didn't think much of it. I'd grown up hearing about haunted houses, and they never scared me. After eating pizza and watching a couple of dumb horror comedies, Megan decided we should step things up and watch something actually scary. She pulled out a movie I'd never heard of before called The Attic Room. The cover showed a shadowy figure standing behind a dusty window. "This movie's based on a true story," Megan said, smirking. They found footage of what happened to a group of girls who played with a Ouija board in an old house. Haley rolled her eyes. You just made that up. Megan laughed. Maybe, but I bet you'll still freak out. We dimmed the lights and hit play. The movie wasn't terrifying at first. It was slow, weirdly realistic, like a found footage film. The girls on screen were filming themselves exploring a house where something supposedly tragic had happened decades before. About halfway through, the power in the movie went out and the screen filled with static. And then it happened in the living room. The lights flickered, just once, but long enough for us all to look at each other. Haley groaned. Megan, if you planned this... I didn't, she said immediately. It's probably just the storm. Except there wasn't a storm. The night outside was perfectly still. I could see the reflection of the streetlight through the front window. The movie resumed like nothing had happened. We laughed it off, but I couldn't shake the weird timing. Every time something creaked in the house after that, I found myself glancing at the dark hallway beyond the living room. Around 10, we paused the movie to make popcorn. While Haley went to the kitchen, Megan got up to grab her phone charger from upstairs. I stayed in the living room, scrolling through my phone. After a minute, I heard Megan's footsteps creak up the staircase. Then silence. A few seconds later, I heard another set of footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming down the stairs. I thought it was Megan until Haley walked back into the room holding the popcorn bowl. Where's Megan? She asked. She's upstairs. Haley frowned. I just heard someone come down. We both turned toward the staircase. The hallway light at the top was flickering faintly, just enough to illuminate the outline of the stairs. There was no one there. Megan? I called. No answer. We both stood there for a few seconds. Then we heard it again, a soft creaking from upstairs, like someone shifting their weight slowly across the floorboards. Haley whispered, She's trying to scare us. I nodded, trying to convince myself she was right. But then there was a loud thump, like something heavy had dropped upstairs, followed by a muffled sound like someone gasping or whispering. We ran halfway up the stairs. Megan? I called again, my voice echoing slightly. She appeared at the top of the stairs, pale, breathing hard. Did you hear that? She asked, her voice trembling. Yeah, we thought it was you, Haley said. It wasn't me. I swear. We all stood frozen for a moment, listening. The house had gone silent again, except for the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. That's when we heard it. A soft knocking coming from the wall behind us. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. We turned in unison. The sound came again, knock, 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 this time from the opposite wall, as if someone were moving inside the walls themselves. Haley screamed. Megan grabbed my arm. We need to check the doors, she said. Maybe someone got in. We ran downstairs, checking the locks. Everything was sealed tight. Front door locked. Back door locked. Windows locked. The air in the room felt thicker somehow, like it was pressing in around us. I started to feel dizzy, the way you feel before a panic attack. Haley set the popcorn bowl down on the counter and whispered, Listen. From upstairs came the faintest sound, like a door slowly creaking open. Megan's voice broke. That's my room. We stood there, paralyzed. Then something fell, loudly this time, a crash that sounded like a picture frame hitting the floor. Megan started crying. We have to go outside, she said, right now. We didn't even argue. We ran to the front door and yanked it open. Cold air rushed in, and I swear the instant we crossed the threshold, the noises stopped. We stood outside in our socks, shivering, staring at the dark windows. The neighborhood was completely silent. Haley called her mom, who lived 10 minutes away, and she agreed to come get us. We waited on the curb, hugging ourselves against the cold. When Haley's mom pulled up, we piled into the car without a word. We stayed at her place for the night, barely speaking, too shaken to even finish a sentence. The next morning, Megan's parents called to say they were on their way home. We decided to go back with her to grab our stuff. When we walked into the house, it looked normal. No broken picture frames, no sign that anything had fallen or moved. But in Megan's bedroom, we found something that made my stomach drop. On her desk, drawn in what looked like dust or maybe ash, were 3 small handprints. Not adult-sized, not child-sized either. Just wrong. Megan's mom thought it was a prank, maybe something from us messing around. But the thing is, none of us had gone into that room after she'd left to grab her charger. and those prints weren't there before. We didn't tell her mom about the knocking or the whispering or the way the lights flickered. We just got our bags and left. That night, I couldn't sleep. Around 2 a.m., I started hearing faint knocking from somewhere in my room. 3 slow, rhythmic taps against the wall near my bed. I told myself it was the pipes or the wind or maybe even my imagination. But then, just as I closed my eyes, I heard it. Soft, almost like a breath in my ear. Let me in. I turned on the lamp, heart racing, but the room was empty. The next morning, I called Megan and Haley. They both said they hadn't slept either. Haley claimed she heard tapping on her window around the same time. Megan said her power had gone out for a few minutes in the middle of the night, and when it came back on, her bedroom door was wide open. We never talked about it again after that. None of us ever had another sleepover at Megan's house. Her family moved out 2 months later after her dad got a new job in another state. But sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, I still hear those 3 knocks, slow, deliberate, patient, and I remember the whisper that followed, and I know whatever was in that house didn't stay there. Story the end. It was the summer before high school when my friends and I decided to have one last big sleepover before classes started again. There were 4 of us, me, Hannah, Lindsay, and Brooke, and we were all inseparable back then. Hannah's parents were out of town that weekend, and she convinced her older sister, Megan, to stay at a friend's house so we could have the place to ourselves. Her house sat at the end of a long cul-de-sac on the edge of a wooded area. It wasn't isolated exactly, but the trees in the back made it feel far away from everything. I remember pulling up just before sunset, my mom's car tires crunching on the gravel, the sound echoing through the still summer air. The moment I walked inside, the smell of old wood and lavender candles hit me. Hannah had already set up the living room with blankets, pillows, snacks, and a stack of horror DVDs. It was going to be one of those long nights full of junk food, ghost stories, and movies that were scarier in theory than in execution. Lindsay and Brooke were already there, sprawled out on the couch, arguing over which movie to start with. We spent the first couple of hours laughing, eating chips, and thinking about how we'd all totally survive a horror movie because we were too smart to split up. Brooke kept pretending to hear noises in the house, and every time she did, she'd shriek dramatically until we were all laughing so hard it hurt. But when the clock struck midnight, the energy shifted. The air felt thicker, heavier somehow, and even though it was August, I remember feeling cold. We decided to turn off the lights and tell ghost stories instead. Brooke insisted she had the best one, a true story her cousin had told her about an abandoned house outside of town that was supposedly haunted by a woman who used to keep her children locked in the basement. We laughed it off, but as she kept talking, something about the way the shadows flickered across the living room made it harder to relax. When Brooke finished, there was silence for a long time. Then Hannah grinned and said, "I've got an idea." She disappeared upstairs and came back holding something in her hands, a small square wooden board. I didn't even need to ask what it was. "No way," Lindsay said immediately. "That's not happening." "Oh, come on," Hannah teased. "It's just a game. It belonged to my aunt, I think. It's old, but it's probably fake." But even as she said it, her voice trembled just a little. We turned off the TV, sat cross-legged in a circle, and placed the Ouija board in the middle of the blanket. Hannah lit a few candles, which made the entire room glow orange and gold. The shadows on the walls seemed alive. I felt stupidly nervous, even though I didn't believe in ghosts. Brooke laughed at me and said, "You look like you're about to cry." I forced a smile and shrugged. Hannah placed the planchette in the center of the board, and we all put our fingertips on it lightly. "Okay," she said, "let's see if this thing actually works." For the first few minutes, nothing happened. Hannah asked, "Is anyone here with us?" The planchette didn't move. Brooke started making ghost noises until Lindsay threw a pillow at her. We were just about to give up when the planchette slid slowly to yes. "Stop," I said immediately. "You're moving it." "Nuh-uh," Brooke whispered. Her voice was shaky now. "I swear I'm not." We all looked at each other, waiting for someone to laugh, but nobody did. "Okay," Hannah said, her voice low. "Who are you?" The planchette began to move again. Faster this time. It spelled out HELP. Lindsay pulled her hands away. "Nope, I'm done." "Don't," Hannah snapped. You can't break contact, that's what they say. Who says that? I asked, my throat dry. The internet, she said. I don't know. Just don't. The planchette continued to move. BASEMENT. Brooke laughed nervously. It's probably Megan trying to mess with us. She's hiding down there. Hannah frowned. She's not home. Lindsay stood up. I'm checking anyway. She grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and headed toward the basement door. I followed her, even though every part of me screamed not to. The basement door was at the end of a short hallway. It was an old wooden door with a brass handle, and the air around it felt colder, like the temperature had 10 degrees. Lindsay turned the handle and pulled. It opened with a groan that sounded almost like a sigh. We shined the flashlight down the stairs, but the beam didn't reach the bottom. The darkness seemed to swallow it. See? Lindsay said. No one's down there. But then we both froze. There was a sound, soft and rhythmic, like something dragging across the concrete floor below us. We didn't speak. The sound grew louder, closer, until it stopped just at the bottom of the stairs. Lindsay whispered, Hannah? No answer. Something moved again, slow, deliberate. I turned to run, but the flashlight flickered out. The darkness was absolute. We screamed and bolted back into the living room, slamming the door shut behind us. Hannah and Brooke jumped up, startled. What happened? Brooke shouted. There's something down there, I said, breathless. Something moving. Hannah grabbed the door handle and laughed shakily. It's an old house. It's probably the pipes or a raccoon or something. But none of us believed that. We tried to shake it off, turned on the lights, and went back to watching a movie, but no one was paying attention anymore. Every little creak made us jump. Around 2 a.m., Brooke said she was going to get a soda from the kitchen. When she didn't come back after a few minutes, Hannah went to look for her. I remember hearing her footsteps fade, then silence. Lindsay and I exchanged a look. Should we check? She whispered. I nodded. When we got to the kitchen, Brooke was standing at the back door, staring outside through the glass. Hannah was next to her, whispering, Do you see that? I looked. At first, I thought I was imagining it, just the shadows from the trees. But then I saw it clearly. A figure standing near the edge of the woods, tall and still facing the house. Probably a neighbor, I whispered. At 2 a.m? Brooke said, voice shaking. The figure didn't move. We turned off the kitchen light to see better, but the moment we did, the figure was gone. That was it. We locked every door and window, double-checked them twice, and went upstairs to Hannah's room. None of us could sleep. Every sound from outside made us jump. Around 3:30, we heard footsteps, soft, deliberate, coming from downstairs. Brooke whispered, It's the house settling, but these footsteps were too heavy, too slow. We sat there in silence, barely breathing. Then came the unmistakable sound of the basement door creaking open. Hannah started to cry quietly. We shouldn't have played that game, she whispered. The footsteps grew louder, moving through the kitchen, across the hallway. Then they stopped right outside Hannah's bedroom door. Brooke grabbed my arm so tight it hurt. We could hear breathing on the other side, ragged, uneven. Then a knock. 3 soft knocks. No one moved. After a long minute, the breathing stopped. The floor creaked once, then silence. We didn't sleep at all. The first hint of sunrise came through the blinds, pale and weak. When we finally gathered the courage to go downstairs, everything looked normal. The front door was locked, the basement door was closed, the living room untouched. But the back door, the one Brooke had been standing by, was wide open. Hannah called her sister, who came home early and swore we had just scared ourselves. Her parents didn't believe a word of it when they returned that afternoon. But we all knew what we'd heard, what we'd seen. A few days later, Hannah texted all of us saying she found something in the basement when she went down with her dad. A small ceramic owl sitting on one of the shelves, covered in dust. She swore she'd never seen it before. After that night, none of us ever had another sleepover again. Sometimes, though, especially late at night, I'll get a faint whiff of lavender, and I'll hear those same slow, dragging footsteps in my house, moving across the floor when no one else is home. Story the end. It was late January when I spent the night at my friend Madison's house for what was supposed to be just a casual sleepover. It was one of those bitterly cold weekends where the streets were slick with ice, the air so dry it stung your lungs. Madison's parents were away for their anniversary trip, and she'd invited three of us, me, Ava, and Claire, to keep her company for the weekend. Her house was this big, two-story place built in the 1950s, tucked at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac in upstate New York. It looked cozy from the outside, but inside it had that strange mix of charm and eeriness old houses always seem to have: creaky floors, narrow staircases, and drafty windows that made the curtains flutter even when everything was locked up tight. We arrived around 6 that evening, arms full of snacks, movies, and sleeping bags. The plan was simple: stay up late, eat junk food, gossip about people from school, and maybe, if we were brave enough, watch something scary. Madison's living room was perfect for it. Big fireplace, fuzzy blankets everywhere, and the soft hum of the heater filling the quiet spaces. We started with pizza and music, laughing so hard we cried at some dumb TikToks Ava showed us. Everything felt perfectly normal, almost too normal. It wasn't until around 10 p.m., when the wind outside started howling against the windows, that the mood shifted. The lights flickered once, just a quick blink, and Ava groaned, "Don't even start. If the power goes out, I'm leaving." Madison laughed, tossing her a pillow, but the tension lingered for a beat longer than it should have. By midnight, we were in full sleepover mode. The lights were dim, and the movie we picked, a cheesy found-footage horror film, was playing quietly in the background. Claire had brought her tarot cards, and after some begging, she agreed to do a reading for each of us. Madison went first, then Ava, then me. When she flipped my last card, her face changed a little. She frowned, biting her lip. "That's weird," she murmured. "What's weird?" I asked, laughing nervously. She held up the card, the 10 of Swords. "It's usually about endings, betrayal, or something bad happening," she said. She laughed it off, but I could tell it unsettled her too. We joked about it, trying to keep things light, but the air in the room felt heavier after that. Maybe it was just our imagination. Maybe the heater had kicked off, but the temperature seemed to drop all at once. I could see my breath faintly when I exhaled, and the air had that still, almost metallic taste to it. Around 1 in the morning, Madison suggested we go up to her room. She had the biggest bedroom, and we could all spread out comfortably. Her room was on the second floor, facing the woods that backed up to her yard. The trees outside were black silhouettes against the faint orange glow of the streetlights. When we first got up there, everything was fine. We set up our sleeping bags, got out some chips, and scrolled through Instagram, whispering and laughing. But then Claire, who was sitting by the window, froze. "Do you guys see that?" she whispered. We all turned. At first, I thought she was just trying to freak us out. But then I saw it too, something moving in the tree line. Not fast, not an animal darting by, slow, deliberate, like a person. The figure was too far to make out clearly, but it was tall, pale against the darkness, standing between two trees. It wasn't moving anymore, just watching. Madison pulled the curtain shut quickly and forced a laugh. Probably some neighbor walking their dog, but her voice was shaking. Who walks their dog at 1 in the morning in 20-degree weather? Ava muttered. No one answered. We turned off the lamp and sat quietly, trying to listen. The house creaked, the wind blew, and then 3 slow, distinct knocks echoed from somewhere downstairs. We froze. It wasn't loud, but in the silence it sounded like a gunshot. Knock, knock, knock. Madison's face went pale. "That's not funny," she whispered. "Who did that?" None of us moved. We waited, holding our breath, but the knocks didn't come again. After a full minute, Ava whispered, "Maybe someone's at the door?" "No one's coming here this late," Madison said, but she didn't sound convinced. She grabbed her phone and turned on the flashlight, motioning for us to follow. "We'll just check. It's fine." We crept down the stairs, the floorboards groaning under our feet. The house was pitch dark except for the beam of her phone. We reached the foyer, and Madison shined the light on the front door. No one there. The curtains beside the door were swaying slightly, even though no windows were open. Claire whispered, "Check the back door." We walked through the kitchen, and my heart sank when I saw the sliding glass door that led to the backyard. The porch light outside was on, casting a weak yellow glow. The snow had been untouched all evening, but now there were footprints, bare footprints, leading from the edge of the yard right up to the glass. I swear I stopped breathing. "Oh my God," Madison whispered, stepping closer. The footprints were large, definitely not from any of us. They stopped directly at the glass, as if whoever made them had stood there for a while, watching us. Ava backed away, shaking her head. "We have to call someone," she said, fumbling for her phone. But when she unlocked it, the screen froze, then turned black. "My phone just died," she said. Claire tried hers. Dead too. None of us spoke. The only sound was the faint hum of the fridge and the wind outside. Then, knock, knock, knock. This time it came from the glass door. Madison screamed and dropped her phone. We all jumped back, clutching each other. The knocks came again, louder, faster. We could see the faint outline of a handprint forming on the glass. "Turn off the light," I whispered. "Now!" Madison turned off the flashlight, plunging us into darkness. The knocking stopped instantly. We crouched behind the kitchen island, trying to stay silent. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would give us away. Then we heard the door handle jiggle, slowly, metal against metal. Someone, or something, was trying to open it. "Madison," Claire whispered, trembling. "Does the door lock?" "Yes," she mouthed, but her eyes darted toward it like she wasn't sure. The handle jiggled again, harder this time. Then it stopped. For a moment there was nothing but silence. We waited, listening. Then came the footsteps, soft, slow, moving across the porch toward the front of the house. We ran. We bolted upstairs, back to Madison's room, and slammed the door shut. She locked it, then shoved her dresser in front of it for good measure. We sat in the middle of the floor, whispering frantic plans, call the cops, jump out the window, anything, but our phones were still dead. Outside, the wind howled. Then we heard the front door creak open. The sound was unmistakable. The hinges groaning, the thud of it hitting the wall. Ava covered her mouth to muffle a scream. Footsteps echoed through the house, slow, deliberate, moving toward the stairs. We clung to each other, listening as the steps came closer, creaking one by one up the staircase. Creak, creak, creak. They stopped right outside Madison's room. We held our breath, waiting for the knock, the handle, anything. But instead, there was a whisper. Not loud, not angry, just a low, drawn-out whisper, like someone trying to speak through water. It said Madison's name, then mine, then Ava's, then Claire's. We didn't move. None of us even dared blink. After what felt like hours, the whispering stopped. The house went silent again. At some point, I must have blacked out from exhaustion or fear, because when I opened my eyes again, the sun was coming up. The house was still. The air was calm. The dresser was still in front of the door. Madison's dad's car was in the driveway. We crept downstairs together, not saying a word. The front door was closed, locked, but the sliding glass door, wide open. Snow had blown in overnight, covering the kitchen floor. The footprints were still there, bare feet, trailing in from the porch, stopping at the doorway, then turning back toward the woods. Madison's dad was furious at first, thinking we'd made it up or that someone was pranking us. But when he saw the prints himself, his face went pale. A few weeks later, the police came by to ask questions. They said a man had been found wandering the woods behind the neighborhood, a man who had escaped from a nearby psychiatric hospital a few miles away. He was barefoot when they found him. They wouldn't tell us what he said when they caught him. But Madison told me that one of the officers, a family friend, pulled her dad aside and said the man kept repeating the same words over and over. "They let me in." We never had another sleepover at that house again. Madison's family moved out that summer, and the house sat empty for years. But sometimes when I can't sleep, I think about those footprints, the whispering voice calling our names, and I wonder if that thing outside really was human at all. Story the end. The night began like every other innocent teenage sleepover, loud, messy, and full of laughter. It was mid-November in a quiet suburb of Michigan, the kind of town where nothing ever seemed to happen, and parents let their kids roam freely because everyone knew everyone. Mia, 15, had been planning this sleepover with her two best friends, Katie and Brooke, for nearly a month. Brooke's parents were out of town for the weekend, leaving her older brother Tyler in charge. He was 17 and couldn't care less what the girls did as long as they didn't bother him. By the time Mia's mom dropped her off that Friday evening, Brooke's living room was already a battlefield of snacks, pillows, and blankets. The girls were giddy, laughing over music videos and TikToks, planning to stay up until sunrise. Brooke's house, though cozy, always had a slightly eerie atmosphere after dark. It sat on a corner lot with tall oak trees that cast strange shadows through the windows. And there was a rumor among neighborhood kids that someone had died there years ago. Brooke always brushed it off, but sometimes even she admitted the house made odd noises at night. They started their evening watching lighthearted movies, but by 11 p.m. they switched to horror films, the kind that made your heart race even when you tried to laugh it off. Brooke dimmed the lights, and they all sat close together, wrapped in blankets, half hiding behind bowls of popcorn. Tyler occasionally stomped down the hall to grab snacks or yell at them to keep it down, but after midnight, the whole house went still. When the last movie ended around 1 a.m., Brooke pulled out her phone and grinned. "All right," she said. "Who's up for real scary stories?" Katie groaned. "You and your creepy stories again? You always freak us out." "That's the point," Brooke replied, scrolling through an app that claimed to feature true local horror accounts. She began reading one about a teenage girl who heard scratching at her window during a sleepover, only to discover the next day that her second-story window had muddy handprints on the outside. The three laughed nervously, but each glance toward the window grew a little longer. Mia felt a subtle tension in the air as the story ended. It was around 1:30 now, the house deadly quiet except for the occasional creak of the wooden floorboards. The heating system made soft groans as it kicked in, but there was something else too, faint, distant sounds like footsteps upstairs. Brooke paused mid-laugh, frowning. "Tyler?" she called out. No answer. "Maybe he went to bed," Mia suggested, trying to sound casual. But a few minutes later, the footsteps came again, slower, heavier. Brooke's head turned toward the ceiling. Her living room sat directly below the upstairs hallway. The sound was steady, deliberate, moving from one end of the hall to the other. Katie frowned. "That's not the house settling, right?" Brooke shook her head, her expression tightening. "No, that's footsteps." They waited. The steps stopped abruptly, and the silence that followed was suffocating. Brooke stood up, grabbing a flashlight from the coffee table. "I'm gonna go check," she whispered. "Are you crazy?" Mia hissed, clutching her blanket tighter. But Brooke was already creeping toward the staircase. Mia and Katie followed, too scared to stay behind, but too afraid to be alone. The flashlight beam trembled as they climbed the stairs, each step creaking under their weight. When they reached the hallway, Brooke pointed the light down its length. Tyler's door was closed. Jonah's old room, empty since he'd gone to college, was open. The footsteps started again, only this time they were closer, right behind them. Katie yelped, spinning around. Nothing. The hall was empty. Brooke's flashlight flickered violently, and the air grew unnaturally cold. "I don't like this," Mia whispered. "Let's go back downstairs." But before Brooke could respond, the doorknob to Tyler's room began to turn, slowly, back and forth, metal scraping softly. Katie gasped. "Tyler?" she called out. The knob stopped moving. The silence returned, so thick it felt like static in the air. Then, from the other side of the door, a single, sharp knock. All three girls screamed and bolted down the stairs, tripping over each other in their panic. They slammed themselves against the living room couch, panting, eyes wide. Moments later, Tyler came stumbling out of the kitchen in his pajamas, annoyed. "What the hell are you guys screaming about?" "You weren't upstairs?" Brooke asked, breathless. He frowned. "No, I was getting a drink." "Why?" Mia and Katie exchanged terrified looks. Brooke explained what they'd heard, but Tyler just rolled his eyes. "You're freaking yourselves out," he said, yawning. "Old houses make noise. Go to sleep." Reluctantly, they settled back into the living room, trying to laugh it off, but none of them could sleep. Every creak of the house made them flinch. Around 2:30, when the others had gone quiet, Mia noticed something strange, a shadow moving across the far wall. It didn't come from any of them. She turned slowly, heart hammering, but saw nothing. The curtains swayed slightly, even though the windows were shut. Then came the tapping, soft, rhythmic, from the window. Tap, tap, tap. Mia froze, her breath caught in her throat. She reached over and nudged Brooke, who stirred groggily. "What?" Brooke mumbled. "Listen," Mia whispered. "Tap, tap, tap." Brooke sat up instantly. The sound came again, louder now. They all turned toward the window, carved around. The curtains fluttered faintly, as if something had brushed against them. Brooke grabbed her flashlight again, her hand trembling, and pulled the curtain back. Nothing. Just the empty yard, illuminated by the distant glow of a streetlight. She exhaled shakily and let the curtain fall back. Probably a branch, she muttered, but there were no trees close enough to touch that window. They eventually managed to drift into uneasy sleep, huddled together in their makeshift fort. But Mia woke again sometime before dawn, the gray light of early morning barely visible through the curtains. The room felt wrong, colder, heavier. Brooke and Katie were both asleep, breathing shallowly. Mia turned her head and froze. There, standing in the far corner of the living room, was a tall, thin silhouette, too tall to be Tyler. Its head was tilted slightly, as if watching them. She blinked hard, thinking her eyes were playing tricks on her. But when she looked again, it was still there. It moved, slowly. Its shape shifted, the shadows bending unnaturally around it. Mia wanted to scream, but found she couldn't. Her throat tightened. The thing stepped closer, silent, its outline barely visible in the faint morning light. It stopped a few feet from the couch, leaning forward as if studying her. She felt the weight of its gaze, even though it had no visible eyes. Suddenly, Brooke stirred beside her. "Mia?" she whispered groggily. The figure vanished, just gone. The moment Brooke spoke, it dissolved into the dim air, leaving only the faint sound of breathing that didn't belong to any of them. By the time the sun came up, Mia couldn't tell if she dreamed it or not. But when Brooke went to open the curtains later that morning, she froze. There were handprints on the glass, smeared, streaked, but unmistakably there. Long fingers, almost too long to be human. Tyler denied playing any tricks on them. He'd slept through the rest of the night, and his room was directly above the living room. There was no way he could have left those prints without them noticing. Brooke's parents returned home that afternoon, and when they heard what had happened, her dad inspected the window. He found no damage, no evidence of anyone outside. Probably condensation, he said dismissively, though his eyes lingered on the faint marks. The girls didn't sleep well for weeks after that. Even months later, Mia found herself waking up in the middle of the night, certain she saw movement in the corners of her room. Brooke refused to talk about it. She swore she started hearing whispers in her house late at night. After that, soft, hushed voices just outside her door. Her parents brushed it off as imagination, but after a few months, they moved to another neighborhood. Katie, who had been the most skeptical of them, began sleeping with the lights on. When Mia asked her about it, she just said, "Sometimes I hear tapping at my window." Always 3 times. It's been years since that sleepover, and the 3 friends drifted apart, but none of them ever forgot that night. The footsteps, the whispers, the handprints. And every once in a while, when the wind hits her house just right, Mia swears she hears it again. Tap, 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 followed by the soft creak of floorboards from somewhere that should be empty. She tells herself it's just the house settling, but deep down she knows that something followed them home that night, something patient, something that waits. Story the end. It was the first weekend of December, the kind of night when the cold seemed to seep into your bones no matter how many layers you wore. The air was still, heavy with frost, and the sky was clear enough that the stars looked close enough to touch. My best friend Lily had invited a few of us over for a sleepover at her house. Her parents were out of town visiting relatives in Ohio, and her older sister, Megan, was supposed to keep an eye on us. Megan was 19 and mostly stayed locked in her room, so it felt like we had the entire house to ourselves. Lily lived in a quiet neighborhood in upstate New York, the kind where every house looked almost identical. 2 stories, white siding, small front porch. But hers sat right at the end of a cul-de-sac that bordered a stretch of woods. During the day, the woods looked peaceful, almost picturesque, but at night they turned into a wall of black blay where even the moonlight couldn't reach. I didn't like them. There was something unnerving about the silence that came from those trees when the sun went down. By the time I arrived, the others were already there. Hannah and Chloe, both sprawled out on beanbags in the living room, surrounded by piles of snacks and blankets. The air smelled like pizza and nail polish, and the fireplace crackled, casting a warm glow across the room. "Finally," Lily said as she ran over to hug me. "We're about to start the movie." "What are we watching?" I asked, kicking off my boots. "Something scary," Chloe said, grinning. "It's a sleepover, right? It has to be scary." I groaned, laughing. "You know I hate horror movies." "That's the point," Hannah said. wiggling her eyebrows. You scream the loudest. We ended up watching a paranormal movie about a haunted house. At first, it was fun. Popcorn flying whenever there was a jump scare, and laughter echoing through the living room. But as the movie went on, the house itself seemed to absorb the energy. The wind outside picked up, howling faintly through the chimney. Every time the movie went quiet, we could hear the trees scraping against the siding, long, sharp sounds like fingernails dragging across the walls. Around 11 p.m., the movie ended, and Lily suggested playing hide and seek in the dark. "You're kidding, right?" I said, half laughing, half dreading it. "Nope," Lily said, already turning off the lights. "It'll be fun. Megan's upstairs with her headphones on. She won't even notice." We grabbed our flashlights, dimmed them to the lowest setting, and spread out through the house. The rules were simple. One person counts to 50 while everyone else hides. It was stupid, childish, but something about the darkness made it feel different this time. Chloe volunteered to count first, turning her back to us and closing her eyes. 1, 2. I darted down the hallway and slipped into the small laundry room near the back of the house. It was pitch black, except for the faint light from my flashlight. The washer and dryer hummed quietly, and I crouched behind a pile of laundry, trying not to breathe too loudly. When Chloe reached 50, her voice echoed faintly through the house. "Ready or not, here I come." I smiled nervously, trying to stifle a giggle. I could hear faint footsteps on the hardwood floor, the sound of the others shifting, trying not to get caught. The house creaked in its usual way, just settling, I told myself. But then there was another sound, soft, slow footsteps just outside the laundry room. I froze. "Who's in here?" Chloe's voice whispered playfully from the hallway. I held my breath. The footsteps paused right outside the door. Then the doorknob turned, slowly, so slowly that it made no sound, just the faint scrape of metal. I pressed my hand over my mouth to keep quiet. The door creaked open an inch. My heart pounded in my chest. I saw a shadow fall across the floor, too tall to be Chloe. It lingered for a few seconds before the door closed again, almost silently. I waited, listening. No footsteps this time. No sound at all. When I finally worked up the courage to step out, the hallway was empty. The beam of my flashlight caught nothing but wallpaper and picture frames. I could hear giggling from the living room. Chloe had found Hannah under the couch. "Nice hiding spot," Lily laughed as I rejoined them. "Did any of you come near the laundry room?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. They all shook their heads. "Why?" Hannah asked. "Nothing," I lied. "Just thought I heard something." We laughed it off, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. The image of that shadow standing outside the door burned into my mind. Around midnight, we built a fort in the living room with blankets and fairy lights, trying to shake off the creepiness. Megan came down briefly, told us to keep it down, and disappeared back upstairs. We played card games, told secrets, and laughed until our sides hurt. For a while, it felt normal again. Then the power flickered. The lights dimmed once, twice, and went out completely. The fireplace died, plunging the room into complete darkness except for our small flashlights. "What the hell?" Lily muttered. "It's probably the wind," Hannah said, though her voice trembled. "Should we check the breaker?" Chloe suggested. Lily nodded and handed me her flashlight. "Stay here. I'll check it in the basement." "Wait, I'll come with you," I said quickly. I didn't want her going alone. The basement door was at the end of the hallway, and as soon as Lily opened it, a gust of cold, damp air rushed out. The smell of mildew hit us immediately. "Ah, it smells like something died down here," Lily said, wrinkling her nose. We descended the creaky stairs, the flashlight beams bouncing across the walls. The basement was cluttered with old boxes, tools, and broken furniture. The fuse box was on the far wall. Lily knelt to check it, muttering to herself, "Everything looks fine." That's when I heard it. Faint, almost like whispering. It was coming from the far corner of the basement, behind a stack of old boxes. "Lily, do you hear that?" I whispered. She paused, listening. The whispering stopped. "Probably just the wind," she said, though she didn't sound convinced. She flipped the breaker switch, and the lights flickered back to life. We both let out nervous laughs and hurried upstairs. But when we reached the top of the stairs, something was wrong. The living room was empty. The blankets from our fort were scattered, snacks spilled, and the flashlights were on the floor, beams pointing in random directions. "Guys," Lily called out. No answer. We searched the house, calling their names, but it was dead silent. No laughter, no footsteps, nothing. I started to feel dizzy, like the walls were closing in. Then we heard it, the back door creaking open. We turned toward the kitchen, and there, silhouetted in the doorway, was a figure. Tall, thin, unmoving. "Hello?" Lily said, her voice shaking. The figure didn't respond. It just stood there, the porch light casting its shadow long across the kitchen floor. Then, slowly, it stepped back outside and disappeared into the darkness. We ran to the door, slamming it shut and locking it. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely hold the lock in place. "Where are they?" I whispered. Before Lily could answer, a loud thud came from upstairs. We looked at each other, hearts pounding, and crept up the staircase. At the top, Megan's door was open. She was sitting on her bed, pale and shaking, her eyes wide with terror. "What's wrong?" Lily cried. Megan pointed toward the closet. "Someone's in there," she whispered. I shined the flashlight at the closet door. It was slightly ajar, the darkness behind it deep and absolute. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Lily reached for the door handle with trembling hands and pulled it open. Nothing. Just clothes hanging neatly, a few shoes on the floor. But then we heard something else, soft footsteps running down the hallway. We spun around, flashlights darting across the walls, but the hallway was empty. "Where are Hannah and Chloe?" I whispered. Megan shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "I thought they were with you." The footsteps came again, this time from downstairs. We ran down the hall and saw movement through the window, a flash of pale fabric darting through the yard toward the woods. "Was that—" Lily started, but her voice broke. We didn't wait to find out. Megan grabbed her car keys and we ran out the front door, barefoot, the freezing air burning our lungs. She drove us to the nearest gas station, where we called the police. They searched the woods for hours that night. They found Hannah and Chloe just before dawn, huddled together, shivering, both claiming they'd seen someone in the house, watching them from the hallway. They said he had no face. No one else was found. Weeks passed and life went on. Lily's family moved out of that house by spring. The police never figured out who or what had been there that night. Sometimes when I can't sleep, I still see the tall figure standing in the doorway, the way it didn't move, didn't speak, just watched. I think about the whispering in the basement, the power flickering, the cold air rushing through the cracks in the house. Every time the wind picks up outside my window now, I swear I can still hear that faint whisper. It's not words exactly, it's more like a breath, a sound that chills you to the core. And sometimes just before I fall asleep, I imagine standing in that same laundry room again, watching the door slowly creak open, a shadow falling across the floor. Only this time, I know that when the door opens all the way, there'll be something waiting there for me. Story, the end. It started the way most sleepovers did, with laughter, junk food, and a pile of sleeping bags in the living room. I was 14 at the time, staying over at my friend Megan's house for the first time. Megan lived on the edge of town in a big older 2-story house with creaky floors and a backyard that backed up to thick woods. Her parents were out of town for the weekend, which made the whole experience feel like an adventure. Megan had invited 2 other friends, Kara and Ethan, and the 4 of us had been planning this sleepover for weeks. We'd brought snacks, movies, and a couple of board games, excited to stay up late, play pranks, and tell scary stories. At first, everything seemed normal. We spent the evening watching movies, eating way too much candy, and daring each other to run through the dark hallways. Megan's house had an attic and a basement, and naturally, we were curious. The basement was off limits, according to Megan's parents, but the thrill of exploring it made it irresistible. None of us admitted it out loud, but the air felt different that night, heavy and cold in a way I didn't expect for late spring. Around 10 o'clock, after several scary movies, we decided to play Truth or Dare. It started harmlessly enough, but then the dares escalated. Someone dared Kara to run down the hallway to the basement door and peek inside. She squealed as she tiptoed down, holding a flashlight, and we laughed at how jumpy she was. But then she froze, her flashlight shaking. "I saw someone," she whispered. We all laughed nervously, thinking she was exaggerating, but Kara's face was pale and her voice trembled. "I swear there's someone in the basement." Ethan, always the brave one, volunteered to check. He opened the basement door slowly, the hinges creaking in the quiet house. The basement was dark and smelled musty, the kind of smell that clung to old wood and dampness. He flashed his light across the room. "It's empty," he said. But I didn't believe him. Something about the darkness felt wrong. I felt a chill run up my spine, like the shadows themselves were watching us. We decided to move on and play more games upstairs, but the sense of being watched didn't go away. Around midnight, we started to hear noises, soft, almost imperceptible at first. Footsteps creaking on the floor above us, a door clicking shut in the distance. We tried to ignore it, laughing nervously, blaming the house settling. But the noises continued, deliberate and rhythmic, like someone pacing. At one point, Megan got up to grab more snacks from the kitchen, and I heard her whisper, "Did you hear that?" I thought she was talking to Kara or Ethan, but they were all glued to the living room floor, pretending to be engrossed in the game. I froze when I realized she wasn't looking at anyone. She was staring at the corner of the room. "Look," she said, voice barely above a whisper. I turned slowly, shining my flashlight toward the corner. There was nothing there, but the air felt thick, like it was pressing down on me. I could hear the soft whispering then, almost like wind through the cracks in the walls. But it wasn't the wind. It was voices, faint and indistinct, calling out my name. We all tried to convince ourselves it was just our imagination. Maybe the darkness was playing tricks. But the whispering grew louder, more insistent, drifting closer. I could feel my heart hammering in my chest and my hands were shaking. Ethan, who had been daring himself all night, finally admitted he heard it too. "It's like someone's in the house with us," he whispered. We all froze. The thought hadn't seemed real until he said it aloud. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and the power went out. The room plunged into darkness. The flashlight beams trembled in our hands, barely illuminating the living room. That's when we heard it, slow, dragging footsteps coming from the hallway outside. We all screamed, bolting toward the front door. The door was locked. Megan fumbled with the keys, her hands trembling so badly I almost grabbed them myself. Behind us, the dragging footsteps grew louder, and I could swear I heard breathing, shallow and deliberate, like someone standing right behind us. Finally, the door opened, and we spilled into the front yard, stumbling over each other. The night air was cold and sharp, and for a moment I thought we had escaped. But then we heard a sound from the backyard, a low scraping noise, like nails on wood. The sound came closer and closer, and I realized with a sick feeling that it was coming from the edge of the woods behind Megan's house. We didn't stop running until we reached my house, 2 streets over. We locked the door behind us, hearts racing, breath coming in short gasps. Nobody spoke for a long time. Even when we tried to laugh about it, the tension didn't leave. The next morning, we went back to Megan's house with her parents. They searched every room, every corner, and found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no one hiding, no explanation for the noises. We wanted to believe them, but the memory of that night didn't fade. The feeling of being watched, the whispers, the dragging footsteps, those stayed with us. Over the next few weeks, strange things continued to happen. Megan would hear creaking in the attic when she was alone. Kara saw shadows moving past her bedroom window at night. I would sometimes wake up to the sensation of someone sitting on the edge of my bed, breathing on my neck, though no one was there. Megan eventually moved, but I never forgot that house or that night. I realized something that most people don't understand until they've experienced it themselves. Some things aren't meant to be seen, and some places aren't meant to be left alone. That sleepover wasn't just a scary story for teenagers. It was a night that changed how we understood fear, a night that proved the darkness can hide things we aren't supposed to see. Even years later, I think about it sometimes. I avoid sleepovers and I avoid dark, empty houses. I still get chills when I hear unexplained noises or feel shadows in the corner of a room. And sometimes, when I pass by the neighborhood where Megan's old house stood, I swear I can hear whispering carried on the wind, calling my name, reminding me that some nights don't end when the sun rises, and some fears never leave you, no matter how far you run. Sleepovers should be fun, silly, a chance to bond with friends and tell ghost stories. But that night was different. It reminded me that there are things in the world that aren't playful or imaginary. Some shadows are real, some whispers are warnings, and some houses uh, are better left alone. I've never stayed over at anyone else's house again without thinking of that night. I've never laughed at the idea of ghosts or shadows. And when I hear footsteps in the dark or whispering that can't be explained, I remember Megan's house, the basement, the corner of the living room, and the dragging footsteps behind us as we fled into the night. No one ever believed us fully, and maybe that's better. Some things are too terrifying to be proven, and some experiences are too personal to share. But I know what I experienced. I know what I felt. And I know that night is still out there, waiting, patient and silent, for the next sleepover where someone thinks they are safe. Sleepovers aren't just about candy, movies, and laughter. They can be about fear, about shadows that move on their own, about whispers that call your name, and about running through a house that seems familiar but has secrets you can never escape. That night changed all of us. We never spoke of it again, and we never will. But it's there, embedded in memory, in the way we feel when the lights flicker, in the shadows at the edge of vision. It's a reminder that some nights are not meant to end, and some fears are not meant to be forgotten. Even now, when I think about sleepovers, I remember Megan's house. I remember the basement, the corner of the living room, the whispering, and the dragging footsteps. I remember the terror of feeling watched, the cold that seemed to seep into my bones, and the overwhelming sense that we were not alone. Some things in the world exist beyond explanation, beyond reason, and beyond safety. That sleepover was one of those things. Years have passed, but the fear remains. I can still hear the whispers if I listen closely, soft and insistent. I can still feel the presence in empty rooms, and I know that it's waiting. Patiently, quietly, always there, lurking in corners, in shadows, in the darkness, reminding me that some places should never be entered, some nights should never be lived, and some memories should never be disturbed. That night at Megan's house was not just a sleepover. It was a lesson in fear, in the unknown, and in the things that hide just beyond our perception. And even now, long after the events, I know it was real. We were not imagining it. We were not dreaming it. We were living it. And some part of that house, some part of that night is still alive, still watching, still waiting. I've tried to put it behind me, to dismiss it as imagination or coincidence, but I can't. Some memories are too vivid, too terrifying to simply forget. That sleepover changed the way I see the world, the way I see houses, the way I see shadows in the dark. And I know that if I ever step into a dark, quiet house again, I'll feel the same fear, the same creeping sensation that we felt that night. It's a fear that stays with you long after the lights come back on. A fear that reminds you that some nights, some shadows, and some whispers are more than just stories. They're real. And they're waiting. Story the end. It was supposed to be a normal sleepover. Nothing fancy, nothing wild, just me and my 3 best friends hanging out at Tyler's house while his parents were away for the weekend. It was late November, cold enough that the air outside carried that dry, metallic smell that comes before snow. The trees in the backyard were bare, their branches like black claws reaching up toward a pale sky. Tyler's house sat on the edge of town, near a long stretch of woods that led to the old mill road. Everyone said the woods were haunted, but we were 17 and thought that was funny. There were 4 of us, me, Tyler, his cousin Blake, and our friend Jessica. We'd all known each other since middle school, and this wasn't our first sleepover. We'd spent plenty of nights gaming, watching horror movies, and telling stories to freak each other out. Tyler's house was perfect for that kind of thing. It was a 2-story colonial built sometime in the 1940s with narrow hallways and creaky floors. His parents had a habit of keeping old furniture, dark wood dressers, oil paintings of people none of us knew, a grandfather clock that ticked just a little too loud. We got there around 6 that night, ordered pizza, and set up in the living room. The wind had picked up outside, rattling the windows every few minutes, and the sound of bare branches scraping against the siding made it feel like we were somewhere deep in the woods, even though the nearest neighbor was just a few houses away. By 9, the pizza was gone, and we were sprawled out on the floor, half watching a horror movie we'd seen a dozen times. Jessica had fallen asleep against a pile of blankets, and Blake was scrolling through his phone, looking up ghost stories about the town. He stumbled across one about the Mill Road Ghost, a local legend about a man who'd gone missing in the woods decades ago and was supposedly seen wandering the area at night. The story says he knocks 3 times on the window, Blake said with a grin, and if you look out, he's standing at the edge of the yard, staring at you. Classic, Tyler said. I've heard that one since we were kids. Yeah, Blake said, but this one's different. It says he only shows up if you talk about him after midnight. That's dumb, I said, laughing. How would anyone know that? Because the people who see him never make it to morning, Blake said, lowering his voice for dramatic effect. Tyler rolled his eyes, but Jessica stirred, opening one eye. You guys are jerks, she muttered. Stop it before you freak me out. We laughed it off and decided to play a game instead. Blake suggested one-man hide-and-seek, which he'd seen on some creepy internet forum. It was a ritual game. You supposedly summon a spirit to play hide-and-seek with you by using a doll, salt water, and your own blood. We didn't have the materials, but we joked about it anyway. The power went out at exactly 11:54. The movie cut off mid-scene, and the entire house plunged into darkness. For a second, no one said anything. We just sat there, listening to the wind outside and the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Probably the wind, Tyler said, getting up. Happens sometimes. But then we heard it. 3 slow knocks on the window. Every one of us froze. Don't mess with me, Blake said, his voice tight. I'm not, Tyler said. I'm over here. The knocks came again. 3. Slow. Deliberate. Jessica sat up, clutching the blanket to her chest. Stop. Please stop. Tyler grabbed a flashlight and shined it toward the window. The beam illuminated nothing but the glass, reflecting our terrified faces. Outside, the yard was still. The trees swayed in the wind, but there was no one there. Then the power flickered back on. We laughed nervously, trying to shake it off, telling ourselves it was just a branch or the storm. But the air felt heavier now, colder. It was like the house itself had changed. Even the tick of the clock sounded different, slower, like it was echoing in an empty hallway. We decided to go upstairs, figuring we'd hang out in Tyler's room until the storm passed. The staircase creaked under our feet, and halfway up, Jessica stopped. Do you hear that? She whispered. We all went silent. From the kitchen below came the faint sound of water running. The sink, Tyler said. I probably left it on. But when we got to the kitchen, the faucet wasn't on. The sink was bone dry. The sound was coming from the drain, a faint gurgling, like something deep inside the pipes was breathing. Let's just go upstairs, I said. We locked ourselves in Tyler's room and tried to distract ourselves by playing cards. It worked for a while. By 1 a.m., we had almost convinced ourselves that nothing weird had really happened. Then we heard footsteps. Slow, heavy footsteps on the stairs. They went up, one by one, the boards creaking under invisible weight. We held our breath. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. Who's there? Tyler called out. Silence, then 3 knocks on the bedroom door. Jessica gasped. Blake grabbed a baseball bat from the corner. Tyler crept forward and pressed his ear against the door. It's probably the wind, he whispered, but even he didn't believe it. Then the doorknob turned, slowly, back and forth. We all stumbled back. Blake raised the bat, ready to swing, and Jessica started to cry. I swear, for a second, I heard whispering, low, almost mechanical, like someone murmuring just beyond the door. Then it stopped. The power went out again, total darkness. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight. The beam flickered, barely illuminating the room. The air was so cold I could see my breath. And then we heard it again, the knocking. But this time it wasn't just on the door, it was coming from everywhere. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, like something was inside the house surrounding us, trying to get in. We huddled together, shaking. I could feel something brush past me, cold and wet, like fingertips dragging across my neck. I screamed. The others did too. Tyler lunged for the window, threw it open, and climbed out onto the roof. We followed, one by one, even Jessica, who was sobbing now. From the roof, we could see the entire backyard, and there, standing just beyond the line of trees, was a figure. Tall, thin, completely black, except for the faint outline of a face that wasn't quite human. It was watching us. Jesus Christ, Blake whispered. It's him. The figure didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there, its head tilted slightly like it was curious. Then it raised one hand and knocked on the air. 3 times. We didn't wait. We jumped off the roof into the yard and ran, barefoot, across the cold grass and down the street. We didn't stop until we were halfway to my house, lungs burning, hearts pounding. We didn't sleep that night. When we went back in the morning, the house was quiet. The lights worked. Everything was exactly how we left it, except for one thing. The front door was wide open, and muddy footprints led from the doorway to the stairs. Tyler's parents thought we'd made it up or that some animal had gotten in, but we knew better. Something had been there. Over the next few weeks, strange things started happening. Tyler's lights would flicker for no reason. Blake's car alarm would go off in the middle of the night. Jessica swore she heard knocking on her window one night, 3 times, just like before. Then she stopped coming to school. Her mom said she wasn't feeling well, but when I went to drop off her homework, she wouldn't open the door. I saw her through the window, sitting perfectly still on the couch, just staring at something behind me. I turned, but there was nothing there. That night I heard it too. 3 knocks on my bedroom window. I didn't look. I couldn't. A week later, Jessica's family moved away. None of us ever heard from her again. Blake refused to talk about what happened, and Tyler's family sold their house the following spring. The new owners stayed for 2 months before leaving in the middle of the night. It's been 5 years since that sleepover, and I still don't sleep well. Every time the wind rattles the windows, my chest tightens. Every time I hear a knock, any knock, I freeze. I don't know what we saw that night, and I don't think I ever want to. But sometimes when I'm driving past the old neighborhood, I swear I see someone standing at the edge of the woods. Tall, still, watching. And sometimes when I wake up around midnight, I can hear it again. 3 slow, deliberate knocks, echoing from somewhere deep inside the walls. Story the end. It was supposed to be the kind of night they'd laugh about years later, a normal sleepover at a friend's house. Nothing more. But for Rachel, Aaron, and Brooke, that Friday night in 2009 would become something they never spoke about again. Rachel's house sat on the edge of a small town in Ohio, an older 2-story home that had been in her family for decades. It was the kind of house that felt warm and lived in during the day, but took on a completely different tone at night. Her parents were gone for the weekend visiting relatives, and Rachel had convinced them that she was responsible enough to have her 2 best friends over for a movie night. They agreed, as long as she didn't have anyone else over. The girls arrived just after sunset, carrying duffel bags full of snacks, pajamas, and old DVDs. They laughed, spread out their sleeping bags across the living room, and began what they thought would be a night of junk food and gossip. Everything felt normal. The sound of laughter, the faint hum of the refrigerator, the smell of microwave popcorn filling the air. By 10 p.m., they had gone through 2 movies and were scrolling through options for a third when Aaron suggested they watch something scarier. Rachel protested at first. She wasn't great with horror movies, and her house, especially at night, already had a habit of making strange noises, pipes knocking, doors creaking, and an attic that seemed to sigh in the wind. But Brooke sided with Aaron, teasing Rachel until she reluctantly agreed. They picked an old slasher movie from the early 2000s, turned off all the lights, and huddled under blankets on the living room floor. For the first hour, they laughed and jumped at all the right moments, screaming and covering their eyes when the killer appeared. But as the movie went on, Rachel started to notice something strange. The house had gone silent. Normally, there would be at least some background noise, the hum of the air conditioner, the ticking of the kitchen clock. But now, there was nothing. It was as if the whole world outside their living room had gone still. Rachel tried to ignore it until Brooke suddenly froze mid-laugh. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. Aaron paused the movie. "Hear what?" "That," Brooke said, pointing toward the hallway. At first, Rachel didn't hear anything, but then it came, a faint sound, like someone dragging their feet along the wooden floor upstairs. Slow, uneven, back and forth. Rachel swallowed hard. "It's probably the house settling," she said, though even she didn't believe it. The sound continued for another few seconds before stopping abruptly. Then came a soft thud, like something being dropped. Brooke's voice trembled. "Is anyone supposed to be here?" Rachel shook her head. "No. My parents are gone until Sunday." They sat in silence for a while, listening. When nothing else happened, They decided to brush it off and continue the movie, but they didn't turn the volume back up this time. Half an hour later, the dragging noise started again, only this time it was closer, coming from the staircase. Erin grabbed Rachel's arm. "Someone's in your house," she whispered. Rachel tried to convince herself it wasn't true, but she could hear it now, too, the distinct sound of a foot creaking on a stair. Then another. They turned off the TV. The living room was plunged into darkness except for the faint light from the street lamp outside. Rachel's heart pounded so hard she could hear it in her ears. The footsteps stopped halfway down the stairs, and then from the shadows of the hallway came a whisper. "Rachel." Her name, soft but unmistakable. Rachel's blood went cold. She stared into the darkness, her mouth dry. Erin whimpered beside her. The whisper came again. "Rachel?" Brooke stood up suddenly, shaking. "I'm calling 911, she said, fumbling for her phone. But before she could dial, every light in the house flickered and went out. The girls screamed. Rachel reached for her flashlight on the coffee table and turned it on, sweeping the beam toward the stairs. The beam landed on the banister, then the top step, but the rest of the staircase was cloaked in shadow. Nothing moved. For a moment, there was total silence. Then something stepped into view. A figure, tall, thin, its movements jerky and unnatural, stood halfway down the stairs. The flashlight trembled in Rachel's hand as she tried to make sense of what she was seeing. It wasn't her father or anyone she recognized. The figure's face was obscured, its clothes dark and torn. Rachel screamed, and the figure froze. Then it started moving again, slowly descending. The girls bolted. They ran through the kitchen toward the back door, tripping over chairs and spilling snacks everywhere. Rachel's hands shook so violently she could barely unlock the door. She yanked it open, and the cold night air hit her face like a slap. They sprinted into the backyard and didn't stop until they reached the street, panting and crying. Rachel's neighbor, Mr. Bennett, came outside when he heard the commotion. He called the police immediately. When the officers arrived and searched the house, they found the front door still locked and no signs of forced entry. Nothing was stolen. Nothing was broken. But they did find something strange. Upstairs, in the hallway near Rachel's bedroom, they found footprints. Bare footprints. But the strange part was that they were covered in a dark, sticky residue. Something like mud, but not quite. The prints led from the attic door to the top of the stairs, then disappeared. Rachel didn't sleep that night. The police stayed for hours, checking every room, every closet, every corner. They found no one. They left just before dawn, telling Rachel and her friends it was probably a prank or maybe an animal that had gotten inside somehow. But the officers looked uneasy when they said it. The next morning, Rachel's parents rushed home. Her mother hugged her tightly, but her father went straight to the attic. The door had always been a little loose, but now it was open just enough for someone to squeeze through. He found nothing up there, just boxes of old clothes, photo albums, and the faint smell of dust. But when he looked closer at the attic floor, he noticed something odd. Near one of the far corners where the insulation had been disturbed, there were small piles of crumbs, chips, popcorn, bits of candy. The same snacks the girls had eaten downstairs. Someone had been living up there. The police came back and did another full sweep. They found evidence that someone had been sleeping in the attic for days. An old blanket, a few empty water bottles, and a small flashlight. There were no fingerprints, no identification, nothing to indicate who it was. The house was locked from the inside. The only possible entrance was a narrow window at the back of the attic, leading out onto the roof. Rachel and her family moved out within a month. They couldn't bear to stay there. Years passed, but Rachel never forgot the way the voice had said her name. She never forgot the sound of those slow, deliberate footsteps or the tall figure halfway down the stairs. She tried to convince herself it had been a vagrant, someone desperate who had found shelter in their attic. But deep down, she knew that wasn't all of it. There had been something wrong about the way it moved, the way it whispered, something not entirely human. When she was in college, she got a call from Erin one night. They hadn't talked in a while, but Erin's voice trembled when she spoke. "Do you still remember that night?" Rachel froze. "Of course," Erin hesitated. "I think it followed me." Rachel's stomach turned cold. "What do you mean?" "I've been hearing footsteps in my apartment, and last night I swear, I heard it whisper my name. Rachel didn't know what to say. She told Aaron it was probably just stress, that her mind was playing tricks on her, but after she hung up, she couldn't stop shaking. That night, as she lay in bed, she thought she heard something too, a faint dragging sound above her ceiling. She didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Over the next few years, each of the girls reported similar experiences. Brooke once woke up to find her bedroom door wide open, even though she always locked it before bed. Erin said she saw a tall shadow in the corner of her room, standing completely still. Rachel moved apartments several times, but the noises never really stopped. Some nights she would wake up and feel something watching her from the corner of the room, and every now and then, when everything was silent, she would hear it again. Her name, whispered softly. She never spoke to anyone about it again, not even her parents. But she couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been in that attic had attached itself to them somehow, that it wasn't gone, that it never left. Even now, years later, Rachel keeps a light on when she sleeps. She avoids looking toward dark corners, and every time she moves somewhere new, she checks the attic first, because she knows that somewhere out there, something still remembers her name. Story, the end. It started as one of those ordinary summer nights where nothing bad was supposed to happen. The kind where the air is thick with humidity and the cicadas scream from the trees outside. I was 15 that summer, the year before everything started to feel different, before the world started to feel unsafe in ways I couldn't explain. My best friend, Megan, had invited 3 of us over for a sleepover at her house just outside of Bloomington, Indiana. Her parents were gone for the weekend at some lake cabin, and she promised pizza, movies, and staying up as late as we wanted. It was the first time she'd ever had the house to herself, and we all thought that made it special. There was me, Megan, her next-door neighbor Tara, and a quiet girl from our class named Riley. Megan had a big 2-story house at the end of a cul-de-sac, and behind it stretched woods that seemed endless at night. She used to tell us she could hear things moving in them when the wind died down. We laughed it off back then, but I always remembered the way the tree line looked, like it swallowed the stars once the porch light went off. That Friday night, everything felt lighthearted. We ordered 2 large pepperoni pizzas from Domino's, spread out sleeping bags across the living room, and fought over which movie to watch first. The floor was sticky from soda spills by the time the first horror movie started. It was Megan's idea to watch The Conjuring. She said her mom had banned her from watching it, which, of course, made it the obvious choice. We watched it with the lights off, hiding under blankets during the jump scares, and laughing too loud when someone screamed. By the time it ended, it was just after midnight. The air conditioner hummed softly, and outside, the woods were completely black. We sat around the glow of Megan's phone flashlight, talking about boys, teachers we hated, and random creepy stories we'd heard from our parents. At one point, Tara mentioned the story of the Watcher of Gray Road, some local legend about a man who would appear at the edge of the woods near houses, watching from the trees. Megan rolled her eyes and told her she was just trying to scare us. But Riley didn't laugh. She just stared out the window that faced the woods, her face pale in the reflection of the light. "Someone's out there," she said suddenly. The room went quiet for a second. Megan chuckled and tossed a pillow at her. "Oh, come on, don't start that crap." But Riley didn't blink. "No, seriously," she whispered. I followed her gaze toward the window. The curtain wasn't completely closed, and through the thin space I could see the darkness outside. At first, I thought she was joking because there was nothing there, just the faint outline of the trees and the backyard fence. Then, right at the edge of the tree line, I saw it too. A shape. Tall. Still. For a second, I thought it might have just been one of those tricks of the eyes, how the dark can make things look like figures. But this wasn't like that. This thing was there, not moving. I could see the faint shine of what looked like a shoulder or maybe part of a face when the security light over the garage flickered. Megan got up, pulling the curtain all the way open, and said, "It's probably just the shadow of the mailbox or something. Chill." But the moment she said it, the garage light flickered again, and for a heartbeat, the figure seemed closer. Riley gasped and stepped back. "I told you," she said. Megan tried to laugh it off again, but her voice cracked just slightly. Okay, fine, let's check. Probably just a raccoon or something. We all followed her to the back door that opened onto the deck. The night air hit us immediately, warm, thick, smelling faintly like wet grass. The woods behind the house were silent. No cicadas, no wind, nothing. That was the first thing I noticed, the stillness. Megan pointed the flashlight from her phone toward the yard. The beam trembled just a little. It lit up the fence, part of the grass, and the start of the trees. There was nothing there. See, she said, nothing. You're all just freaking yourselves out. Riley stood behind her, arms wrapped around herself. It was right there, she whispered. We stayed outside maybe another minute, trying to convince ourselves everything was fine. Eventually, we went back inside and locked the door. Megan made a big show of twisting the deadbolt twice, smirking like she'd proved some kind of point. We turned the lights back on and decided to play Uno instead. After a while, the tension faded. We laughed, accused each other of cheating, and ate the rest of the pizza. But I couldn't shake that moment, the figure at the tree line. Every so often, I'd glance at the window, expecting to see it again. It was nearly 2:30 a.m. when Tara decided she was getting sleepy. She curled up in her sleeping bag and started scrolling through her phone. Riley stayed quiet, sitting with her knees drawn up, eyes flicking between us and the window. Megan was in the kitchen getting more soda when we heard it, a sharp tapping sound from the back of the house. At first, I thought it might have been a tree branch in the wind, but there wasn't any wind. Then it came again. Tap, tap, tap. We all froze. Megan's head appeared around the kitchen doorway, her face pale. Did you guys hear that? Yeah, Tara said, sitting up. What was it? The tapping happened again, louder this time, like something hitting the glass door that led to the backyard. Megan grabbed her phone and turned the flashlight on again. We all crowded toward the back of the house. The sound stopped when we got close. Megan hesitated before flicking the light toward the door. The glass was fogged a little from the temperature difference, but we could see a faint smudge like a handprint. Not huge, but clear enough to make my stomach twist. Okay, that's not funny, Megan said, voice shaky now. Who did that? None of us answered. The handprint wasn't there earlier when we went outside. We stood there for a long minute. Then Tara said, "We should call your parents." No, Megan said quickly. They're hours away, and they'd freak out if they thought someone was outside. It's probably just some kid from down the street messing around. People do that all the time. Riley was crying quietly now. We should call the police, she whispered. That suggestion hung heavy in the air. No one wanted to be the one who called the cops over what might be nothing. Megan finally said, "Okay, let's just check the locks again and stay in the living room. We'll turn on all the lights. It'll be fine." We did that. Every light in the house came on, even the one in the upstairs hallway. It made the house look like a beacon in the dark. I remember thinking how exposed we were, how anyone standing outside could see everything we were doing. After that, no one really talked much. Tara tried to start another movie, but the tension was thick. The minutes crawled by. At around 3:15, the lights flickered, just once. But that was enough to make all of us jump. Power surge, Megan said automatically, trying to sound calm. But her hand was gripping her phone so tight her knuckles were white. Then from upstairs, we heard a thud. Not loud, but clear. We all looked at each other. What was that? Tara whispered. Megan shook her head. Probably just the house settling. My parents' house makes noises all the time. Another thud, this time heavier. That sound didn't come from the house settling. It was footsteps. Slow, deliberate, moving across the upstairs floor. Tara covered her mouth with her hands. Riley started whispering, "No, no, no," over and over. Megan grabbed a kitchen knife from the counter and handed another one to me. "We're going to check," she said. I wanted to say no, to tell her that was insane, but something in her face stopped me. She was terrified, and I think she needed someone to go with her. So we crept toward the staircase while the other two stayed in the living room. The lights upstairs were still on, but the hallway at the top looked unnaturally long, the shadows sharp. We stood at the bottom for a few seconds, listening. Nothing. Then another sound. A creak, like weight shifting on the floorboards near one of the bedrooms. Megan whispered, "It's coming from my room." She started up the stairs, slow and quiet. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears. When we reached the top, I could see her bedroom door slightly open. The light was on inside. Megan took a deep breath, pushed the door all the way open, and stepped inside. No one was there. Everything looked normal. The bed unmade, clothes on the chair, phone charger hanging from the outlet. She turned toward me and opened her mouth to say something, but before she could, there was a sound from her closet, a soft scrape, like fabric moving against wood. Megan froze. We both stared at the closet door. It was one of those sliding ones with mirrored panels. "Megan," I whispered, "let's just go downstairs." But she shook her head, whispering, "No, I have to see." Before I could stop her, she slid the closet door open. Nothing, just clothes hanging neatly, boxes on the floor. Then from downstairs, we heard Tara scream. We bolted down the stairs. In the living room, Tara and Riley were pressed against the far wall, staring at the window. The curtain was open again, and pressed against the glass from the outside was a face. It was there for only a second before vanishing into the dark, but that image burned into my mind. The pale, expressionless face of a man, eyes too wide, mouth just slightly open. Riley sobbed, "He's trying to get in!" Megan ran to the front door and made sure it was locked. Then she grabbed her phone and finally dialed 911. The operator answered, and Megan started explaining what was happening. Someone was outside the house, trying to scare us. She gave the address, her voice trembling. The operator said officers were on their way and to stay inside with the doors locked. We all huddled together in the middle of the room. Every creak and groan from the house made us flinch. The minutes felt endless. Then came the sound of something dragging against the siding of the house. Slow, scraping, moving along the walls. It circled us. We heard it move from the back of the house to the side, then to the front. A faint tap on the window, then another on the glass door. Riley was whispering prayers under her breath. Tara was clutching the phone charger cord like a weapon. We saw the faint glow of headlights finally turn on to the street. 2 police cruisers. Relief washed over me so fast I almost cried. Megan ran to the window and waved frantically. The officers came up to the door, flashlights sweeping across the yard. We opened the door only when they said it was safe. They checked the entire property, front yard, backyard, even the woods, but they didn't find anyone. Not a single footprint in the mud near the window. Nothing. One of the officers, a tall man with gray hair, told us it was probably some prankster. "Kids mess around when they know parents are out of town," he said. "But we'll patrol the area tonight, just in case." After they left, none of us could sleep. We pushed the couch and chairs against the doors, turned the lights back on, and sat together until dawn. When the sun finally came up, everything looked different, less scary. Megan's parents came home around 10 in the morning. They were furious that the police had to come, but when they saw how shaken we were, their anger faded. They checked the backyard again and found something the police hadn't, a set of footprints, deep in the soft dirt near the tree line. Bare footprints, leading right up to the fence. We never found out who it was. A few days later, Megan texted all of us that her dad had installed new motion lights and cameras, but the cameras kept glitching, especially at night. Once, she told me, the backyard camera caught a faint outline near the trees again. She said it looked like the same figure we'd seen. For weeks after that night, I couldn't sleep with my curtains open. Every creak of my house made me jump. I stopped going to sleepovers for a long time. And even now, sometimes when I visit Megan, she still lives in that house, I catch myself glancing out the window toward the woods. Every once in a while, when the light hits just right, I think I still see something standing there, just at the edge of the trees, not moving, just watching. Story the end. It was a crisp autumn evening in a small suburban town in Ohio, the kind of night where the streetlights glimmered over freshly fallen leaves and the air smelled faintly of wood smoke from neighbors' fireplaces. Madison, an energetic 15-year-old with a fondness for thrillers and ghost stories, was bubbling with excitement. Her best friend, Emma, had invited her over for a weekend sleepover, and the two had spent the week meticulously planning everything, from snacks to movies to the inevitable scary stories before bed. Emma's house was a quaint 2-story home on a quiet cul-de-sac, with a wraparound porch and large bay windows that reflected the golden light of the street lamps. Madison had been here a few times before, but tonight was different. Tonight, they were going to stay up late, watch horror movies, and tell the spookiest stories they could find online. When Madison arrived, Emma greeted her at the door, hair in a messy bun and pajamas peeking out from under her oversized hoodie. "You ready for this?" she asked, her grin teasingly mischievous. Madison laughed and shrugged, carrying her sleeping bag and a pillow into the living room, where they had already set up a fort of blankets and string lights. The first few hours passed in a blur of popcorn, laughter, and jump scares from the horror films they chose. They had started with a supernatural thriller, then moved on to a psychological horror, each film leaving their hearts pounding just a little faster. The atmosphere was electric, their imaginations running wild in the dimly lit room. By the time the clock struck midnight, they had exhausted the movies and decided it was time for the main event: scary stories. Emma's younger brother, Lucas, was asleep upstairs, leaving the living room all to themselves. They huddled under the fort's canopy of blankets, the string lights casting shadows that danced across the walls. Madison pulled out her phone and began scrolling through a series of stories from a local online forum known for sharing true horror experiences. "Listen to this one," Madison whispered, reading aloud. It was about a teenage girl who had stayed at her friend's house for a sleepover, only to hear someone whispering her name from the closet in the middle of the night. Emma shivered dramatically, pulling the blanket tighter around her shoulders. "That's creepy. But it's just a story," she said, though her voice wavered slightly. Madison nodded, agreeing, but neither could shake the chill that ran down their spines. After a few more stories, the girls began to notice something odd. A soft creaking sound, like footsteps on wooden floors, echoed faintly from somewhere upstairs. Emma froze. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. Madison tilted her head, listening carefully. The house was old enough that it made noises as it settled, but this didn't sound like the usual creaks and groans. "Probably just the floorboards," Madison said, trying to sound convincing, though her stomach twisted nervously. They returned to their stories, attempting to ignore the subtle, uneven rhythm of the steps above. But the noises didn't stop. Every few minutes, they would hear it again. Slow, deliberate, moving across the hall near Lucas's room. Emma pulled out a flashlight, her hands trembling slightly. "Okay, let's check it out," she whispered, her curiosity winning over her fear. Madison followed, the air thick with tension as they tiptoed to the top of the staircase. They stopped just short of Lucas's door. It was closed, the faint glow of a nightlight casting a small pool of yellow across the carpet. "Maybe it's Lucas," Madison suggested, but the voice sounded muffled, and even from their vantage point, Lucas was clearly asleep. Emma shook her head. "No, he's definitely asleep." The footsteps had stopped. Both girls froze, straining to hear anything else. Then, from the other end of the hallway, a soft, almost inaudible whisper drifted down. "Mad! Son!" Madison felt her stomach drop. She glanced at Emma, who looked pale and frozen. "It's just a coincidence," Madison said, though her voice cracked. The rational part of her mind struggled to reassure her, but the fear coiled tight in her chest, heavy and oppressive. They backed down the stairs, retreating to their fort as quickly as possible. The rest of the night was tense. Every little sound made them jump. Every shadow seemed to stretch unnaturally. They tried to convince themselves it was the wind or the old house settling. But just as Madison began to drift into a fitful sleep, she felt something brush against her ankle. She jerked awake, heart hammering, and saw nothing. Emma's flashlight lay discarded beside her, its beam now flickering weakly as if protesting against the darkness. I felt something," Madison whispered, her voice quivering. Emma nodded, gripping her own blanket tightly. "Me too," she admitted. The room seemed to press in on them, the shadows growing longer, darker. Then a new sound, soft, deliberate tapping against the wall behind them. Tap, tap, tap. It wasn't rhythmic like before. It was slow, measured, almost like someone was counting. Madison swallowed hard, trying to speak, but her throat felt dry. Emma reached for her phone and turned on the flashlight, sweeping it across the room. The beam landed on the closet door. It was slightly ajar. Madison's mind raced. They hadn't opened it. They hadn't even been near it. And yet the door was now slightly open, a dark void yawning in the center of their fort's protective lights. They stared at it, frozen in fear, and the tapping stopped. Then came the whispering again. "Mads, son, come out!" Madison's heart slammed against her ribs. She scrambled backward, tripping over the blanket as Emma clutched her arm. "We have to call someone," Emma gasped, fumbling for her phone. But the moment she lifted it, the flashlight flickered and went out, plunging them into near total darkness. Panic surged. The whispers grew louder, overlapping as if multiple voices were speaking at once, echoing from the closet, from the corners of the room, from everywhere at once. They screamed, clinging to each other, and Madison bolted toward the stairs. But as soon as she touched the railing, she felt something cold, wet, and slimy wrap around her wrist. She screamed again, pulling free, her hand leaving a streak of cold, sticky residue on the blanket. Emma screamed too, pressing herself against the wall, trying to find any source of light. Then silence. Absolute, suffocating silence, broken only by their ragged breathing. They glanced at the closet. It was closed. No light, no sounds, nothing. Only the oppressive darkness of their fort. Trembling, Madison grabbed her jacket. "We're leaving. Now," she said, her voice low but firm. Emma nodded, too terrified to argue. They tore down the stairs, rushing past the living room and out the front door. The cool night air hit them like a wave, and for a moment they laughed hysterically, relief mingling with lingering fear. They ran to the nearest neighbor's house, pounding on the door until the lights flicked on. The neighbor, a kindly older man, took one look at their pale, shaking faces and ushered them inside, offering blankets and hot chocolate. Between gasps and tears, they recounted everything that had happened. He listened quietly, nodding, but his expression didn't change. "You girls weren't imagining it," he said finally. "That house, it's old. It's been empty for months sometimes, and the last family had some incidents. Strange sounds, doors opening, whispers. People have tried to stay there overnight before. Not a single one has lasted. You were lucky, really, that you got out when you did." Madison and Emma sat in stunned silence, trying to process. The events of the night felt unreal, like a nightmare they couldn't wake from. When they returned home later with their parents, they found themselves haunted, not just by the memories, but by a lingering sense that whatever was in that house hadn't stopped watching. Over the next few days, they avoided each other's homes after dark, avoided thinking about what had happened, yet they couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, had been with them that night. Every creak, every whisper of the wind, every flicker of a shadow brought them back to the terror in Emma's living room. They tried to rationalize it, to tell themselves it was just fear, imagination, or the house settling. But neither could ignore the sensation that their sleepover had been interrupted by something that didn't belong in this world. Weeks later, they returned to Emma's house with their parents to see if anything had changed. The house was quiet, empty, and seemingly normal. But as Madison peered into the closet that had terrified her, she swore she saw a shadow move across the back wall just for a fraction of a second before disappearing. Emma caught it too, and they both froze, a chill running down their spines. They left immediately, neither willing to speak of it on the drive home. Even months later, whenever the girls stayed over at each other's houses or talked late at night, they would hear faint whispers in the background of their conversations. Sometimes their names, sometimes nothing intelligible, but always enough to make their hearts race and their memories of that night come rushing back. They never stayed up that late again, never played horror games in the dark, and they avoided that house entirely. Yet, in the quiet moments before sleep, when the world outside was still and the shadows stretched long across their rooms, both Madison and Emma could feel it. The lingering presence of something unseen, something patient, something that had waited for them in that old Ohio house and would always remember the night they screamed in its darkness. Story the end. It was the first weekend of summer break, and I had been invited to my friend Emily's sleepover. Emily lived in this older neighborhood in the suburbs of Ohio. Quiet streets, mature trees, and a mix of houses that all seemed slightly too close together. I had known Emily since middle school, and we were close enough that these sleepovers were a regular thing, especially during long summer nights. She lived with her mom, her dad, and her younger brother, Lucas. The first thing I noticed when I arrived was that the air inside the house felt colder than outside, even though the sun was still high in the sky. Her mom greeted me at the door with that forced smile that seemed friendly, but not quite genuine. Emily was bouncing in the hallway, wearing her favorite pajamas, already talking a mile a minute about the movies we were going to watch and the snacks we'd eat. We spent the early evening laughing in the living room when eating popcorn and watching old horror movies, ironically. Emily's younger brother Lucas kept peeking in and out of the room, playing with his toys, occasionally asking to join in. Around 9, Emily suggested we go upstairs to her room and play some of the scary games she had downloaded on her tablet. Her room was typical: posters of pop stars, books stacked haphazardly on her nightstand, and a faint smell of strawberry lotion that always lingered no matter how often she cleaned. The moment we closed the door behind us, the atmosphere shifted. The chatter faded as we started the first game, which was essentially a digital version of Truth or Dare, but with a creepier edge. The first few rounds were lighthearted. Dares involved things like call the neighbor and say you saw a ghost, or go stand in the dark hallway for 2 minutes. Truths were questions about crushes or embarrassing moments. I laughed it off, feeling comfortable, until Emily dared me to do something that made my stomach drop. Go into the basement and take a picture of anything you see. I hesitated. Her basement was unfinished, dark, cluttered with old furniture, and always smelled like damp wood. I'd been down there before during the day, but at night it felt completely different. Shadows seemed to stretch and move, rise, even when nothing was there. Emily rolled her eyes at my hesitation. Come on, don't chicken out. It's just the basement. I reluctantly grabbed my phone and tiptoed down the stairs, each step creaking loudly. The basement lights were all off, so I used my phone's flashlight. The air was colder than upstairs, and I could hear the faint hum of the fridge from the kitchen above, but it sounded distorted somehow. I snapped a few pictures, laughing nervously to myself, and just as I was about to head back up, I saw it. From the corner of my eye, I thought I saw someone or something standing near the far wall. I spun around, shining my flashlight, but the corner was empty. I told myself it was just my imagination. I ran back upstairs, heart pounding. Emily grinned when I returned. See? That wasn't so bad. As the night went on, we played more games, told stories, and giggled until we were exhausted. Around midnight, Emily suggested we do something truly scary. She had this old Ouija board she kept in a drawer. I had played with a Ouija board once at a friend's house, and the memory made my stomach twist. I tried to protest, but Emily insisted. We cleared off her floor, and the three of us, Emily, Lucas, and me, sat in a triangle around the board. We placed our fingers lightly on the planchette. Emily started asking the usual questions. Is anyone here with us? The planchette didn't move at first. Then, slowly, it slid toward yes. I froze, but Emily laughed nervously. Lucas looked worried, but he didn't move his fingers. Who are you? Emily asked. The planchette moved again, spelling Lukas. My blood ran cold. Lucas blinked and looked at us, confused. That's me? He stammered. I wanted to laugh it off, but my throat felt dry. Emily shrugged, trying to sound casual, but her hands trembled slightly. We ended the session, thinking it was just coincidence or some trick of our fingers. After that, I decided to sleep on the floor while Emily took her bed. Lucas, being younger, stayed with his parents. I lay there, trying to ignore the faint sound of scratching that seemed to come from the walls. I assumed it was just the house settling. Around 2 a.m, I woke up suddenly. My phone was vibrating in my pocket. A message from an unknown number. I see you. My heart pounded. I checked Emily's room. Her bed was empty. I ran to the hallway, calling her name. Emily, Emily. The lights flickered, and I could hear soft, dragging footsteps from upstairs, even though her parents' bedroom was empty. I felt frozen in place. Then I heard it, Lucas crying softly, but his voice sounded wrong, deeper, harsher. I ran to his room, and the door was locked. I tried to open it, shaking the knob, and then it swung open on its own. Lucas was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, silent. His eyes seemed vacant. I screamed. Emily appeared behind me, pale. I don't know what's happening, she whispered. We both heard a soft whisper, barely audible, coming from the hallway. You shouldn't be here. We ran back to Emily's room, grabbed our things, and decided to call her mom. Her mom answered the phone, calm as ever, telling us not to worry, that everything was fine, that Lucas had been acting up because he had a nightmare. But the voice on the other end didn't sound entirely like her. Some syllables were off, elongated, distorted. We hung up. My mind was racing. We didn't sleep anymore that night. Around 3, I noticed the bedroom door creak open slowly. Emily and I froze. A shadowy figure stood in the doorway, tall, thin, and featureless. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Emily grabbed my hand and we ran to the living room, hiding behind the couch. The figure moved past, gliding silently, disappearing toward the stairs. The sun began to rise, painting the house in pale orange light. Everything seemed normal again. We called our parents, insisting we go home immediately. Emily's mom drove us to my house, and I felt relieved once I was back in my own room, lights on, doors locked. I tried to shake it off as sleep deprivation and teenage imagination, but I couldn't forget the whisper or the figure. The next week, I avoided Emily's house. When we finally spoke again, she confessed she had seen the figure too, the same whisper, the same shadow. Her parents acted as if nothing had happened. Lucas never mentioned it. We never played with Ouija boards again. But the weird things didn't stop there. I started getting messages late at night from unknown numbers, all saying things like, "I'm watching," or "Don't sleep." One night, I woke up to the sound of scratching on my bedroom window. When I looked, there was nothing, but the frost on the glass had letters etched into it. "You're next." I tore the window open, saw nothing, and ran downstairs. My parents were asleep. The police couldn't find anything when we reported it. I tried to convince myself it was a prank, but deep down I knew it wasn't. Emily and I started talking again, exchanging texts late at night, warning each other if anything strange happened. She was getting them too, messages, scratches, shadows. Months passed. The messages stopped, and the shadows disappeared, but the memory never left. Emily moved away the following year, her family saying it was for work. Lucas was quieter now, always watching, always knowing more than he let on. I stayed in that house, but I never felt the same. Sleepovers became unbearable. I avoided them entirely. Every summer I remember that first night, the basement, the Ouija board, the shadow, the whispers. Sometimes I still get a message in the middle of the night from an unknown number. Sometimes I wake up to scratching on my window. And always I hear the whisper, soft, taunting, "You shouldn't be here." I never learned what it was, never found an explanation. All I know is that it was real. Too real. And I'll never forget the feeling of being watched, of knowing something was in the house with us, patient, waiting, knowing we couldn't escape until it decided we could. Some nights, I swear I can still hear Lucas whispering from my memory, that deep, harsh voice that didn't belong to him, "You're next." Story the end. It started on a Friday night in late October, the kind of night where the air smells crisp and a faint chill hangs around street lamps. I had been looking forward to a sleepover at my best friend Claire's house for weeks. She lived in a typical American suburb, a row of cookie-cutter houses, white picket fences, and the faint hum of distant traffic from the main road. Her parents were out of town for the weekend, which made the sleepover feel extra thrilling. Claire had promised we could watch horror movies, make popcorn, and stay up all night talking and giggling in our sleeping bags. I got to her house just after 7. Her living room was cozy, with dim lighting and a faint smell of cinnamon from a candle she had lit. Claire greeted me at the door, her dark hair tied back in a messy ponytail, her green eyes sparkling with excitement. "You ready for the ultimate sleepover?" she asked. I nodded, carrying my overnight bag into the room, which was already cluttered with snacks, blankets, and a small tower of DVDs. We started with a lighthearted movie, something scary but mostly campy, like Scary Movie or one of the older teen slasher flicks. We laughed at the ridiculous jump scares and the over-the-top acting. The night was calm, the kind of calm that makes every small sound feel louder than it is, the creak of the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator, the occasional distant bark of a dog. Around 9, we decided to move on to something more serious. Claire had a stack of horror DVDs she had collected over the past year. We picked one called The House on Willow Street. I remember thinking the cover was creepy, an old Victorian house half swallowed by shadows. We set up her small TV in the living room, grabbed blankets, and settled in on the floor. The movie started slowly, with eerie music and subtle, unsettling images. At first, we were both just commenting on the cinematography, the way the shadows moved across the walls, the uncanny quiet of the empty house in the film. But then something shifted. The air in the room seemed heavier, colder. I noticed Claire shivering despite the warm blanket draped over her. Are you okay? I asked. Yeah? Yeah, just, it's getting kind of creepy, huh? She replied, her voice slightly shaky. We both laughed nervously, trying to shake it off, but I couldn't help noticing the shadows in the corners of the living room. They seemed darker than they should have been, pooling and shifting as if something was moving inside them. I told myself it was just my imagination, that watching horror movies in a dimly lit room always did that to people. About an hour into the movie, the power flickered. Just a brief flash, nothing more. But then the lights went out completely. The TV was still on, casting a pale blue glow across the room. Claire groaned. Perfect, she muttered. This is just what we needed. We fumbled for our phones, trying to use the flashlight app to navigate. That's when I heard it, a low, almost imperceptible tapping coming from the window. It was soft at first, almost like fingernails against glass, but then it grew louder. I froze, my hand hovering over my phone. Did you hear that? I whispered. Claire nodded, eyes wide. Probably just a branch, she said, though her voice lacked conviction. I wanted to believe her, but something about the sound was wrong. It wasn't the irregular tapping of a branch in the wind. It was steady, deliberate, like someone was testing whether the glass would break. We crept to the window, pulling aside the curtain. Nothing. The backyard was empty, shrouded in darkness. I exhaled shakily, trying to calm myself. See, just a branch or maybe a raccoon, I said. Claire nodded again, but her usual confidence wasn't there. We returned to the living room, trying to ignore the unease that had settled over us. The movie continued, but I found it hard to focus. Every creak of the house made me jump. Every rustle of leaves outside sounded like footsteps approaching the window. Claire seemed to feel the same way. She kept glancing nervously toward the back of the house. About 15 minutes later, I heard it again. The tapping, faint this time, but unmistakably there. And then a whisper. I froze so hard I thought my heart might stop. It was just a breath, barely audible, coming from the direction of the kitchen. Claire, I said slowly, my voice trembling. She didn't answer at first, just looked at me with wide, terrified eyes. Then, barely above a whisper, she said, Did you hear that? I nodded. We both listened, straining to catch any sound. There it was again, a soft, deliberate tap, tap, tap. And then a voice. Clear this time, though distorted somehow, like it was coming through water. Get out. We bolted from the living room, grabbing our phones and flashlights. Every instinct screamed at us to run, but the strange part was that the back door, which led to the porch, was locked. Claire's parents always kept it locked when they were out. We tried the front door, also locked. Panic started to set in. Who would? This doesn't make any sense, Claire gasped, fumbling with the doorknob. I shined my flashlight down the hallway, catching glimpses of the kitchen and the stairs. Nothing seemed out of place, but the air had changed. It was thick, heavy, like it was pressing against our skin. The whisper came again, more insistent this time. Leave. We froze. The voice wasn't coming from outside. It was inside the house. My chest tightened, my stomach churned. Claire grabbed my arm. We have to get out of here, she whispered. We ran to the stairs, planning to escape through her bedroom window onto the side yard, but the stairs seemed to stretch, elongating unnaturally as we moved. Every step we took felt heavier, like the house itself was resisting our movement. When we finally reached the top, the hallway was darker than it should have been. The faint moonlight through the windows didn't illuminate anything. Then we saw it. At the end of the hallway, just beyond Claire's bedroom door, a figure stood. Shrouded in shadows, featureless, yet somehow solid. It didn't move at first, just stood there, watching. My flashlight flickered, and in that brief moment of darkness, it vanished. Claire screamed. It's gone, she shouted, but the echo of her voice sounded wrong, distorted. We didn't stop to question it. We ran into her bedroom and tried the window. Locked. Every window was locked. Every door was locked. The house was a prison. The tapping began again, this time inside the room, slowly, deliberately, moving closer. Then a scratching sound on the floorboards, like claws dragging across wood. We huddled together, hearts pounding, barely breathing. Maybe it's like in the movies, Claire whispered. Maybe it wants something from us? I didn't answer. I couldn't. My mind was racing, trying to rationalize it, trying to tell myself it was a prank or a hallucination, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. The sound stopped suddenly. Silence, thick and suffocating, filled the room. Then a voice right next to my ear, cold, wet, and guttural. "You're mine!" I screamed, but Claire screamed louder. The lights in the room flickered violently, then went out completely. Total darkness. We couldn't see anything, couldn't move without bumping into each other. Then the whispering started again, all around us this time, coming from the walls, the ceiling, the floor. "Leave, leave, leave." Somehow instinct took over. We bolted, shoving each other toward the hallway. The stairs, which had stretched before, now seemed to collapse into normal proportions. We ran, blindly following some deep, primal instinct. We didn't stop until we burst through the front door into the cool night air. The street was empty, silent except for the distant hum of traffic. Claire and I stood there, trembling, looking at her house. Every window dark, every door locked, nothing moved inside, yet we both knew we weren't safe until we left the neighborhood entirely. We ran down the street, barefoot, socks in hand, hearts pounding. By the time we reached my house a mile away, we were shaking uncontrollably. My parents thought we were playing some prank or exaggerating a story about being chased, but we couldn't even talk about it without breaking down. The next morning, we went back to Claire's house with her parents. Everything was normal. The house was spotless, as if no one had been there. No sign of forced entry, no broken locks, no scratches on the floors or walls. The window screens were intact. Her parents were baffled, asking if we had dreamed it or imagined it, but we hadn't. We knew what we had experienced. The taps, the whispers, the figure in the hallway. We both remembered every detail, and the memory didn't fade. Claire's parents returned the following weekend. They didn't notice anything wrong. They joked about sleepovers being chaotic, but neither Claire nor I ever stayed the night there again. Even years later, I can remember the weight of that darkness, the cold air in the hallway, the way the house seemed alive. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone in my apartment, I swear I hear a faint tapping on the window, a whisper carried on the wind. Leave. It's not something I can explain. It's not something anyone else could have seen or heard. But it happened. And some nights when the house is quiet, I feel it again, just beyond the edge of my vision, waiting, watching, reminding me that some doors should never be opened. And I never stayed at Claire's house again. Story the end. It was a cold Saturday night in late October, the kind of night where the wind cut through your jacket and the moonlight made everything look sharper, colder. My best friend, Katie, had invited me to her house for a sleepover. Her parents were out for the weekend at a wedding, leaving Katie and her little brother, Ryan, alone in the house. Katie was 13, I was 14, and her brother was 7, energetic and nosy, but mostly kept to himself. We'd had sleepovers before, but something about this one felt off. Katie lived in a suburban neighborhood on the edge of town, houses tightly packed but with woods not too far behind her backyard. During the day, it was normal. Kids played outside, dogs barked, but at night, especially on a windy autumn evening, the woods felt like a wall of darkness, silent and waiting. I'd always been uneasy about them, but Katie insisted it was fine. "Come on, it's just a sleepover. You'll see, it's fun." When I arrived, Katie's living room was cozy, warm from the heater, smells of cinnamon candles and popcorn mixing in the air. Ryan was upstairs, supposed to be asleep, and Katie was bouncing around, dragging me inside. The other friend, Jenna, was already there, sprawled across the couch with a laptop playing some horror movie we'd all agreed to watch. At first, it was normal, screaming at jump scares, laughing at over-the-top scenes, eating popcorn too fast. But around 10 o'clock, the heater started making a weird grinding noise, the kind of low metallic groan that sets your teeth on edge. Then the lights flickered. 1 second the room was bright, the next dim, then dark for a moment before buzzing back to life. We laughed nervously, trying to convince ourselves it was just the old wiring in the house. Katie suggested we play a game, hide and seek in the dark, which I instantly regretted agreeing to. The rules were simple: one person counts while the others hide. I volunteered to hide first, crawling into the small linen closet near the stairs. I wedged myself between towels and blankets, flashlight in hand, heart racing. The house was quiet except for the soft hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of settling wood. And then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, on the floor above me. I froze. The counting had long finished. No one was supposed to be upstairs. The footsteps grew closer, then paused right above the closet. I could hear a soft scraping sound like someone dragging their fingers along the floorboards. My stomach churned. I wanted to run, but I had nowhere to go without being seen. Suddenly, the closet door handle rattled. I swallowed hard. It wasn't Jenna or Katie, because they weren't supposed to be upstairs. The rattling stopped as abruptly as it started, then silence. My flashlight flickered once, twice, and I panicked, jumping out of the closet and bolting toward the living room. The room was empty. Jenna and Katie were nowhere to be seen. The blanket fort we'd built was torn, cushions scattered across the floor. The popcorn bowl lay smashed, kernels scattered. I called out their names, voice trembling, but no one answered. Then I heard it. A whisper, soft but unmistakable, coming from the stairs. Go. I ran to the bottom of the staircase and saw a shadowy figure at the top, tall, thin, completely dark. No features. Just a silhouette. It didn't move, didn't breathe, just stood there. I screamed and slammed the front door behind me, my keys barely fitting in the lock as I shook. I didn't stop until I reached my own house down the street, breathing hard, shaking uncontrollably. My parents didn't understand at first, thinking it was just fear from the game, but I knew what I had seen. The next day, the police checked Katie's house. Jenna and Katie were found hiding in the basement, shaking and terrified, claiming they had seen a man standing in the living room, just watching. Ryan had been asleep in his room the whole time. No one could explain the shadow, the whispers, or the footprints they said appeared and disappeared in the living room. Months later, Katie's family moved. The house stood empty for years, whispers of it being haunted spreading quietly through the neighborhood. I never went back, and I never will. Sometimes when the wind rattles my windows, I swear I can hear it, the whisper, soft and chilling, saying the same word, go. Even now, years later, I remember the shadow at the top of the stairs, the way the closet door handle rattled, and the feeling of being watched in a house that was supposed to be safe. Sleepovers aren't supposed to end like that. Some nights, I close my eyes and see it again, standing silently, waiting. Story, the end. It was a crisp October evening in a sleepy town in Pennsylvania, the kind of night where the leaves crunched underfoot and the streetlights flickered just a little too long, casting strange shadows on the sidewalks. Samantha had been waiting for this weekend for weeks. Her best friend, Olivia, had invited her over for a sleepover at her family's house, and the plan was simple. Watch movies, tell scary stories, and stay up as late as possible. Samantha, 14, carried her sleeping bag and a pillow, feeling that familiar mix of excitement and nervousness she always got before a night like this. Olivia's house sat at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, a two-story brick home with ivy climbing the walls and tall windows that looked oddly like eyes in the dim light. When Samantha arrived, Olivia's mom waved from the porch, telling her they would be down in a bit, and then disappeared into the kitchen. Olivia greeted Samantha with a grin, her brown hair falling over her shoulders, eyes sparkling with the thrill of the night. "You ready for the ultimate sleepover?" she asked. Samantha laughed, nodding eagerly, stepping inside the slightly cool, dimly lit house. The first few hours were everything they had hoped for. Popcorn, candy, and movies spread across the living room floor. They watched a mix of classic horror and newer teen slasher films, screaming and laughing together at the jump scares. Around midnight, the room was strewn with blankets and cushions, the girls' faces pale from both laughter and fear. It was the perfect time, Olivia said, to move on to the main event. Scary stories. They huddled in the corner of the living room, flashlights in hand, blankets wrapped around their shoulders. Samantha scrolled through her phone, pulling up stories she'd saved from online forums. The first one was about a girl who had been left alone in a friend's house during a sleepover and kept hearing footsteps in the hallway. The second described shadows that moved independently of their owners, always appearing in the darkest corners of the room. As Samantha read, Olivia shivered, pulling her blanket tighter around her. "Creepy," she whispered. "But just stories, right?" Samantha nodded, though a prickle of unease crawled along her spine. It began around 12:45 a.m. A soft creak upstairs interrupted their reading. Samantha froze, ears straining. Olivia stiffened beside her. "Tyler?" Olivia whispered, referring to her older brother who had been upstairs playing video games. No answer came. A few minutes later, another sound, a low thump followed by a dragging noise, faint but unmistakable. Samantha's heart quickened. Maybe the cat, she suggested, though she knew Olivia's family didn't have one. Olivia shook her head, eyes wide. That's not that's not the cat. The sounds came again, moving along the hallway above them. Slow, measured, almost like someone pacing deliberately. Let's just stay here, Samantha whispered. But the girls didn't feel safe. Shadows stretched across the walls, flickering unnaturally from the dim glow of the string lights. The air felt heavier, colder, and then they heard it, a faint whisper, so soft it was almost imperceptible, coming from the hallway above. Sam, Olive, both girls froze. It's Tyler, Olivia tried to convince herself, but her voice quivered. Samantha shook her head. No, he's upstairs. I think he's playing games. This is different. The whisper repeated, slightly louder, more insistent. The girls huddled together, clutching their flashlights. Samantha suggested they build a fort with blankets, creating a small enclosed space in the living room. They crawled inside, hearts pounding, by eyes darting to every shadow. But the noises didn't stop. They could hear soft scratching at the ceiling, like fingernails dragging across wood. Tap, tap, tap. Olivia's flashlight flickered and went out. Darkness enveloped them. The whispering grew louder, closer, overlapping into multiple voices. Samantha tried to reach for her phone, but it wasn't responding. Panic set in. The tapping became more insistent, moving closer and closer, circling the fort. Suddenly, the closet door in the living room creaked open on its own. They hadn't touched it. Neither had Olivia's brother. The air grew icy. The girls pressed themselves against the wall, silent, hearts hammering. The whispering was now clear. Come, out. Samantha's hand brushed against something cold and wet on the blanket. She screamed, recoiling, and Olivia grabbed her. The flashlight flickered back on, just long enough for them to see a shadowy figure standing near the open closet, its outline distorted, head tilted unnaturally. It didn't move toward them, but remained still, watching. They bolted. Crawling out of the fort, they ran down the stairs, tripping over each other. The front door was a few feet away. Samantha yanked it open, the cold night air rushing in. They ran straight to the neighbor's house, pounding on the door until someone finally answered. A kindly older woman, startled by their state, ushered them inside. Gasping and shaking, the girls tried to explain what had happened, but their words tumbled over one another. The neighbor listened quietly, then nodded slowly. You girls weren't imagining it, she said. That house, something's always been off about it. People have heard things, seen things, and no one stays there all night without something happening. You're lucky you got out. The girls stayed at the neighbor's house until morning, too terrified to return. When they finally did, the living room appeared normal, no evidence of the night's terror. But Samantha swore she saw a shadow flicker across the hallway near the closet just for a second. Olivia saw it too. For weeks, neither girl slept without lights on. Every creak, every whisper of wind, every flicker of a shadow brought them back to that night. They avoided sleepovers for months, terrified that the presence they had encountered would return. Even when they tried to laugh it off, the feeling never left. That something had been in the house, something that had watched them, waited for them, and perhaps had followed them when they left. Years later, Samantha drove past Olivia's old house and noticed the windows dark and curtains drawn tightly. She felt a chill, remembering the whispers, the tapping, the shadow in the corner of the living room. Though the house was quiet now, she knew that whatever had been there that night, whatever had lingered in the darkness, wasn't gone. It never truly leaves. And every time Samantha closes her eyes in a dark room, she can still feel it. Patient, waiting, watching, whispering, always just beyond the edge of the light. Story the end. It started on a chilly October Friday when 4 friends, Hannah, Brooke, Tyler, and Jordan, decided to have a sleepover at Hannah's house. Hannah lived in a quiet suburb in Michigan, where the streets were lined with maples turning orange and red, their leaves rustling with every gust of wind. The house itself was typical for the neighborhood. 2 stories, white siding, a small attic, and a basement that creaked when someone walked down its steps. Her parents were out for the weekend at a wedding, leaving her the house to herself and her friends. They had been planning this night for weeks: movies, snacks, games, and the thrill of staying up all night without adult supervision. The evening began with the usual excitement. They carried sleeping bags, pillows, and backpacks full of candy into the living room. Hannah's parents had left the lights dim in the main area, giving the space a cozy, almost intimate glow. Brooke immediately claimed the couch. Tyler sprawled on the floor with a pillow for his head. Jordan sat cross-legged near the TV, and Hannah had her spot in the corner, next to the window that looked out over the backyard. The plan was simple. Start with a horror movie marathon, then move on to board games, and eventually sleep, or at least attempt to. They started with an old classic, Poltergeist, its grainy VHS quality adding an extra layer of eeriness. For a while, it was fun. They jumped at the usual scenes, laughed at each other's reactions, and made jokes about ghosts and haunted houses. But as the night deepened, small things began to unsettle them. A light flicker here, the sound of the floor creaking there, things that could easily be explained away but somehow didn't feel right. Around 10:30, Hannah got up to grab more soda from the kitchen. As she walked past the hallway leading to the garage, she thought she saw a shadow move across the wall. She stopped, staring, but there was nothing there. The hallway remained empty. Weird, she muttered under her breath, shaking it off as her imagination. Tyler, noticing her pause, asked if she was okay. "Yeah, just thought I saw something," she said, forcing a laugh. Back in the living room, they continued the movie, but Hannah couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time the characters on the screen turned toward a window, her own eyes darted to hers. The wind outside made the tree branches scrape against the house in a rhythm that felt almost like tapping, like someone knocking. Brooke noticed Hannah's distraction and nudged her. "You're jumpy," she said. "Relax, it's just a movie." Hannah nodded, trying to believe it. After the first movie ended, they moved on to a game of truth or dare. Brooke, always daring, suggested it, hoping it would break the tension. They laughed at the usual dares, singing loudly, doing impressions, pretending to be ghosts. But as the game progressed, Hannah began to notice small anomalies. The house seemed quieter than it should be. The usual hum of appliances or distant traffic was gone. The silence pressed down on them in a way that made even simple dares feel heavier, more serious. It was Jordan's turn when things began to escalate. He was dared to go into the kitchen and grab a can of soda without turning on the light. He laughed nervously, reached for the can, and froze. Guys?" he called out. They all looked at him. "What?" Tyler asked. "There's something here," Jordan said, his voice shaky. I thought I saw someone." Hannah stood up and walked into the kitchen with him. The fridge and counters were empty. No one else was there. But the floor near the back door, where they had never been before, was wet, as though someone had stepped in water and left footprints. They all froze. None of them had been outside recently, and the weather was dry. Tyler suggested it might have been a spill from earlier, but the prints were too defined, too fresh. They decided to ignore it and go back to the living room, but the feeling of unease lingered. By midnight, the group had turned off the TV and tried to settle in for some rest, arranging sleeping bags across the living room floor. The house, however, seemed unwilling to let them relax. A soft scratching noise began at the back door, faint at first, then growing louder. It wasn't the usual sound of wind or a tree branch. It was deliberate, rhythmic. Brooke held her breath. "It's probably a raccoon," she whispered, though even she didn't believe it. The scratching stopped as suddenly as it began, replaced by a low, almost inaudible whispering. They all sat up, eyes wide. Hannah tried to rationalize it. "Maybe the wind blew something inside," she said, though her voice was shaky. Jordan, ever the skeptic, suggested checking the doors. The front door was locked, the back door too. No signs of forced entry. Tyler, still trying to sound brave, suggested they ignore it and try to sleep. "It's probably nothing," he said, but the way he spoke lacked conviction. Around 1 a.m., the whispering returned, closer this time. It seemed to come from upstairs, though no one was up there. A sudden, sharp creak made them all jump. Tyler grabbed a flashlight and cautiously led the group toward the stairs. Each step groaned under their weight. As they reached the top, they noticed something strange. The hallway seemed longer than usual, stretching further than it should have. The doors along the corridor looked normal, but the shadows inside them seemed darker, almost alive. Hannah's bedroom door, which was normally at the far end of the hallway, was now closer, as though the space itself had shifted. "Guys, did the hallway just change?" she whispered. Brooke shook her head, too scared to speak. Jordan shined the flashlight into the nearest room. For a moment, everything seemed fine. Then they saw it, a figure standing in the corner. Tall, dark, featureless. It didn't move like a person, yet its presence was undeniable. A chill ran down their spines. The figure tilted its head slightly, and the whispering grew louder, now clearly coming from it. Go! It hissed, a single word, stretching unnaturally. Hannah felt an instinctive pull, a pressure in her chest urging her to obey. Tyler swung the flashlight at the figure. It passed right through as if it were smoke. Brooke screamed. "It's not real," she cried. But even as she said it, she could feel it watching, studying them. They ran back downstairs, hoping to barricade themselves in the living room, but the house seemed to have changed again. Doors that had been there moments ago were gone. Walls stretched in impossible angles, and the living room now felt like a tunnel, long and narrow, suffocating. The whispers followed them, echoing off walls that shouldn't exist, calling their names. In the chaos, Jordan tripped and fell. Hannah reached for him, but he disappeared before her hands could touch him. Brooke screamed and clutched Hannah, sobbing. Tyler tried to help, but even he was beginning to panic, running aimlessly in the distorted space. Hannah's mind raced. The house was alive. It was manipulating the layout, controlling their movements, feeding off their fear. Every step they took seemed to loop them back to the same spot. The kitchen, with the wet footprints glowing faintly in the dim light. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed. Time had no meaning. Hunger, thirst, and fatigue blurred their senses. The whispers were constant now, laughing, mocking, urging them to give in. Hannah stumbled into a room that looked like her parents' bedroom, but warped, twisted. The furniture was unfamiliar, though vaguely recognizable. On the bed lay shadowy forms, her friends motionless, featureless, as if drained of life. She screamed, trying to reach them, but the forms dissolved into black smoke when her fingers touched them. The presence in the room pressed closer, enveloping her. She could feel its intelligence, its malevolence, its hunger for their fear. She tried to run, but the room stretched endlessly, doors leading nowhere, windows opening to black voids. Every escape route vanished before her eyes. She fell to the floor, sobbing, whispering apologies, begging for mercy. Then, as suddenly as it began, the house returned to normal. Sunlight poured through the windows. The living room was intact, the doors locked as they had been before. Her friends were gone. No trace remained except the faint, wet footprints in the kitchen and the memory of their forms, twisted and shadowed. Hannah sat there for hours, rocking back and forth, muttering their names. When her parents returned that evening, they found her pale, shaking, and incoherent. The police searched the house and neighborhood. Nothing. No signs of forced entry, no footprints outside, no evidence of the others. Days turned to weeks, weeks to months. Hannah never recovered fully. She never had another sleepover, never stayed alone in the house, never looked at shadows the same way again. The memory haunted her relentlessly. The whispers, the shifting halls, the figure in the corner, and her friends, taken by a house that shouldn't have been able to move, think, or feed. Years later, the house was sold. New families moved in, children played in the yard, and life seemed normal. But late at night, neighbors whispered of strange lights, shadows moving behind curtains, and laughter that didn't belong. Hannah moved away, but she never forgot. Because some houses remember, some nights never truly end, and some horrors, once encountered, never release their grip. Even now, decades later, she still wakes in the dark, heart pounding, whispering her friends' names, knowing that somewhere, in that house or another like it, the shadows are waiting, patient, hungry, and eternal. Story, the end. It was a typical Friday evening in late October when Allison invited her friends, Kelsey and Maddie, for a sleepover at her house in rural New Hampshire. The three girls were juniors in high school and had been inseparable since freshman year. Allison's parents were out of town for the weekend, giving the girls full reign of the house. They arrived with sleeping bags, snacks, and a stack of horror movies because, of course, no sleepover was complete without them. At first, the night was normal. They set up in the living room, blankets scattered across the carpeted floor, and began with a light-hearted comedy to settle in. Laughter echoed in the empty house as they shared popcorn and teased one another about silly crushes and embarrassing stories from school. After the first movie, Maddie suggested they watch a horror movie, claiming it would make the sleepover legendary. Allison hesitated, but Kelsey eagerly agreed, so Allison relented. They turned off all the lights except for the dim glow of the TV. For a while, the movie absorbed their attention, making them jump, scream, and laugh in nervous bursts. But gradually, Allison felt a tension in the air that wasn't coming from the movie. The house, usually quiet at night, seemed unnaturally silent. Even the usual groan of settling wood and the soft hum of the refrigerator were missing. Then came the first sound. A soft, dragging noise came from the hallway leading to the bedrooms upstairs. Allison froze, straining to hear it over the movie. It was subtle at first, but unmistakable. Something was moving upstairs. "Kelsey, Maddie, did you hear that?" she whispered. The other two girls paused the movie and tilted their heads. "Hear what?" Maddie asked. "That noise upstairs," Allison said, swallowing hard. Kelsey rolled her eyes. "It's just the house, Al. Old houses make noises." But Allison knew it wasn't just a house settling. The sound was deliberate, slow, dragging, and it seemed to be pacing back and forth across the upstairs hallway. It was too rhythmic, too purposeful. The girls tried to convince themselves it was nothing and returned to the movie, but the uneasy feeling lingered. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the windows made Allison jump. About an hour later, the lights flickered once and went out entirely, plunging the room into darkness. Maddie let out a small squeak, and Kelsey fumbled for her phone. Allison grabbed a flashlight from the nearby cabinet. When the beam hit the hallway, she saw something that made her stomach drop. A shadow, tall and thin, standing just at the threshold where the staircase met the hall. It didn't move at first, but Allison felt its gaze, cold and unrelenting. "Do you see that?" Allison whispered, barely audible. Both Kelsey and Maddie turned toward the hallway. The shadow was gone. Just like that. For several minutes, they sat frozen, too scared to breathe, the flashlight trembling in Allison's hands. Then, from upstairs, came the sound of footsteps descending the stairs slowly, deliberately. They were heavy, uneven, and completely silent of any source. The girls bolted to the kitchen, grabbing a pair of knives Allison's father kept for emergencies. They debated calling 911, but no one wanted to move too far from the light of the flashlight. As the minutes dragged on, the footsteps stopped at the top of the stairs. Then came a whisper, soft and sibilant, that seemed to float down the hallway. "Allison." Her blood ran cold. She couldn't tell if it had come from upstairs or from inside her own head. The whisper came again, this time clearer, sharper. "Allison." Kelsey shrieked, dropping her phone. Maddie pressed herself against Allison, shaking. They stayed like that, paralyzed by fear, until the first faint light of dawn began to creep through the living room windows. By morning, the girls were pale and shaken, but when Allison's parents returned later that day, the house seemed normal again. Nothing was out of place. There was no indication of anyone having been inside. The police were called, but they found no evidence of a break-in. No forced entry, nothing. They chalked it up to teenage imagination, an overactive mind fueled by horror movies and the quiet creaks of an old house. But Allison knew what she had seen, and what she had heard. Weeks later, she decided to check the security cameras her parents had installed around the house. Most footage was mundane, empty hallways, the occasional animal passing by the windows, but when she fast-forwarded to the night of the sleepover, she froze. Around 2 a.m., the camera in the living room captured something chilling. A tall, thin shadow moving against the light of the TV. It didn't walk, it glided, pausing in the corners where the girls had been sitting. It lingered, almost like it was studying them, and then it vanished. The footage gave Allison no comfort. It proved what she had feared. Something had been there, watching them. She showed the footage to Kelsey and Maddie. Neither spoke for several minutes, just staring at the screen, white-faced. No one dared mention it again, not in detail. The sleepover became a silent memory that hung over them like a shadow, unspoken but never forgotten. Years passed. Allison moved to college and then into her own apartment. She avoided sleeping alone, avoided the dark corners of her rooms. Occasionally, she would wake to the sound of footsteps on her apartment floor, slow and deliberate, though she always told herself it was her imagination. Kelsey and Maddie had similar experiences. Kelsey reported waking up to find her bedroom door wide open, even though she remembered locking it. Maddie occasionally saw shadows in the corner of her room that disappeared when she blinked. All three All three of them eventually avoided sleepovers and late-night stays at one another's homes, fearing a repeat of that night. Even decades later, Allison never forgot the feeling of being watched, the cold, deliberate whisper of her name, the shadow at the top of the stairs. Sometimes, when she is alone in a quiet room or lying in bed with the lights off, she swears she hears it again. The soft, insistent whisper, deliberate and patient, calling her name in the dark. Some nights she checks every corner, every closet, every doorway. Some nights she sleeps with the light on, but the feeling never truly leaves. That night in her childhood home did not end with the sun rising. It followed her, silent and patient, a presence that waits for the darkness to return. Story the end. It was late November when my friend Kayla invited me over for a sleepover at her house. School was out for Thanksgiving break, and the two of us had been planning it for weeks. Kayla's house was bigger than mine, a 3-story Victorian-style place on the outskirts of town with a wraparound porch and a yard full of leafless oak trees. The house had character, as people like to say, but to me, it always felt like it was holding its breath. Whenever I visited, the rooms felt a little too quiet, the hallways a little too long. Her parents were going to a dinner party across town that night and wouldn't be back until after midnight, which meant the house would be ours. I arrived around 5 in the evening, the sky already dark. Kayla was waiting at the door with her arms full of blankets, grinning from ear to ear. Inside, the house smelled faintly of cinnamon and old wood. We set up our sleeping bags in the living room near the fireplace and lined up snacks, chips, soda, chocolate bars. Kayla's younger cousin Emma was also staying the night. She was 12, 2 years younger than us, and spent most of her time glued to her tablet, but Kayla convinced her to join us for at least part of the evening. At first, the night felt normal. We watched movies, braided each other's hair, played card games. Emma wandered off to the den to play on her tablet, leaving Kayla and me in the living room. Around 10, Kayla suggested we play hide and seek in the dark. It sounded ridiculous. Her house was big, with plenty of hiding spots, but the idea of roaming it in total darkness gave me chills. Still, I agreed. We turned off the lights, grabbed a single flashlight, and took turns hiding. For the first few rounds, it was fun. The house creaked with every step, but it was the normal kind of creak. Floorboards, pipes, wind. Then, during the 4th round, it was my turn to hide. I crept up the back staircase to the 3rd floor where the guest rooms were. The hall was long and narrow, lined with old portraits of stern-looking people I assumed were Kayla's ancestors. I ducked into a small guest room at the end of the hall and crouched behind a wardrobe. The only light came from the faint glow of the street lamp through the window. I held my breath, listening for Kayla's footsteps. Instead, I heard whispering. It was soft, just behind me, like someone standing inches from my ear. I froze. The wardrobe door was slightly ajar, and through the crack I could see the dimly lit room. No one was there. The whispering stopped. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might echo. I counted to 30, then bolted out of the room and back down the stairs, almost tripping in my rush. Kayla laughed when she saw me. "You're supposed to stay hidden," she said. I tried to brush it off, but couldn't shake the feeling. "Someone was whispering up there," I said. She frowned. "Emma's downstairs. Nobody else is here." We turned the lights back on and decided to take a break. Emma came back into the living room, her face pale. "The Wi-Fi keeps cutting out," she said softly, "and I keep hearing someone walking upstairs." Kayla and I exchanged a look. "It's an old house," Kayla said, forcing a smile, but I could tell she was rattled too. Around midnight, the house felt heavier. The wind outside picked up, rattling the windows. We huddled under our blankets in the living room, scrolling on our phones and trying to ignore the sounds above us. Then we heard it, a single heavy footstep at the top of the stairs. All three of us froze. Another footstep followed, slower this time. The stairs creaked, one by one, as if someone or something was coming down. Kayla whispered, "Mom? Dad?" No answer. The footsteps stopped halfway. Then a door upstairs slammed shut. Emma clutched her blanket. "I want to go home," she whispered. We debated calling Kayla's parents, but she was scared they'd think we were just making it up. We locked the front door, the back door, and even the door to the basement. Then we heard something that made my blood run cold. A soft, dragging sound, like fabric or fingernails, coming from the hallway leading to the kitchen. Kayla grabbed the flashlight and shined it down the hall. Nothing was there, but the sound stopped. We retreated to the living room and tried to drown out the fear with music on Kayla's phone. The battery died after a few songs. The silence returned, thicker than before. Then from upstairs, a voice called softly, "Emma." It was a man's voice, deep, slow. None of us moved. The voice called again, "Emma." She started to cry. Kayla whispered, "We're leaving." We grabbed our shoes and ran to the front door. The deadbolt jammed. No matter how hard we twisted, it wouldn't open. Behind us, the stairs creaked again. We turned, and in the dim glow from the streetlight outside, we saw a figure at the top of the stairs. Tall, thin, featureless. It didn't move, but we could feel its gaze. I yanked at the door until my hands hurt. Kayla ran to the window and shoved it open. Cold air rushed in. We pushed Emma through first, then climbed out ourselves, falling into the wet grass. We ran barefoot down the street until we reached a neighbor's house and pounded on their door. The older couple who lived there let us in and called Kayla's parents. When they arrived, the house was calm. Doors unlocked. No footprints, no figure. They told us it was just our imaginations. But that wasn't the end. For weeks afterward, Emma would wake up at night saying she heard the man's voice calling her name. Kayla found scratches on the inside of her bedroom window, long and parallel, as if something had tried to claw its way in. I started having nightmares about the whisper in the wardrobe, so vivid they woke me up gasping. None of us ever slept at Kayla's house again. Even now, years later, when I visit her, I refuse to go upstairs. Sometimes, late at night, I'll get a text from an unknown number that just says, "Emma," or "Come upstairs." I never reply. I just turn on all the lights and wait for morning. Story the end. It was the first Friday night of summer break, the kind of night that felt endless when you were a teenager. My best friend, Lindsay, had invited me and two others, Carla and Dean, for a sleepover at her house on the edge of town. Her parents were out for the weekend, and she promised us the kind of freedom only a 14-year-old could get excited about. Movies, junk food, no curfew, and staying up till sunrise. Lindsay's house sat at the end of a cul-de-sac, next to a narrow stretch of woods that led out to an old creek. The neighborhood was quiet, filled with houses that all looked the same, white siding, trimmed lawns, and driveways dotted with basketball hoops and bikes. But Lindsay's place was different. It was older, built in the late 1950s, with wood floors that creaked underfoot and a basement door that never stayed shut all the way. When we arrived, the sun was dipping below the trees, and the house already had that dim, golden glow from the lamps in the living room. Lindsay's dog, Scout, was barking wildly from the backyard, something she brushed off with a roll of her eyes. "He's always like that," she said. "He barks at shadows." We laughed, dropped our sleeping bags on the floor, and spent the first few hours devouring pizza and playing horror movies we were technically too young to watch. By midnight, we'd finished The Conjuring and were still buzzing from adrenaline and sugar. It was Dean who suggested we tell scary stories, claiming he knew one that was true. But before he could start, we heard it. A faint, dragging sound coming from upstairs. It was subtle, like furniture being moved, but none of us were up there. Lindsay looked toward the staircase and frowned. "That's weird," she said. "My parents locked their room before they left. No one's supposed to be up there." Dean grinned, trying to play it off. "Maybe your house is haunted." "Shut up," Lindsay said, laughing nervously. But the sound came again, louder this time. A slow, deliberate dragging, followed by what sounded like footsteps. We froze. The room went silent, except for the ticking of the old wall clock. Carla whispered, "Did your parents have anyone watching the house?" Lindsay shook her head. "No, just us." The noise stopped, but the air felt heavier now, thicker somehow. Lindsay tried to shake it off, insisting it was probably the old pipes or something. We all went along with it, though no one really believed that. By 1 a.m, the unease had started to fade. Dean found a deck of cards, and we started playing Bloody Mary, joking about summoning ghosts in the bathroom mirror. When it was my turn, they dared me to go into the downstairs bathroom, shut off the lights, and say her name 3 times. I was nervous, but I didn't want to chicken out. The bathroom was small and old-fashioned, with a flickering overhead light and a big round mirror over the sink. I stood there in the dark, feeling ridiculous, and whispered, "Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary." Nothing happened. I turned to leave, laughing under my breath, but then the bathroom light flickered violently. For a split second, I saw something behind me in the mirror, a pale face, half hidden in shadow, with dark eyes staring directly into mine. I screamed and burst out of the bathroom. Everyone laughed at first until they saw my face. I was shaking. "I'm not kidding," I said. "There was someone behind me." They checked the bathroom, but it was empty. The air still felt cold, though unnaturally cold. After that, no one wanted to play games anymore. We turned on all the lights and piled into the living room, pretending to watch another movie. But halfway through, the TV shut off by itself. The remote was on the coffee table. No one had touched it. Dean joked weakly, "Maybe your house really is haunted." Before anyone could reply, Scout began barking again. Loud, frantic barks that echoed through the quiet house. We all jumped up and ran to the window. He was standing at the edge of the yard, facing the woods, his fur standing on end, growling at something we couldn't see. "What's he looking at?" Carla whispered. We squinted through the glass. There was nothing there, just darkness between the trees. But then, faintly, we saw movement, a figure standing just beyond the tree line. It was still, completely motionless, and impossible to make out in detail. Dean said, "Probably just a person walking their dog." "At 1:30 in the morning?" I said. Scout barked again, louder this time, and the figure seemed to shift. Not move, shift, like its shape changed. Then it was gone. Lindsay locked the back door immediately. None of us said much after that. We sat together on the couch, listening to every sound the house made. Every creak, every gust of wind, every whisper of branches outside felt like a threat. At some point, we must have dozed off. I woke up suddenly, heart racing. The digital clock on the wall said 3:12 a.m. The room was dark and everyone else was asleep. Or at least I thought they were. Then I heard breathing. Not my own. Not anyone near me. It came from the hallway, long and ragged, like someone struggling to inhale. I sat up slowly, trying to see through the dark. The sound was closer now, steady and deliberate. Then I saw it. A shadow stretching along the wall, moving toward the living room. It wasn't shaped like anyone I knew. It was tall, its head tilted unnaturally to one side, and it moved like it was gliding. I couldn't move. My throat was dry, and my body felt frozen. The shadow stopped right by the doorway, and I swear I heard it whisper something, soft, almost inaudible. It said my name. I must have made a sound because Lindsay stirred next to me, blinking. "What?" she whispered. "Someone's in the house," I breathed. She sat up quickly. The moment she did, the shadow vanished. We turned on a flashlight, but there was nothing there. The hallway was empty. That was enough for us. We woke the others, grabbed our stuff, and ran outside to the front yard. The sky was still dark, and the street was silent, except for the faint chirping of crickets. We piled into Dean's car. He had his learner's permit, but didn't care about rules, and drove to my house. We didn't sleep that night. We sat in my living room with all the lights on until sunrise. The next morning, Lindsay called her parents. They came home early, angry at first, until they checked the house. The back door latch was bent, like someone had tried to force it open. But nothing was missing. No one had broken in. No signs of footprints in the yard. We never figured out who or what had been in the house that night. Over the next few weeks, Lindsay told us she'd started hearing footsteps at night, even when she was alone. Scout kept barking at the woods. One morning, her mom found muddy footprints in the kitchen that led straight to the basement door. They moved out before the summer was over. The house sat empty for years after that, and every time I drove by, I'd get chills. The curtains were always drawn, the grass overgrown, and sometimes I'd think I saw someone standing in the upstairs window, watching. It's been nearly 10 years since that night, but I still can't sleep easily when the house creaks or when I hear faint breathing in the dark. I don't go to sleepovers anymore. I don't like woods, basements, or mirrors in dim light. I've tried to rationalize it over the years, say it was just fear or exhaustion or an overactive imagination. But deep down, I know what I saw in that mirror. I know what stood outside the woods, and I know what whispered my name in that house. Sometimes late at night, I still hear it, that slow dragging sound upstairs, the one that started everything. And when I do, I turn on all the lights just to remind myself that I'm alone, even though deep down, I know I'm not. Story the end. It was late November, right before Thanksgiving break, when my friend Emily decided to host a small sleepover at her house in Canton, Ohio. She lived a few blocks away from me, in one of those quiet neighborhoods where the houses looked almost identical. 2 stories, white siding, a garage, and a patch of lawn that always looked a little too neat. Her parents were going to a wedding that weekend in Cleveland and trusted her to have 2 friends over as long as we didn't do anything stupid. Emily, her cousin Sarah, and I were all 16, old enough to feel invincible, but still young enough to think scary movies and Ouija boards were the height of rebellion. I remember how the air outside felt that night, cold but not freezing, with a thin layer of fog that hung over the lawns like a sheet of smoke. I got there just after sunset, a duffel bag slung over my shoulder, the faint smell of wet leaves in the air. The house was quiet, a single porch light flickering as Emily waved from the doorway. Inside, everything felt cozy and ordinary. Her house always smelled like vanilla candles and laundry detergent. The kitchen was bright, spotless, with a faint hum from the fridge. Her dog, Baxter, a little beagle mix, barked at me until I scratched behind his ears. Nothing about the house seemed strange. Nothing at all. Looking back, that's what makes it worse, how normal everything felt before it started. We ordered pizza, watched Netflix, and joked about school gossip until nearly midnight. Then Sarah brought up something she'd read online, a thread about true hauntings caught on phone cameras. Emily rolled her eyes but agreed to read some out loud. The stories were ridiculous, people claiming their closets opened on their own or that they'd seen faces in mirrors. We laughed at them until the mood in the room changed after one particular post. It was about a girl around our age who had stayed up late during a sleepover. The post said she woke up at 3:17 a.m. to find her friend sitting upright, staring at the doorway, whispering that someone was watching them. The next morning, her friend didn't remember any of it. The story ended with the girl saying she could still hear the whispering when she tried to fall asleep. We all got quiet for a minute. Sarah smirked, trying to play it off, but there was something in Emily's face, something uneasy. "You know," she said, "my mom told me weird stuff happens here sometimes, like hearing footsteps stairs when no one's home." She was probably just trying to keep the creepy vibe going, but I remember how her voice dipped a little, like she wasn't entirely joking. We decided to switch to a movie to shake it off, something funny. But halfway through, I noticed the dog lift his head suddenly and stare at the hallway that led toward the staircase. His ears perked up and he started growling low in his throat. "He probably heard something outside," Emily said, getting up to check the window. But when she pulled the curtain aside, she froze. "What is it?" I asked. She didn't answer for a few seconds. "Nothing," she said finally, but her voice didn't sound convincing. She let the curtain fall and sat back down. I looked toward the front door. The porch light was still flickering, the fog outside thicker now, pressing up against the glass. We stayed up for a while after that, trying to ignore the weirdness, talking about random things until our words slurred from exhaustion. Around 2:30 a.m., we finally set up our sleeping bags in the living room. Me on the couch, Sarah on the recliner, and Emily on the carpet. The glow from the TV's standby light faintly lit the room. Everything felt still. I must have fallen asleep sometime after 3 because when I woke up, the clock on the wall said 3:21. The house was silent except for the hum of the refrigerator and the faint tick of the clock. For a second, I thought I heard whispering. So quiet, I couldn't make out any words. I looked over at Sarah. She was turned toward the wall, asleep. Emily was lying still too, but her breathing was fast, shallow. Then I realized she wasn't asleep. Her eyes were open, staring straight at the hallway that led toward the stairs. "Emily?" I whispered, but she didn't respond. Her lips were moving slightly, like she was muttering something under her breath. I leaned closer. "Em, are you okay?" That's when she sat up abruptly, her eyes still locked on the hallway. "Someone's standing there," she whispered. My stomach dropped. I turned my head slowly. The hallway was dark, but I could see just enough from the dim light of the TV to make out the shape of the stairs. No one was there. I looked back at her, whispering, "There's nothing." "Don't," she hissed. "Just don't." Her voice cracked on the last word. Sarah stirred awake, mumbling, "What's going on?" Before I could answer, we all heard it, the faint creak of a floorboard upstairs. Then another, slow, deliberate, like someone was walking. We froze, listening. Baxter, who had been sleeping near the couch, stood up and started barking, his fur standing on end. "Maybe it's the pipes," Sarah said weakly, but her voice shook. We all looked toward the staircase again. The steps continued, closer this time, then stopped. Emily got up and turned on the lamp beside the couch, flooding the room with light. The moment she did, Baxter bolted into the hallway, barking like crazy. His nails scratched against the hardwood floor as he disappeared toward the stairs. We heard him run up, bark once, twice, and then a sharp, yelping sound that made every hair on my neck stand up. Emily ran toward the stairs, but I grabbed her arm. "Don't," I said. "Just wait." We stood there, frozen, listening. Then came the sound, slow, heavy footsteps descending the stairs. Not a dog, not Emily's parents. Something else. I don't know what instinct took over. But we backed away toward the kitchen. Sarah grabbed the nearest thing she could find, a metal flashlight, and held it like a weapon. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was shaking my ribs. The footsteps stopped at the bottom of the stairs. The air felt thick, pressing down on us. I could see the outline of the hallway, but not into it. Then the lamp flickered once, twice, and went out. We screamed. Sarah turned on her flashlight and aimed it toward the stairs. For a split second, I saw it, a shape at the edge of the beam, not quite human, too tall, its outline warped, like it was bending with the shadows. Then the light cut out. "Run!" I yelled, and we bolted through the kitchen toward the back door. The lock jammed. I pulled at it, my hands shaking so hard I could barely grip it. Behind us, something scraped against the floor, slow and dragging like it was pulling something heavy. Emily managed to get the door open, and we all ran into the backyard barefoot, the cold grass biting at our feet. The fog was so thick it swallowed everything. We ran across the yard toward the neighbor's house, pounding on their back door until the porch lights snapped on. The neighbor, an older man in a robe, opened the door groggily. When we tried to explain what happened, he looked skeptical at first, then saw the terror on our faces and let us in. He called the police. When the officers arrived and checked Emily's house, they didn't find anyone. But they did find Baxter hiding under a bed upstairs, trembling and whining, with a small cut on his ear. There were footprints, too. Bare footprints, leading from the back door to the base of the stairs, but they ended halfway up. No signs of forced entry, no broken locks, just those footprints and a strange metallic smell in the air, like rust or blood. The police told us we probably scared each other into imagining things, but the three of us knew what we'd seen, or at least what we felt. Emily moved out of that house the following summer. Her parents sold it quickly, and we all went on with our lives. But every time I see fog settling over the neighborhood at night, I think of that moment. The faint whispering, the footsteps, the shape that didn't belong. I haven't been to another sleepover since. I don't even like sleeping with my door open anymore. Sometimes late at night, when the house creaks or the wind brushes against my window, I still half expect to see that shape standing in the hallway, waiting. Story the end. When I was 15, I went to a sleepover at my friend Haley's house that I've never been able to forget. It's been more than 10 years now, and I still think about that night every time I see a house with a big window facing the woods. It happened in a quiet town in northern Indiana, not far from the Michigan border, in February when the air outside was sharp and the ground was frozen solid. The night started out normal. Popcorn, movies, cheap nail polish, gossip, but it turned into something that none of us could ever explain, something that made Haley's family move out of that house less than a month later. There were 4 of us that night. Me, Haley, our friend Bree, and another girl named Jenna. We were all sophomores in high school, and Haley was the first one among us whose parents were comfortable enough to leave her home alone overnight. They'd gone to Chicago for the weekend to celebrate her mom's birthday. The plan was simple. We'd stay up late, watch scary movies, eat junk food, and sleep in the living room. Haley's house was newer, built maybe 10 years before, at the end of a dead-end road that butted up against a thick stretch of trees. The woods started just beyond her backyard fence, and at night, it turned into a pitch-black wall. No streetlights, no nearby neighbors on that end. The only light out there came from the motion sensor over their garage, which flicked on sometimes when a raccoon or stray dog passed by. When my dad dropped me off around 6, the sky was already fading to that cold winter gray. Haley's driveway was iced over, and there were old snow piles lining the edges from where her dad had shoveled earlier in the week. I saw Bree's mom's car already parked, so I knew I wasn't the first to arrive. Haley threw the door open before I could even knock. "You made it," she said, her voice bright, almost too bright. Her brown hair was tied in a messy bun, and she was wearing pajama shorts, even though the house felt chilly inside. "Hey," I said, stomping snow off my boots. "Where's everyone else?" "In the kitchen. We're making brownies." "Well, Jenna's making brownies, and Bree's just licking the spoon." We both laughed, and she led me down the hall into the kitchen where the other two were. Jenna, who was always the quiet one, stood by the oven reading the instructions on a box. Bree predictably had chocolate on her cheek. "Did you bring your sleeping bag?" Bree asked me. "Yeah, it's in the car. I'll grab it later." We settled in, the four of us, and for a few hours, it was just fun. Haley's parents had a big living room with a flat-screen TV mounted over the fireplace, so we set up a pile of blankets and pillows on the floor and made ourselves a camp. By 9 p.m., we were halfway through The Conjuring. The lights were off, and the house was quiet except for the hum of the heater. About halfway through the movie, the motion light outside flicked on. None of us thought much of it. "It happened all the time," Haley said. "Deer, raccoons, sometimes even the wind. But this time it stayed on." "Probably just the wind," Haley muttered, not even looking up from her phone. "It doesn't stay on for wind," Jenna said softly. That got our attention. The light over the garage stayed glowing for almost a full minute, then clicked off again. "Maybe a cat or something," Bree said. "Yeah," I agreed, trying to sound casual. But when the light went off, I realized I could still see something outside. A faint silhouette near the tree line, tall and thin, like someone standing just beyond the fence. For a second, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, the afterimage of the light, maybe. But when I blinked, it was still there. "Haley," I said quietly, "I think someone's outside." She frowned, pausing the movie. "What do you mean?" "Look." I pointed toward the back sliding glass door, where you could see a sliver of the yard and the woods beyond. We all turned our heads. The thing, whatever it was, didn't move. It was just standing there like a person in dark clothes, right at the edge of the trees. "Holy crap," Bree whispered. "Is that—" Before she could finish, the motion light came on again, flooding the backyard in white light. The figure was gone. Haley jumped up and ran to the door. "Probably just the neighbor. My dad said sometimes Mr. Franklin walks his dog back there." "At 10 o'clock at night?" Jenna said. Haley hesitated. "I don't know." We locked the sliding door anyway and closed the blinds. After a few minutes, everyone laughed it off. The brownies came out of the oven, we started another movie, and the uneasiness faded. But then around midnight, we heard tapping. It started faintly. 3 light taps against glass. Tap, tap, tap. At first, we thought it was the house settling or tree branches brushing the window, but then it came again, sharper, deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. Haley muted the TV. The room went still. "Did you hear that?" Bri whispered. We all nodded. The sound came again from the window by the dining room. None of us wanted to get up, but Haley finally stood and crept toward it. The rest of us followed behind her, clutching our blankets like that would somehow help. She reached the window and lifted the corner of the blind just enough to peek out. I'll never forget the way her body went completely rigid. She turned, her face pale. "There's someone out there," she said, her voice barely audible. We all froze. "Are you serious?" I whispered. She nodded. "They're standing right by the fence." I pushed past her and looked through the gap in the blinds myself. There was a figure, definitely a person this time, standing motionless in the yard. The light wasn't on, but I could see the faint outline of shoulders, a head, long arms hanging at their sides. "Call your parents," Jenna said immediately. Haley grabbed her phone, but there was no signal. None of us had any. I checked mine too. 0 bars. "That's weird," Bree said. "I had full signal earlier." "Maybe the weather?" Haley suggested weakly, but her hands were shaking. We backed away from the window and turned off the TV completely. The only sound was the wind outside and the faint hum of the fridge. Then came another sound, something brushing against the siding of the house. Slow, dragging, like someone walking their hand along the wall. "Maybe it's a prank." Bree said, her voice trembling. Trevor and Nate were talking about messing with us tonight. Haley's eyes widened. No one else knows my parents are gone. We stood there listening as the sound moved along the side of the house, past the kitchen, toward the back door. The motion light flicked on again. Okay, I'm calling 911, Jenna said, grabbing her phone, but there was still no service. She tried the house phone next. Dead. Haley's house phone had gone out once during a storm, but it wasn't even raining. It was just cold and still. We ran to the front window and peeked through the curtains. Nothing. The driveway was empty except for our cars. The street was silent. I don't like this, Bree whispered. Then the back door handle jiggled. We all screamed at once. Haley bolted forward and locked the deadbolt, even though it was already locked. The handle rattled again, harder this time, and then stopped. For a moment, it was silent again. Then 3 hard knocks. Knock, knock, knock. We ran upstairs without even thinking. Haley led us into her bedroom, slammed the door, and locked it. We all sat on her bed, shaking, staring at each other. What do we do? Jenna asked. We wait, Haley said, her voice unsteady. My parents will be home tomorrow morning. We turned off the lights and sat there, straining to hear. For a long time, nothing happened. The heater kicked on, then off. I started to think maybe it had been some kind of misunderstanding, some late-night delivery driver at the wrong house or a drunk neighbor. But then the sound came again. This time it was on the roof. Soft footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving above us. The 4 of us stared at the ceiling, too scared to speak. The sound stopped right above Haley's room, then started again, heading toward the back of the house. Oh my God, Bree whispered. He's on the roof. Haley grabbed my hand so tightly my fingers went numb. We heard a faint scrape, like metal on metal, and then something slid down the side of the house. Maybe it's the gutters, I said, even though I didn't believe it. Then something hit the window, just a light thud, but it made us all jump. We stayed awake the entire night, too afraid to move. Eventually, around 5 a.m., the first light of dawn started to creep through the blinds. The motion light outside had stopped flickering sometime after 3. When the sun finally came up, Haley's dad called to check in. She didn't even let him finish his greeting before bursting into tears and telling him everything. He told us to stay put and that he'd call the neighbors to check on us. 10 minutes later, her neighbor, a retired man named Mr. Collins, came over. We heard his knock and almost didn't answer, but when he said his name, Haley finally opened the door. He looked uneasy. Your dad said you girls had a scare last night? She nodded. He frowned. You weren't imagining it. I found footprints in the snow. He led us outside, and sure enough, there were clear prints all around the house, at the back door, along the side where the siding was smudged, even up the front steps. But what really scared us was what he found near the woods. There were prints leading straight to the tree line and none coming back. Haley's parents came home a few hours later, and they called the police. The officer who showed up looked around, took notes, but didn't have much to say. Could have been a prowler, he said. Happens sometimes. Kids from the next town over daring each other, maybe. But even he looked unsettled when he saw the prints that led into the woods and ended abruptly, as if the person had vanished. Haley's parents had a security system installed the next week, but she never spent another night alone in that house. A month later, they moved. The weirdest part came after, when I looked back on the photos we'd taken that night. There was one on Haley's phone, taken right before the first movie started. We were all floor, smiling. In the background, through the glass of the sliding door, you could just barely see something outside. A faint, pale shape, almost human, watching from the darkness beyond the yard. Story the end. It was supposed to be just another teenage sleepover. 16-year-old Lauren had invited her friends Megan, Kayla, and Sophie over for the weekend. Her parents had left town to visit relatives, leaving her the house to herself. It was a 2-story suburban home on a quiet street in Indiana, one of those neighborhoods where the lawns were perfectly trimmed, the mailboxes uniform, and every house looked vaguely the same. Nothing about it screamed scary or dangerous until that night. They arrived around 6 on Friday evening carrying sleeping bags, snacks, and a Bluetooth speaker for music. The girls were in high spirits, laughing and talking over each other as they unpacked. Lauren's house was cozy but old. Creaky wooden floors, narrow hallways, and a basement that always smelled faintly of dust and damp wood. Her mom used to joke that the house had character. Her dad used to joke that it made weird noises because it was settling. Lauren had grown up hearing both excuses, but she had also grown up feeling something off about that house, especially at night. By sunset, they'd set up their sleeping bags in the living room. They ordered pizza, watched comedies, and scrolled through TikTok, daring each other to make stupid videos. Around 10 p.m., Megan pulled out a bag of marshmallows and suggested roasting them in the fireplace. It sounded innocent enough, but that was when everything started to change. Lauren went to grab matches from the kitchen drawer and noticed that the back door, the one that led to the backyard, was slightly open. She was sure she had closed and locked it earlier. The wind outside made the door sway just enough for the hinges to creak. "Probably the wind," she muttered, closing it firmly and locking it again. But something about it unsettled her. When she returned, Megan already had the fireplace going. The room flickered with warm light, casting moving shadows on the walls. They gathered around, roasting marshmallows and telling embarrassing stories. For a while, it felt like any other sleepover. Then Sophie suggested they tell scary stories. Kayla groaned but agreed. "Okay, but nothing too creepy," she said. Lauren laughed and started with the old or urban legend about the babysitter and the man upstairs. The others rolled their eyes at how cliché it was. But when Lauren finished, Megan said, "My mom told me something weird once. She said when she was a teenager, she and her friends used to hear tapping on their windows during sleepovers. Like soft tapping. And one night when she finally looked, she swore she saw someone standing there in the dark, just standing, watching." The fire crackled as she spoke, and a gust of wind made the front window rattle. They all jumped. "Perfect timing," Sophie said nervously. "Seriously," Lauren said, forcing a laugh. "I swear this house makes weird noises all the time." A few minutes later, the fire began to die down, and they decided to head to the kitchen for drinks. As Lauren passed the window, she thought she saw movement in the backyard, something shifting in the darkness near the tree line. She froze. Megan came up beside her. "What's wrong?" "I thought I saw someone," Lauren whispered. Megan peered outside. The yard was dark except for the faint light from the neighbor's porch. "Probably just a squirrel or something," Megan said. But Lauren couldn't shake the image, something tall, pale, and standing just beyond the fence. They brushed it off and returned to the living room, trying to laugh away their unease. Around midnight, they dimmed the lights and played a horror movie, The Grudge. The shadows in the flickering light seemed to move differently, stretching longer, twitching unnaturally whenever the screen flashed white. Sophie, sitting closest to the window, kept glancing behind her. "Did anyone lock the back door?" she asked suddenly. "I did," Lauren said. "Twice." "Then why does it sound like someone's out there?" They all paused. There it was, a soft tapping noise, exactly like in Megan's story. Tap, tap, tap. It came from the back of the house, rhythmic, deliberate. Lauren muted the TV. The room fell silent except for the faint tapping. "Maybe it's a tree branch," Kayla whispered. "There aren't any branches near that door," Lauren said. They all stared at each other for a moment before Megan said, "I'm going to check." "No, wait," Lauren started, but Megan was already walking toward the kitchen. The others followed close behind. The sound continued. Tap, tap, tap. As they reached the door, the noise stopped. The porch light flickered faintly through the glass. Megan reached for the handle. "Don't," Lauren whispered, grabbing her wrist. Megan hesitated, then looked out through the window. Her face went white. "Someone's out there." Lauren felt her stomach drop. "What?" "I saw him. Someone standing right by the fence. Tall. Just standing." They all backed away from the door. The air in the kitchen felt heavy, like the house itself was holding its breath. Then came the sound of footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate. Kayla screamed. Lauren grabbed her phone, but there was no signal, no service, not even Wi-Fi. "What the hell?" she said, staring at the screen. They ran back to the living room, slammed the door, and turned off the lights. The house was pitch dark, except for the dying glow of the fire. The footsteps moved from the porch to the side of the house. A faint scrape echoed along the siding. "Should we call 911? Sophie whispered. "I'm trying," Lauren said, frantically pressing her phone, but it was useless. She felt cold sweat dripping down her back. Then something hit the window, hard. They all screamed. The glass cracked, but didn't break. Lauren could see it now, just barely, a face on the other side of the window, pressed against the glass. It was pale, featureless, almost too smooth like wax. Then it was gone. They didn't move for several minutes, too terrified to breathe. Finally, Megan whispered, "We have to get out." "The front door," Lauren said. They grabbed their shoes and sprinted toward it. The house felt wrong now, warped, stretched, as if the walls themselves were alive. The front door wouldn't open. It was locked, but the key turned uselessly in the knob. "It's jammed," Lauren cried. The pounding started again, this time from the back of the house. It wasn't just tapping anymore. It was fists, heavy and fast. The windows rattled. Sophie started sobbing. "He's trying to get in." The fire behind them suddenly roared back to life, flames bursting high. The shadows around the room stretched upward, twisting and dancing unnaturally. Lauren turned, and for just a moment she saw a figure standing in the corner of the room. Not outside, inside. It was the same tall, pale shape Megan had described. It had no eyes, no mouth, but she could feel it watching them. Its head tilted slightly, like it was studying them. The firelight made it flicker, as though it wasn't fully there. They ran. Lauren led the others toward the basement door. It was the only place they could think to hide. They barreled down the steps, slamming the door behind them. The basement was dark and cold, the air thick with dust. They crouched behind old boxes and furniture, trying to stay silent. Above them, they could hear footsteps, slow, steady, moving across the floor. Creak, creak, creak. The steps stopped directly above where they were hiding. Then a dragging sound started, something heavy being pulled across the floor. The noise was unbearable. Sophie covered her ears. After a long silence, Lauren dared to whisper, "Maybe he's gone." But then came another sound, a whisper, right behind them. "You shouldn't have come down here." They froze. Lauren turned slowly, her flashlight shaking in her hand. The beam landed on the far corner of the basement. Something was there. A shape, thin, elongated, almost human, crouched in the darkness. Its limbs were too long, its fingers scraping against the concrete. When the light hit it, it moved, fast, crawling up the wall like a spider. They screamed and bolted for the stairs. The door above slammed shut before they could reach it. The basement filled with an unholy sound, a mix of whispering, laughter, and something that sounded like breathing from every direction. The flashlight flickered. Then everything went silent. When Lauren opened her eyes again, she was lying in her living room. Morning sunlight streamed through the window. The house was perfectly still. Her friends were gone. Their sleeping bags, shoes, phones, everything. Gone. The fire was cold. The back door was wide open. The police arrived later after a neighbor heard Lauren screaming. She told them everything, the noises, the tapping, the figure. They found no sign of forced entry, no footprints, no evidence anyone else had been there. Her friends were declared missing. Lauren never stayed in that house again. She moved in with her aunt, hundreds of miles away, but she never forgot the whispers, the scraping sounds, or that pale, eyeless face pressed against the glass. Sometimes, late at night, when she closes her eyes, she still hears the tapping. Soft, rhythmic. Waiting for her to look. Story the end. It was supposed to be just another sleepover. Jenna's mom was out of town for the weekend, and she wanted to show off her new place. She'd just moved into a house a few blocks outside of town. A 2-story white house with green shutters and a big oak tree that leaned over the front yard like it was trying to protect it. The house wasn't old or anything, not one of those creaky century-old places you hear about in ghost stories. It looked normal, if a little too quiet. There were 4 of us that night. Me, Jenna, her cousin Brooke, and our friend Tyler. We'd all known each other since middle school. Jenna's house was kind of at the edge of town, close enough that you could still hear cars if you listened, but far enough that it felt separate from everything. The neighbors' houses were spaced apart, each with big yards that disappeared into trees. We got there around 6 in the evening, each of us bringing our own snacks and sleeping bags. Jenna had a ton of energy, running around the house, showing us her room, the basement, the backyard. She was proud of how big the place was. The first floor had that new paint smell, and all the furniture looked like it had been bought recently too. But even with all the bright lamps and cheerful colors, there was this strange stillness about it. The only part of the house that felt different was the basement. It wasn't one of those finished, cozy basements. It had concrete floors and just one dangling bulb for light. There were boxes stacked against the walls and a few pieces of old furniture covered in white sheets. The air down there was cooler, heavier somehow. When Jenna opened the basement door and motioned for us to follow, Brooke shook her head. "No way," Brooke said. "That looks like a horror movie setup." Jenna laughed. "Come on, it's just a basement." Tyler went first, of course. He was always trying to prove he wasn't scared of anything. "I'll go if you all go," he said, smirking. I didn't want to look like a coward, so I followed behind him, holding my phone flashlight out. The light hit the cement steps, then the walls that were painted an old, fading gray. It smelled like dust and something faintly metallic, like rust. When we reached the bottom, there wasn't much to see, just storage stuff. A few old picture frames leaned against the wall, boxes labeled Christmas, kitchen, old clothes. Jenna pointed toward a small door in the far corner. It was half hidden behind some shelves. "That's the weird part," she said. "The realtor said it's just an access panel, but I swear I hear things from in there sometimes." Brooke crossed her arms. "You're lying." "I'm not," Jenna insisted. "When we first moved in, I heard something knock from behind it. My mom said it's probably just pipes or animals, but it doesn't sound like that." Tyler went up to the little door and tugged on the handle. It was locked. "Well, whatever's behind it, it's not coming out." "Good," Brooke said. "Let's go back upstairs. It's creepy down here." We all laughed it off, but I caught Jenna glancing at that door one last time before turning back. The rest of the night was the usual sleepover stuff. We made popcorn, watched some dumb horror movie that wasn't even scary, and talked about school and summer plans. Around midnight, Jenna's mom called to check in, and Jenna told her everything was fine. I remember that clearly because right after she hung up, the power flickered. It didn't go out completely, just a few quick flickers that made the lights dim and the TV go black for half a second. "Probably a storm somewhere," Tyler said, grabbing another handful of chips. "Sky's clear," Brooke said, looking toward the window. She was right. The night outside was still and clear, no wind, no thunder. We went back to our movie, but the power flickered again about 10 minutes later. This time it stayed off for a couple of seconds. Jenna sighed. "Seriously? This house is so old, the wiring probably sucks." We laughed again, but that time it felt forced. Eventually, the power came back, and we decided to move our stuff upstairs to Jenna's room since it had carpet and better lighting. We spread our sleeping bags on the floor, played some music quietly, and started telling ghost stories. That's when things started to feel off. It began small, just a sound like soft tapping somewhere in the walls. We thought maybe it was the pipes or the house settling, but it wasn't random. It came in steady patterns. "Is that you, Tyler?" Jenna asked, glaring at him. He looked offended. "No, I swear I'm not doing anything." Then Brooke said, "It's coming from under us." We all froze for a second, listening. She was right. It wasn't in the walls, it was beneath the floor. Slow, rhythmic tapping. We tried to ignore it, but it didn't stop. It would pause for a few seconds, then start again. Finally, Tyler said, "I'm going to check it out." "Check what out?" Brooke said, her voice sharp. "You're not going down there. It's probably just something loose, maybe that vent in the basement," he said, already standing up. I didn't want him to go alone, so I followed him down the stairs while the girls stayed upstairs. The house felt different now. The air felt heavier, thicker somehow, and each step on the stairs creaked louder than before. When we reached the basement, the light was off. I flicked the switch, but nothing happened. The bulb had burned out. I used my phone flashlight again, the white beam cutting through the darkness. Everything looked the same. Boxes, old furniture, the little door in the corner. Then there was that sound again. Tap, tap, tap. It was definitely coming from that small locked door. Tyler went closer, crouched down, and pressed his ear against it. "It's coming from behind here," he said quietly. "Maybe it's an animal," I whispered. He shook his head. "Too steady. It's like tapping, with rhythm." He knocked back, 3 slow knocks. The tapping stopped for a moment. Then faintly there were 3 knocks back. Tyler jumped back, nearly dropping his phone. "What the hell?" We both stood there frozen. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat. We ran upstairs, trying not to look like we were panicking, but Jenna and Brooke saw our faces. "What happened?" Jenna asked. "Someone knocked back." Tyler said, out of breath. Brooke laughed nervously. You're kidding, right? He shook his head. I'm not kidding. I knocked 3 times. Something or someone knocked back. We sat there in silence for a long time. None of us wanted to say anything. It felt like if we talked about it too much, we'd make it real. Jenna finally said, maybe it's the pipes or something echoing. Echoes don't answer you, Tyler said. We tried to distract ourselves after that, turned the TV back on, talked about something else, but I could tell none of us were really focused. We left all the lights on and nobody wanted to sleep. Sometime around 2:30 a.m., the tapping started again. This time it was louder, clearer. Not just under the floor, along the walls like it was moving. Brooke started crying quietly, and Jenna sat perfectly still, staring at the floor. Then something else happened that made every hair on my body stand up. From the hallway outside Jenna's room came the sound of footsteps. Slow, careful, deliberate. Tyler got up and opened the door, his phone light ready. The hallway was empty. We all stepped out, one by one. The house was silent again. Then came another sound, this one from downstairs. A faint scraping noise, like something being dragged. Jenna whispered, "What if someone broke in?" Tyler whispered back, "Then we need to get out." We crept down the stairs together, trying to stay quiet. When we reached the bottom, I could see that the back door, the one that led to the yard, was still locked. The living room was empty. Everything looked normal, except for one thing. The basement door was open. None of us had opened it. It wasn't wide open, just cracked, but enough that we could see the darkness inside. Tyler took a step toward it. "Hello?" he called out. No answer. Then the sound came again. The scraping. Only now it was closer. Brooke whispered, "Shut the door." Before Tyler could move, the light above us flickered, and for a split second I swear I saw something standing just beyond that door. A figure, tall, thin, grayish in the dim light. It wasn't clear, like a shadow made of fog. The lights went out completely. We screamed and bolted upstairs, slamming Jenna's bedroom door shut and locking it. Brooke was shaking so hard she dropped her phone. Tyler was pale, staring at the door like he expected it to burst open. "What was that?" Jenna kept whispering over and over. None of us knew. We stayed like that for what felt like hours. I remember sitting by the window, watching for the first sign of daylight. But even when the sky began to lighten, that feeling didn't go away. The heaviness in the air, like something unseen, was still in the house with us. When the sun finally rose, we went downstairs together. Everything looked normal again. The basement door was closed this time, locked tight. The lights worked fine. Jenna called her mom right away and told her everything. Her mom didn't believe us, of course. She said we were probably overtired and let our imaginations run wild. But Jenna's mom called an electrician that week to check the wiring anyway. When he went into the basement, he found something behind that little door. It wasn't an access panel. It was another small room, barely big enough for one person. Inside were old toys, a broken chair, and a blanket that looked like it had been there for years. No one knows who it belonged to. The realtor said the house had only one previous owner, an old man who died alone. Jenna moved out a month later. None of us ever talked about that night again, but every once in a while, I dream about it. I hear the tapping under the floor. 3 slow knocks, then 3 knocks back. And sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, I swear I can still hear that sound coming from under my bed. Story the end. It was a Friday in early October when we decided to have our first real sleepover without adults around. I was 16, and my best friends, Lindsay, Rachel, and Kevin, had all been buzzing about it for weeks. Lindsay's parents had gone on a weekend trip, leaving her alone in her 2-story suburban house on the edge of our small town in Pennsylvania. It was the kind of house that looked normal enough during the day, but at night, shadows seemed to gather around its edges, stretching long and thin under the weak streetlights. The neighborhood was quiet, the kind of quiet where a single car door slamming could echo down the block, and I had a faint, creeping sense that the night was going to feel longer than usual. We arrived around 6 o'clock, carrying sleeping bags, snacks, board games, and a couple of horror DVDs we had been dying to watch. Kevin immediately claimed the living room couch, while Lindsay and Rachel flopped onto the floor, pulling blankets around themselves. I settled near the corner, trying not to make too much noise, but already feeling the house's odd energy. The air smelled faintly of mildew, and every step on the old wooden floorboards seemed unnaturally loud. I chalked it up to the house being old, though a small, uneasy part of me didn't like it. We started with movies, a mix of the supernatural and slasher type, hoping to scare ourselves enough to feel alive. Everything seemed normal at first. The flickering TV, the smell of microwave popcorn, our laughter echoing down the hall. But the further the night went, the more I noticed little things. Shadows lingered just outside the corners of the light, and sometimes the creaking of the upstairs floor sounded too deliberate, like someone was pacing slowly, waiting. Kevin laughed at my paranoia, tossing a popcorn kernel at me. Relax, dude. It's an old house. That's all. By 9 o'clock, we had eaten our fill and were restless. Rachel suggested we explore the attic. I should have known then that it was a bad idea, but the house had that magnetic pull, the way it seemed to stretch its corridors farther than it should, the way the dark corners seemed to whisper just out of hearing. The attic was at the top of a narrow, creaking staircase that barely fit one person at a time. The steps groaned under our weight, each one sounding like a scream in the otherwise silent house. When we finally reached the attic, the temperature dropped noticeably. The air was thick and cold, carrying a faint metallic smell. Dust motes danced in the dim light of our flashlights, giving the room an otherworldly glow. Old furniture was stacked in corners, covered in yellowed sheets. There were boxes labeled in handwriting that wasn't familiar to any of us, though some had dates going back decades. We joked about ghosts and spirits, but the jokes felt hollow. I had the sense that something had watched us ascend the stairs. Then Rachel found it, a small, blackened mirror tucked behind an old dresser. She wiped away the dust, and for a moment none of us spoke. The reflection was oddly distorted, as though the glass had warped over time. I saw my own face, and then something else, something darker, lingering behind me, just out of the corner of the mirror. "Do you guys see that?" I whispered. "See what?" Lindsay asked, though her voice had a tremor I didn't hear before. I thought I saw someone behind me, I admitted. Kevin laughed nervously. "There's no one here. Don't freak yourself out." But I couldn't shake the feeling. I felt eyes on me, heavy and watching, even though we were alone. Rachel reached for the mirror, turning it so it faced the wall. The temperature in the attic seemed to rise slightly, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. We explored the rest of the attic in tense silence, finding nothing else unusual. Eventually, we decided to head back downstairs, but the moment we stepped into the hallway, all the lights flickered and went out. We were plunged into darkness, the kind that made every creak and sigh of the house sound like a scream. "Flashlights," Kevin muttered, fumbling in his backpack. We turned them on, but the beams seemed weak, barely cutting through the oppressive dark. That's when we heard it, the first soft footstep, just above us on the second floor. We froze. "It's probably just the house," Lindsay said, though she sounded less sure than before. Then came another step, deliberate, slow. It didn't sound like a house settling. It sounded like someone walking across the upstairs hallway, right above where we had been sitting minutes before. "Kevin, check it," I said, trying not to panic. He grabbed his flashlight and crept upstairs, moving with exaggerated caution. A few minutes later, he came back, pale. "I didn't see anything," he said, but the way he said it made me doubt him. We tried to ignore it, telling ourselves it was nothing, but over the next hour, the noises continued, soft whispers we couldn't make out, floorboards creaking in places we knew no one could be, and occasional thumps like something heavy had fallen somewhere in the house. By midnight, we had gathered in the living room, our sleeping bags forming a tight circle. Then the phone rang. We all jumped. None of us expected anyone to call. Lindsay picked it up. "Hello?" she said. Silence. Then a low, raspy whisper, "Get out." Lindsay dropped the phone. The line went dead. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. "We're leaving," I said, though my voice was shaking. "No," Rachel whispered, eyes wide. We can't just leave. What if it follows us?" I laughed nervously, but even I felt the fear. The house had changed. It wasn't just an old house anymore. It was alive, watching, waiting. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch toward us. Then we heard it, a slow, deliberate knock at the front door. Not loud, just 3 sharp knocks. We froze. Kevin went to the window and peeked out. The porch was empty. "It's fine," Probably just someone messing with the door, he said, though his hands were shaking. But the knocking continued, this time coming from the back door. 3 knocks, then from the side window. 3 more. It's not someone, Lindsay whispered. It's inside. The rest of the night was a blur of panic. We barricaded the doors with chairs and couches, but the house seemed to mock us. Floorboards groaned upstairs, whispers circled the room, and shadows moved against the walls in ways that made no sense. I thought I saw a figure at the top of the stairs, a tall, dark silhouette standing perfectly still, just staring at us. We tried to sleep, but every time we closed our eyes, the breathing started. Slow, deliberate, coming from the corners of the room where no one should be. At one point, I saw Kevin's flashlight beam flicker over the staircase, and there was the figure again, closer this time, only the shape and eyes were unnaturally black, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. By morning, we were exhausted, shaking, and pale. The house looked normal again, but we couldn't forget what we had seen or felt. We left as soon as the sun rose, swearing never to return. Even now, years later, I remember that night with perfect clarity. The mirror in the attic, the whispers, the breathing, the tall figure at the top of the stairs. Lindsay's parents eventually sold the house and the new owners never reported anything strange, but we knew. Something had lived there, something that didn't like us, something that could watch without being seen. Every sleepover I've ever had since, I've carried that fear with me. I learned that some houses hold more than memories, and some nights hold more than darkness. That night in Lindsay's house taught me that some curiosity comes at too high a cost, and that certain doors, once opened, should never be touched. Even now, when I drive past the old street, I can't help but glance at the empty house at the end of the cul-de-sac. Sometimes when the wind blows just right, I swear I hear faint knocking, as if someone or something is reminding me that some nights never really end and some shadows never leave. I haven't spoken about that night in years, not because I don't want to, but because it's too real. Even writing it now makes the hair on my arms stand up. I know what we experienced was real, not a dream, not imagination. It's impossible to forget the oppressive cold, the creaking floors, the breathing in the darkness, the feeling of being watched by something that doesn't belong to this world. I've tried to rationalize it, told myself we were scared teenagers alone in an old house, but I know better. That night, the house wasn't just old, it was alive. Something dwelled within it, and it had taken notice of us. That memory is etched into my mind like a warning, a reminder that sometimes the world contains things that don't follow the rules we understand, that lurk in corners where we can't see and wait for moments when we are most vulnerable. Years later, I still remember every detail. The distorted mirror in the attic, the cold creeping down my spine, the whispers in the dark, and the figure at the top of the stairs. I will never forget it, and I will never again step into a house like that, no matter how safe it seems in daylight. Even now, late at night, I sometimes hear a faint knock, soft at first, then insistent, as if reminding me that some fears never die, some shadows never leave, and some houses never forget who walked through their doors. That sleepover changed me. It left a mark I cannot erase, a memory I cannot unsee. And I know deep down that what we encountered that night was not just fear. It was something else entirely. Something that exists, patiently waiting in the dark, watching, remembering, and perhaps waiting for the next curious soul foolish enough to enter. Story the end. It was a Friday night in early November, one of those cold Midwestern nights when the air smelled like wet pavement and wood smoke. The streetlights along Maple Avenue glowed dimly through a steady drizzle. Inside a small 2-story house at the end of the cul-de-sac, 4 high school friends, Hannah, Chloe, Brooke, and Taylor, had gathered for a sleepover. They were juniors at the same suburban Illinois high school and had spent most of the week planning it, bringing bags full of snacks, sodas, and horror movies. Hannah's parents were away for the weekend, celebrating their anniversary, and her older brother Mark was at a friend's house. The house was theirs for the night. It felt like the perfect setup. No adults, a stack of scary movies, and a long night ahead. The girls spread out sleeping bags in the living room, string lights glowing softly above them. Chloe, who had always been the most superstitious of the group, had brought an old Ouija board she'd found in her grandmother's attic. Brooke laughed when she pulled it out. "You're not serious?" Those things are fake. I know, Chloe said, though she didn't sound convinced. But it'll be fun. Like, for atmosphere. Taylor rolled her eyes. You just want an excuse to freak us out. By 10 o'clock, they'd eaten half their snacks and decided to start a horror movie. The rain had picked up outside, tapping against the windows like impatient fingers. They watched Insidious, squealing through the jump scares and laughing afterward. The laughter was easy at first, loud and carefree, but as the night deepened, a strange heaviness settled in. Around midnight, the lights flickered. The movie froze, the screen filled with static, and then the TV shut off. Hannah frowned. That's weird. Power's never gone out here before. It's just the storm, Brooke said, though the rain didn't seem strong enough to cut the power. They waited. A few seconds later, the lights came back on, but the TV stayed dead. Guess we'll have to go analog, Taylor joked, nodding at the Ouija board sitting on the coffee table. Chloe grinned nervously. Okay, but only if everyone actually does it. Fine, Hannah said, sighing. But we're not summoning anything, just asking dumb questions. They formed a circle around the board, placing their fingertips lightly on the planchette. The house felt unusually quiet. No hum of appliances, no wind rattling the windows, just the steady tick of the old wall clock in the kitchen. Chloe started. Is there anyone here with us tonight? Nothing. She tried again, louder. Is there anyone here who wants to talk? The planchette moved, just a tiny twitch, but everyone felt it. Brooke jerked her hand back. Who did that? No one, Chloe said, eyes wide. I swear I didn't. Hannah frowned. It was probably our fingers slipping, but they all knew it hadn't been. Chloe hesitated, then said, What's your name? The planchette slid slowly, deliberately to the letters. D-A-V-E. Dave? Taylor laughed uneasily. That's the least scary ghost name ever. But the laughter faded when the planchette moved again, spelling out I-N-T-H-E-B-A-S-E-M-E-N-T. They froze. Okay, no, Hannah said quickly, pulling her hands back. I'm done. This is stupid. Brooke tried to laugh it off, but her voice shook. It's probably subconscious movement. That's how those things work. The others agreed half-heartedly, eager to dismiss the tension. They packed the board away, turned on some music, and tried to move on. But then came the noise. It was faint at first, a rhythmic knocking sound from beneath the floorboards. 3 slow knocks, then silence. Chloe's face went pale. That's coming from the basement. Hannah tried to sound brave. It's probably the pipes. They do that sometimes when the heat's running. Taylor looked at her. The heat's off. The knocking came again, louder this time. Brooke stood, grabbing the flashlight from the kitchen counter. I'll prove it's nothing. Brooke, don't, Chloe whispered, but Brooke was already heading for the basement door. The others followed her to the hallway. The basement door creaked when she opened it. The air that rose from below was icy, smelling faintly of mildew and something metallic. Brooke turned on the flashlight and started down the stairs, the beam trembling slightly in her hand. See? She called, trying to sound casual. There's nothing. Her voice cut off. Brooke? Hannah called. No answer. Taylor groaned. She's trying to scare us. They waited another few seconds, then all 3 descended the stairs together. The basement was empty, or it looked that way. Boxes were stacked along the walls, and an old washing machine sat in one corner. The single bare light bulb overhead flickered faintly. Brooke stood near the far wall, her flashlight trained on something on the concrete floor. What are you looking at? Hannah asked. Brooke didn't respond. When the others reached her, they saw it too. A series of wet footprints, bare and human, leading from the center of the basement to the far corner, where they stopped abruptly, as if whoever made them had simply vanished. I'm done, Taylor said, turning toward the stairs. I'm not staying down here. As they started up, the light bulb above them flickered violently and then went out. The basement fell into complete darkness. Someone screamed. Emma wasn't sure who, and they scrambled up the stairs, slamming the door shut behind them. They huddled in the living room, breathing hard. The house was silent again, except for the rain. Then Hannah's phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Why did you leave me down here? She stared at it, her heart hammering. Guys, she whispered, showing them the screen. Before anyone could respond, the basement door creaked open on its own. The girls screamed and backed away. There was no one in the doorway, just the dark descending stairs and the faint sound of dripping water. Let's just leave, Taylor said. "We can walk to my house. It's only 10 minutes." They grabbed their bags and ran to the front door, but it wouldn't open. The deadbolt twisted, but the door stayed locked as if welded shut. Hannah tried the back door. Same thing. Every window they tried was jammed. Then came the footsteps. Slow, heavy, deliberate, moving across the ceiling above them. The lights flickered again. This time, they didn't come back on. The house was completely dark except for the occasional flash of lightning through the rain. Hannah's phone vibrated again. Another text. "Don't go upstairs." They looked at one another, terrified. "We're not going upstairs," Chloe whispered. But the footsteps were descending the staircase now. One step, then another. Brooke grabbed the flashlight, shining it toward the stairs. For a moment, there was nothing, just the empty steps. Then a shape appeared, faint and shadowy, as though the darkness itself was moving. It was tall, thin, its head bent too far to one side. The flashlight flickered and went out. All four screamed. The sound that came from the stairs wasn't human. It was a wet, gurgling hiss, followed by the sound of something dragging across the floor. The girls bolted for the kitchen, slamming the door behind them. They crouched behind the island counter, holding their breath. The house creaked around them. Then the sound came again, dragging closer now, just outside the door. "Please," Chloe whispered, crying quietly. "Please go away." The doorknob turned slowly. The girls clutched each other. The knob stopped, then silence. Minutes passed. The rain outside softened. Finally, Taylor whispered, "Maybe it's gone." Brooke stood cautiously and opened the kitchen door. The hallway was empty. They decided to make a run for it. Brooke led the way, sprinting toward the front door. She grabbed the handle, and the door opened. Relief washed through them. They tumbled out onto the porch, gasping. It was still raining lightly. The streetlights flickered. Everything seemed normal again, quiet, still. "Let's just go," Hannah said. "We'll go to your house, Taylor." They didn't even bother locking the door behind them. They just ran. When they reached Taylor's house down the block, her mother let them in, confused by their pale faces and shaking hands. They tried to explain, but the words came out tangled and panicked. Taylor's mom called Hannah's parents, who returned home early the next morning. When they went back to the house, everything was exactly as it had been, except for the basement. The police found nothing unusual, but there were still those footprints, bare, wet, leading to the corner and stopping abruptly. The cement was dry, and there was no sign of water anywhere else. The phone number that had texted Hannah was traced to a disconnected line. The Ouija board was missing. Weeks passed. Life went on, but none of them were ever the same. Hannah began having nightmares, always of a dark figure standing in the basement, whispering her name. Chloe refused to talk about that night at all. Brooke moved away by Christmas, claiming she just needed a change. Taylor stopped answering Hannah's texts entirely. A year later, on the anniversary of that night, Hannah received another message from the same number. "It's lonely down here." That was the last message she ever got. She deleted it, changed her number, and moved out of state after graduation. But some nights when the rain falls softly on the roof and the lights flicker for no reason, she still feels it, the heavy air, the quiet hum of something unseen just beyond the edge of darkness. And she knows, deep down, that whatever they contacted that night never really left. It's just waiting, patient and quiet, in the basement of that small house on Maple Avenue. Story the end. It was a warm summer night in July, in a quiet suburb of Dayton, Ohio, when my friends Madison, Riley, and I decided to have a sleepover at Madison's house. Her parents were going on a weekend trip to visit relatives, leaving her with strict instructions to lock all the doors and not invite anyone else over. Of course, we were 16 and rebellious enough to stretch those rules without really breaking them. We would be three friends alone in a 2-story house with nothing but snacks, movies, and our imaginations to keep us company. Madison's house was ordinary enough. 2 stories, beige siding, and a backyard that ended at a row of tall pines separating it from the neighbor's yard. It was the kind of place that looked safe during the day, but I'd always felt it had an odd stillness at night. That night, it seemed amplified, like the air itself was holding its breath. We arrived around 6, carrying sleeping bags, pillows, and enough junk food to make a small army happy. Riley immediately set up a stack of movies, insisting we start with horror classics. We all laughed and teased each other about who would scream first, but there was an underlying nervous energy none of us could shake. We started with movies, piled on the living room floor with blankets and snacks scattered around us. The lights were dimmed, just enough to give the room that cozy, slightly eerie atmosphere. By 10 o'clock, the movies were over, and Riley suggested we tell ghost stories. Madison hesitated, but eventually agreed. We decided to share stories that were supposedly true, things that had actually happened to us or our families. Riley went first, telling a story about a figure her uncle had seen in his apartment, a shadowy man that would stand in the corner of the room at night, silently watching. Madison shared a story about her grandmother's old house, where doors would open and close on their own, and the faint sound of footsteps would echo in empty rooms. Then it was my turn. I told a story about a friend of mine who had once been home alone and heard whispers coming from the basement, whispers that seemed to respond to his every movement. The stories were enough to make us laugh nervously, but there was a shift in the room after that. Shadows seemed darker, corners sharper, as if the stories themselves had reached out and touched the space around us. Around midnight, we decided to set up sleeping bags. Madison's parents had left the back door locked, but she double-checked anyway. We arranged our sleeping bags in the living room, with the TV on standby to provide a faint glow. Everything seemed fine for the first hour, and we talked about school, crushes, and plans for the summer. But then I heard it, a soft thump from upstairs. I froze, listening. Madison and Riley were too busy giggling about a joke to notice. I told myself it was just the house settling, old floorboards shifting under the weight of the night. A few minutes later, the thumping grew louder, more deliberate. It sounded like footsteps. I shook Madison lightly. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. "Hear what?" she replied groggily, half asleep. "The upstairs," I said. "Someone's walking." Riley laughed nervously. "It's probably just the AC or the pipes," she said, but her voice wavered slightly, betraying her unease. I tried to shrug it off, but then I saw it, a shadow moving at the top of the staircase. I blinked, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me, but the shadow lingered, shifting unnaturally. My pulse quickened. Madison sat up suddenly, staring at the stairs. I don't like this," she whispered. Riley and I exchanged a look. Neither of us wanted to admit how scared we were, but it was written on all our faces. That's when the sound began. A dragging, scraping sound from upstairs, slow and deliberate. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard, like someone was dragging a heavy object across the floorboards. We huddled together on the living room floor, unsure of what to do. Then Madison suggested we check it out to see if it was just a branch hitting the window or something harmless. I shook my head. "No, we stay down here. Whatever it is, it's upstairs. Let it be." Minutes passed. The dragging sound continued, now paired with soft whispers, so faint we could barely make out the words. Our hearts pounded in unison, the silence of the house making every creak and groan unbearable. Suddenly, the back door rattled violently, as if someone or something was trying to get in. We froze. I looked at Madison, and her eyes were wide with fear. The door shook again, and the whispers grew louder, closer, as if whatever was outside was aware of us, testing us, playing with us. Riley grabbed a nearby flashlight and shone it toward the door. Nothing. The backyard was empty, swallowed by the night and the shadows of the pine trees, but the sound of dragging had stopped at the top of the stairs and was now coming from the hallway beside us. We could hear it moving closer, slow and deliberate, just out of sight. We realized then that whatever it wasn't outside. It was inside the house with us. The thought sent waves of terror through all three of us. We tried to stay quiet, whispering plans to escape, but our fear made every movement clumsy, every sound amplified. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered and went out. The room was plunged into darkness. We could feel the presence before we saw it, a heavy, oppressive weight that seemed to press down on us, suffocating, patient. Then came a noise, a low, guttural hiss coming from the hallway. We screamed and bolted toward the kitchen, trying to reach the back door again. The lock had jammed. Panic set in fully. Behind us, something moved fast, almost too fast to see. The sound of dragging returned, closer now, worry-how echoing through the living room. I stumbled and fell, hitting my head against the couch. Madison and Riley grabbed my arms, and together we forced the door open, stumbling into the backyard. We ran across the lawn, barefoot, the fog of summer night sticking to our skin. The house loomed behind us, dark and silent now, but I could feel eyes on us. Or maybe it was just the memory of what had been inside. We didn't stop running until we reached the neighbor's porch, then pounding on the door until someone answered. The police came and searched the house. They didn't find anyone, no signs of forced entry, nothing out of place except for Baxter, the family dog Emily didn't have, shivering under the couch and scratches along the hallway floorboards. They suggested we'd had a panic attack or maybe imagined it. But none of us could forget what we'd felt, heard, or seen. Emily's parents returned the next day, and the house felt normal again, almost unnervingly so. But the fear lingered. That summer, every night when the wind blew and shadows danced across my bedroom walls, I could still hear the dragging, the whispers, the feeling that something was there, waiting for the next time we were alone. Even years later, sleepovers make me uneasy. I never stayed over at anyone's house again, and I never could shake the memory of that summer night, the sound of slow footsteps dragging along the floor, and the oppressive presence that didn't belong. Some things I realized don't leave even when the lights come on. Story the end. It was the beginning of spring break when my friend Lauren invited me and two other girls, Haley and Brooke, to her house for a sleepover. Lauren had just turned 16, and her parents were away on a weekend trip to visit her grandparents. Her house was about a mile outside of town, tucked back off a winding country road. It was an old farmhouse her parents had been fixing up for years. White clapboard siding, a sagging porch swing, and a long gravel driveway that crunched under the tires when my mom dropped me off. Inside, it had that strange mix of modern and old, brand new appliances in the kitchen, but narrow staircases, crooked door frames, and walls that seemed to hum with the creaks of 100 winters. I'd been there once during the day, but never at night. At night, everything about it felt bigger, darker, quieter. We were all excited, though. Lauren had baked a cake. Haley had brought a stack of DVDs, and Brooke had brought her Polaroid camera because she thought we'd do creepy photos like we'd seen on TikTok. By 8 o'clock, we were in full-on sleepover mode, sprawled across Lauren's living room floor in our sweatpants with bowls of popcorn between us. Around 9:30, after a round of card games and a lot of laughing, Brooke suggested we do a house dare, her name for exploring creepy parts of people's houses after dark. Lauren rolled her eyes but agreed. Fine, she said, but there's only one creepy part, the cellar. I'm warning you, though, it's old and gross. We all followed her to the kitchen, where a wooden door led to the cellar stairs. It was one of those old-style cellar doors with a latch that groaned when you opened it. The smell hit us immediately, damp, earthy, like wet concrete and mildew. Lauren turned on the single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, and it cast a weak yellow light down the narrow staircase. Okay, quick peek, and then we're done, Lauren said. We crept down one by one. The cellar was small, with a packed dirt floor under a thin layer of concrete, shelves of canning jars, and a workbench covered in dusty tools. The light didn't reach the far corner completely, and it was there, in the darkness, that I thought I saw something move. Did you see that? I whispered. See what? Brooke asked. I stared into the corner. Nothing. Just shadows. Never mind. We went back upstairs quickly, laughing it off, but the uneasiness stayed with me. We tried to distract ourselves with cake and soda, but every creak of the old house made us jump. Around 11, Haley went to the bathroom, which was down the hall from the living room. She was gone longer than she should have been. When she finally came back, she looked pale. Someone's outside, she said quietly. We all stared at her. What do you mean? Lauren asked. Haley swallowed hard. I looked out the bathroom window. There's someone standing near the barn. Lauren frowned. There's no one here. We're miles from anyone else. Go look, Haley said. We all crept to the back of the house, where the windows faced the barn at the edge of the yard. Sure enough, in the glow of the security light, there was a figure. Tall, thin, standing perfectly still near the corner of the barn, too far to see a face, but close enough to see it wasn't an animal. Brooke snapped a Polaroid, the flash popping in the dark room. When the photo developed, it showed the barn, the yard, the figure, blurred somehow, like it was moving too fast to be caught clearly. Lauren yanked the curtain closed. It's probably just some drunk guy wandering off the road, she said, but her voice was shaking. We tried to go back to our movie, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. Every few minutes, one of us would glance at the window. At midnight, the power flickered and went out. The living room plunged into darkness. The hum of the fridge stopped. The only sound was the wind rattling the porch swing outside. Haley grabbed her phone and turned on the flashlight. "Call 911," she whispered. Lauren tried. "No service," she said, staring at her phone. I tried mine. Dead. Brooks wouldn't turn on at all. Then we heard it. Footsteps on the porch. Slow, heavy, deliberate. The boards creaked under the weight. We huddled together on the floor, listening as the footsteps moved from one end of the porch to the other, stopping by the front door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 soft knocks, perfectly spaced. Brooke whimpered. "Don't move," Lauren whispered. The doorknob rattled just slightly, then stopped. We waited, holding our breath. Knock, knock, knock. This time, from the back door. Haley started to cry softly, covering her mouth with her hand. "Cellar," Lauren whispered suddenly. "We can lock the cellar door from inside. We'll be safe there." It was a terrible plan, but it was all we had. We crawled to the kitchen in the dark, the flashlight beam shaking. Lauren pulled open the cellar door, and we scrambled down the stairs, closing it above us. She slid the bolt into place. The cellar was freezing. The bare bulb flickered weakly overhead. We sat on the floor, huddled together, trying to be silent. Above us, the footsteps moved through the kitchen, slow, measured. We could hear the creak of cabinet doors opening. Something was moving around upstairs, calmly, like it belonged there. Then it came to the cellar door. We heard the knob jiggle. Soft at first, then harder. The wood groaned. Brooke buried her face in her knees. "Stay quiet," Lauren whispered. The knob stopped. Silence. Then the whispering started. Faint, muffled, right above us. Not words we could understand, just a low, rasping murmur that made the hair on my neck stand up. The bare bulb flickered again and went out, plunging us into darkness. We sat there, clutching each other, listening. After what felt like forever, the whispering stopped. The footsteps receded. A door slammed somewhere upstairs. We didn't move until the first light of dawn crept through the tiny cellar window. When we finally went upstairs, the house was empty. The doors were still locked. Nothing out of place. But on the kitchen floor, leading from the back door to the cellar, were wet footprints. Bare. Large. Stopping right at the top of the cellar stairs. Lauren's parents came home later that morning. They called the police, who searched the property. They found nothing. No sign of forced entry, no footprints outside, nothing. But Brooke still has the Polaroid she took. In the photo, the figure by the barn isn't blurred anymore. It's clear. And it's standing closer to the house than any of us remembered. Story the end. It was a Friday night in early October when I got the text from Marissa. She had just moved into a new house on the edge of town, the kind of quiet suburb that only seemed alive during the day, with manicured lawns and identical cookie-cutter houses lining each street. The message was simple. "Sleep over at my new place tonight. Bring snacks and a blanket." I'd been looking forward to it all week, especially because it had been months since our group of friends had gotten together outside school. I grabbed my overnight bag, stuffed it with pajamas, a hoodie, my phone charger, and the few other essentials that didn't seem necessary but made me feel prepared. I also grabbed a flashlight, joking with myself that it would be more useful for late-night horror movies than anything else. By the time I arrived, the sun was just beginning to set, casting an orange glow over the rows of houses. Marissa's new place was on a corner lot, slightly set back from the street with an overgrown front yard that looked like it hadn't been touched since the previous tenants moved out. Marissa opened the door almost immediately, grinning. "You made it. Come in, come in." Behind her, I could hear the faint sound of music from her bedroom. Some playlist she probably thought sounded cool. "Wow," I said, stepping inside. The house smelled faintly of paint and cleaning supplies. It was big, at least bigger than Marissa had described. The living room had high ceilings and empty spaces where furniture would go. Some boxes were stacked in the corner, but it was clear she hadn't fully unpacked. "First things first," Marissa said, dragging me into the kitchen. Snacks. She had laid out an assortment of chips, candy, and soda. Our other friends, Jenna and Liam, arrived shortly after, and we all collapsed in a heap on the living room floor with our snacks, joking, and catching up. Around 10, we decided it was time for a horror movie. Marissa had an old DVD of The Conjuring lying around. Perfect. We made a blanket fort in the living room, a tangle of sheets and cushions, and got cozy. The movie started, and soon we were all jumping at the familiar scares. The doors slamming, shadows moving, and that constant sense that something unseen was just out of frame. By midnight, the movie was over, but none of us wanted to go to bed. Marissa's house, despite being new to her, felt off. It wasn't just the creaks and groans that old houses make at night. It was quieter than it should be. No distant traffic, no hum of streetlights through the window, just a heavy silence that pressed against the walls. "I'm getting water," Jenna said, slipping out of the blanket fort. We watched her leave, her footsteps muffled against the wooden floor, and then a faint thump echoed from upstairs. "Probably just the house settling," Marissa said, brushing it off, though she sounded less certain than she tried to be. I nodded, but I didn't feel convinced. Houses settle, sure, but the thump had sounded deliberate, like something heavy being dropped. We sat in uneasy silence for a while, trying to convince ourselves nothing was wrong. Liam pulled out his phone. "Want to play Truth or Dare to lighten the mood?" We agreed, thinking a little game might distract us from the creeping unease. It started lighthearted enough. Dares to eat weird combinations of snacks, truths about crushes, secrets from school. But then, when it came to Marissa, Liam smirked and dared her to go upstairs alone for 5 minutes and take a picture of her bedroom. Marissa laughed, but I could tell she was hesitant. "Fine," she said finally, grabbing her phone. 5 minutes. Don't freak out." We heard her footsteps ascend the stairs, and the house seemed to exhale, the silence suddenly feeling oppressive. 10 minutes later, there was still no sound from upstairs. "Where is she?" I whispered, my voice too loud in the quiet. Jenna shrugged. "Maybe she's just taking a really long time, or messing with us." I wanted to believe that, but a gnawing feeling in my stomach told me something was wrong. I suggested we go check, but Liam insisted we wait a little longer. Another 5 minutes passed. Then we heard it. A soft, dragging sound from above, like something being pulled across the floor. "Marissa?" Jenna called, her voice trembling slightly. No answer. By now I was standing, my blanket wrapped around me like a thin shield. "We should go upstairs. Something's wrong." Liam reluctantly agreed, and we crept up the stairs, the sound growing fainter as we ascended. At the top, Marissa's bedroom door was cracked open. We pushed it slowly. The room was empty. Her bed was made neatly, the walls exactly as we had seen them earlier, and on her dresser her phone lay, screen cracked, showing the camera app open. And then we heard it. A low, whispering voice from the corner of the room. I couldn't make out words at first, but it was definitely speaking. Soft, almost like someone humming under their breath. "Marissa?" I whispered, stepping closer. The whispering stopped immediately. We scanned the room, shining our flashlights into every corner. Nothing. No one. Not a sign she had ever been there. And yet, the room felt colder than the rest of the house, and the hair on the back of my neck was standing up. Jenna let out a small squeak. Maybe she went downstairs? We ran back down, only to find the living room empty. Every door we tried was locked now. The front door, the back door, even the closet doors. But it wasn't just that. The lights had flickered once, then gone out completely, plunging us into darkness. Liam pulled out his phone flashlight, and we huddled together, trying the doors again, all still locked. Then came the sound. Soft, shuffling steps moving toward us from the far end of the living room. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking. No answer, just the dragging steps, closer and closer. We could hear the floorboards creak beneath the weight, though no shadow moved in the beam of our flashlights. Then, from behind the blanket fort, a hand shot out, grabbing Jenna's arm. She screamed, flailing, but when we shone the light, no one was there. The steps moved again, slower this time, toward the stairs. And then the whispering returned, this time from all directions at once, overlapping and hissing words we couldn't understand, almost as if the house itself was speaking. We ran to the kitchen, trying to find an exit. The front door handle rattled in our hands but didn't budge. Then we noticed something chilling. The back door window had frost forming inside the glass, even though it was early October and not cold enough for frost. Through the fog, we could just barely make out a figure standing outside, staring at us. I froze. The figure didn't move, didn't blink, just stood there, staring. Liam yanked me toward the kitchen table. We have to break something. A window. I grabbed a chair and smashed it against the nearest window. It cracked, but didn't break fully. The figure outside tilted its head slightly, like it was amused. Then it vanished. We didn't stop to argue. We tore the door open, bolted out into the yard, and ran to the street. The streetlights flickered above us, casting long shadows, and for a brief moment, we thought we saw more figures at the edges of the yards, watching us. We didn't stop until we reached Jenna's house, 2 blocks away. Gasping for breath, trembling, and unsure if what we had experienced was real, we slammed the door behind us. None of us spoke for a while. Finally, Liam whispered, "We have to go back for her." I wanted to argue, but none of us were brave enough. By the time we returned to Marissa's house, it looked empty and normal. No frost, no broken window, no signs of forced entry, not even a single light. The boxes were neatly stacked again in the corner. It was as if nothing had ever happened. We never found Marissa. Not that night, not the next day, not in the weeks that followed. Her room remained untouched. Her phone never turned on. Her social media accounts inactive. The police found nothing. No footprints, no signs of forced entry, no evidence anyone else had been in the house. Months later, I tried to convince myself it had been a dream, a shared hallucination caused by too much sugar and horror movies. But I couldn't, because every time I walk past that corner of town, I get the same feeling I did that night. Eyes watching me from dark windows, shadows shifting at the edges of my vision, and the faint, almost musical whispering, just enough to make me stop, shiver, and look over my shoulder. No one ever goes to sleepovers at Marissa's house anymore. Some say the place is haunted. Some say she ran away. I don't know which is scarier. The idea that something took her, or that whatever it was, it's still there, waiting, listening, in the quiet corners of that empty house. I still dream about that night. I dream of the whispering, the frost forming on the window, the dragging steps, and the corner of the room where she disappeared. And when I wake up, I check my locks, my windows, and I pray that whatever followed us that night hasn't followed me home. Because I know one thing for sure, something did. And sometimes late at night, I hear it again. The soft, almost melodic whisper, so faint I can barely make it out, but unmistakably there, calling me back to that house I should have never left. Story the end. It was a Friday evening in late October, the kind of night where the wind whistled through the trees and the shadows seemed unnaturally long even under the bright porch lights. My best friend Emma had invited me over for a sleepover. She lived on the outskirts of a small town in Pennsylvania, a 2-story colonial house tucked behind a line of maple and oak trees that rustled ominously in the autumn breeze. The drive out there had already put me on edge. Streetlights were sparse, and the forest on either side of the narrow road felt dense and suffocating, as though it were pressing in on the car. But Emma's excitement was contagious, and by the time I pulled into her driveway, I was mostly laughing off my nerves. The house was warm, the scent of cinnamon and apples lingering in the air, like something out of a cozy fall magazine. Emma greeted me at the door, her dark hair messy from the wind, cheeks flushed with excitement. "You're just in time," she said, pulling me inside. Her little brother, Tyler, was in the living room playing some video game, headphones on, oblivious to our arrival. Their parents were supposedly out at some dinner party or something, and that left us with the entire house. I had been to Emma's house plenty of times, but never overnight. We started by raiding the kitchen, grabbing snacks and sodas, and settled in the living room with blankets, our legs tangled in a fortress of pillows we had constructed on the carpet. We decided to watch a scary movie, something we normally wouldn't do at home. "It's perfect weather for it," Emma said, her grin wide and conspiratorial. The wind rattled the windows as if on cue, and I shivered despite my excitement. About an hour into the movie, the power flickered. The room went dark for a split second before the lights came back on. We both laughed nervously. "It's just the storm," I said, though it wasn't raining yet. But the wind outside had picked up, making the branches scrape against the windows like claws. Emma's grin faltered for a second, but she shrugged and we went back to the movie. Around 10:30, we decided to turn off the TV and play Truth or Dare, like we did every sleepover. It started lightheartedly, nothing more than dares to text crushes or run around the house in our pajamas. But then, Emma's eyes lit up with mischief, and she dared me to go down to the basement and grab a flashlight from the supply closet. I don't know, Em. I hesitated. The basement always gave me the creeps. It smelled of damp wood and something else I couldn't identify, something metallic. It's fine, she said, nudging me. I'll wait here. Just grab it and come back. I grabbed the flashlight from the drawer in the kitchen, its old metal handle cold against my palm. The basement door was at the end of a narrow hallway. I turned the knob slowly and it creaked loudly, the sound echoing down the steps. I swallowed hard and clicked the flashlight on. Its beam cut through the darkness, illuminating old shelves stacked with boxes, forgotten holiday decorations, and jars of preserves that had long expired. As I moved deeper, I noticed something strange. On one of the shelves, there was a small, dusty doll sitting upright. Its eyes were unnervingly lifelike, glassy and wide. I remembered seeing it when I came over for a summer barbecue, but it hadn't seemed as lifelike then. Now, under the harsh beam of the flashlight, it looked almost aware. I shook my head and forced a laugh, telling myself I was just imagining things. I reached for the flashlight in the supply closet, grabbed it, and turned to leave. That's when I heard it. A soft thud, like a footstep on the floor above me. My heart skipped a beat. Tyler was upstairs playing video games. He couldn't hear me anyway. I froze, straining to listen. The basement was supposed to be empty. And then I heard it again, a quiet, dragging sound, like someone or something was moving across the floor above me. I shined the flashlight up the stairs. The beam caught a fleeting shadow that seemed to disappear when I tried to focus on it. My hands were trembling as I hurried back up, flashlight clattering slightly against the steps. When I reached the top, the living room was empty. Emma was sitting exactly where I had left her, munching popcorn. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "See what?" she said, looking at me like I was crazy. I thought I saw something in the basement. I heard footsteps," I stammered. Emma laughed. "It's probably just Tyler messing around. Go back down and check. You'll be fine." I shook my head. "No way. Let's just finish the game or something." But my mind wouldn't let go of that dragging sound. We moved on to other dares, but the mood had shifted. There was a weight in the air, like the house itself was watching us. Emma tried to distract me, whispering that it was all part of the thrill, part of the spooky atmosphere. But every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind scraping against the windows made me jump. Around midnight, we decided to tell ghost stories. Emma had a few of the usual tales, vanishing hitchhikers, haunted dolls, and urban legends from our town. But when I started to notice the wind picking up outside, I realized the stories were beginning to feel real. Then came the sound of knocking. At first I thought it was just the wind, but it was deliberate, a slow, heavy knock coming from the back door. Emma froze, her face paling. "Probably just a branch," she said, but her voice lacked conviction. The knocking continued, rhythmic and slow, like someone or something was testing the door. I told her to call her parents, but of course there was no answer. Their phones were both on the kitchen counter, charging, and the landline was dead. My own phone had no signal. The knocking persisted, and then I heard it, the faintest whisper, almost beneath the sound of the wind. It said something, but I couldn't make it out. It didn't sound human. Suddenly, the power went out. Darkness enveloped the house completely. I fumbled for the flashlight I had brought from the basement, my hands shaking. When I clicked it on, the beam flickered, barely illuminating the room. Emma grabbed my arm, her eyes wide with fear. We huddled together, listening. The knocking had stopped, but now there was scratching, soft at first, then growing louder, coming from the hallway leading to Tyler's room. I swallowed hard. "Tyler?" I called out, my voice quivering. No answer. The scratching stopped. Then the whispering returned, louder this time, just at the edge of hearing, saying a word I could finally make out. "Go." We decided to lock ourselves in the living room. Emma grabbed a kitchen knife from the drawer, insisting it would protect us. We stayed there for what felt like hours, every shadow outside the beam of the flashlight seeming to move. Every time I blinked, I thought I saw a figure in the corner of the room, just beyond the edges of the light. At some point, we fell into a fitful sleep on the floor, wrapped in blankets. I dreamt of the basement, the doll's eyes staring at me and the whispering voice echoing my own name. I woke with a start to the sound of Tyler screaming. Emma and I bolted upright. The sound was coming from his room. We rushed down the hall, knives in hand. Tyler's door was wide open and the room was empty. The window was broken, shards of glass littering the floor. Outside, in the yard, I thought I saw a dark figure retreating into the woods. We called the police, but by the time they arrived, there was no sign of anyone. Tyler had disappeared. The next few days were a blur. The police searched the area, neighbors were questioned, and rumors spread through town. Some said it was just a runaway incident. Others whispered about the house being haunted. Emma and I were never allowed to sleep over again. Every time I think about that night, the memory of the whispering, the scratching, and the darkness comes rushing back. Tyler was never found. Years later, I drove past Emma's old house. It was empty now, boarded up, paint peeling, windows shattered. The wind rustled through the trees the same way, and I swore I could hear soft whispering carried on the breeze. I never went back. And every time I close my eyes at night, I still see the doll in the basement, its glassy eyes watching me, and I hear that same voice, faint but persistent, whispering, "Go." I still remember the sound of the back door knocking, the scratching in the hallway, and Tyler's scream. It all feels as vivid as the moment it happened, like the house somehow etched it into my memory. Friends tried to reassure me it was just fear, just imagination, but I know better. Some things you experience aren't just stories. They follow you, they linger, and sometimes they take someone with them. Emma moved away shortly after, but I kept in touch for a while. We never spoke about that night again, except in vague references. She moved to another state, but she never stopped having nightmares. Neither did I. And late at night, when the wind whistles through my own windows, I remember the cold metal of the flashlight, the whispering, and the emptiness where Tyler should have been. It's been over a decade now. I've moved, changed jobs, and tried to bury that night, but it never leaves me. Every time I see a dark hallway or hear a faint whisper, I feel that same creeping fear. And every once in a while I think about the small, lifelike doll in that basement, and I wonder if it's still watching, waiting as it did that night. Because some nights, I swear, if you listen closely, you can still hear the whispering, "Go." Story the end. The night started like any other sleepover in high school, the kind that feels electric with possibility. I remember pulling up in my mom's old minivan, the headlights cutting through the early October gloom. My best friend, Jenna, and I had been planning this for weeks. It wasn't just a small get-together with a couple of friends. She had convinced me to come to her cousin's house in the next town over, a place she insisted was totally secluded, totally perfect for a night of scary stories and snacks. I should have been suspicious the moment she said her cousin's parents were gone for the weekend. It was just us, her, me, and the tiny group of friends she'd invited. When we arrived, the house looked like something out of a magazine, albeit one of those suburban homes where everything feels slightly too pristine. The lawn was perfectly cut, the porch light hung slightly crooked, and inside smelled like old wood and candle wax. Jenna's cousin, Laura, answered the door with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She was a few years older, maybe 19, tall and lean, with hair that seemed to glint unnaturally under the hallway lights. She welcomed us in like we were family, handed us our sleeping spots in the living room, and said she'd be joining us later. At that moment, it seemed normal enough. Just another weekend sleepover. But by the time the night was over, nothing about that house would feel safe to me again. The group settled in quickly. We had snacks, horror movies queued up, and the usual chatter of high school kids trying to outdo each other with ridiculous dares and inside jokes. At first, everything felt ordinary. We watched a couple of movies, laughed when people jumped at predictable jump scares, and ate too much popcorn. But as the clock edged past midnight, the house grew quiet in a way that didn't quite match its size. You could hear the wind outside, rattling the windows, but something deeper, more subtle, crept into the rooms. It wasn't loud, but it was there. The kind of silence that makes the hairs on the back of your neck rise. That's when we started hearing it. At first it was soft, like footsteps, but slower, heavier, measured in a way that didn't match any of us moving around. Jenna swore she'd heard it in the hallway, and I remember laughing nervously, telling her it was probably the floorboards settling. But the sound didn't stop. It came again, and this time it was accompanied by something worse. A faint scratching, like nails dragging lightly along wood. It was coming from the staircase that led to the second floor. None of us had gone upstairs, and the idea of someone being there felt impossible. Laura was still nowhere to be seen, which only made it more unsettling. I tried to shake it off, told myself we were just being silly, and suggested we play a game to distract ourselves. We chose Truth or Dare, a classic that always seemed to ignite a mix of excitement and dread. At first, it was harmless. Confessions about crushes, dares that had us running to the kitchen for a snack or sneaking outside to do something silly. But then it shifted. Jenna dared me to go upstairs, just to the end of the hallway, to grab a board game she claimed was in her cousin's room. I hesitated, feeling my stomach knot. The staircase loomed in front of me, dark and narrow, the wooden steps groaning as I placed my foot down. The scratching sound seemed louder now, closer, and for a split second I could swear it wasn't just the floorboards. I froze, heart hammering, and listened. The scratching stopped. Silence. I laughed shakily at myself and reached for the first door on the left. The room was empty, except for some old furniture and a pile of board games in the corner. I grabbed the game and turned to go back down, and that's when I noticed something in the mirror that hung above a dresser. I saw a figure standing just behind me, but when I spun around, there was nothing. My pulse skyrocketed, and I could feel the panic in my chest, the kind that makes your limbs tingle and your hands shake. I dropped the game, the pieces scattering across the floor, and ran downstairs, slamming the staircase door behind me. Everyone stared at me, wide-eyed, and for a moment, no one spoke. Then Jenna laughed nervously. "It's just a mirror trick. Probably your reflection. Don't freak out." I wanted to believe her, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was there, watching. That's when Laura finally appeared. She had been upstairs the entire time, she said, but she didn't offer much explanation beyond that. Her eyes seemed cold, distant, and though she smiled, it didn't feel genuine. I remember thinking it odd, but at the time, I was too scared to say anything. We tried to continue the night, sitting in the living room with blankets around us, pretending to ignore the strange noises that now came intermittently. Creaks, thumps, whispers that sounded like they were carried by the wind but were too rhythmic to be random. Then someone suggested we tell real scary stories. Jenna and I were game. We loved horror. But as we took turns recounting urban legends and local ghost stories, I noticed something disturbing. Every time one of us paused to catch our breath, we could hear breathing that didn't belong to anyone in the room. Not the soft, normal breath of a friend trying to stay calm, but slow, deliberate, almost predatory. I tried to convince myself it was my imagination, but the sound was undeniable. By around 2 a.m., tension was thick in the air. We had long stopped laughing at movies or joking around. The house felt like it had grown taller and narrower, each shadow stretching unnaturally. The scratching started again, this time from the living room corner near the fireplace. No one wanted to get up, not even to look, but curiosity and fear combined into a force that made Jenna crawl toward it. She was halfway there when a loud bang echoed through the house, like a door slamming shut with force. We all jumped. Screams caught in our throats, and that's when the lights went out. Total darkness swallowed the room. I could hear everyone breathing fast, whispering, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Then came the whispering. Not soft, not timid, but harsh and guttural, right in my ear, though I knew no one was close. "Get out." My heart nearly stopped. I bolted toward the back door, but it was locked. Frantically, I tried the front door, also locked. Panic spread like wildfire, each of us trying doors and windows, only to find every exit sealed as if the house itself refused to let us leave. Then Laura spoke, her voice calm, eerie in its clarity. "It's fine. Just stay where you are." That was the moment I realized she hadn't been scared at all. Not even a flicker. She sat there as if she had been expecting this, her eyes reflecting something I couldn't name. None of the rest of us dared ask what was happening. The whispers escalated, now a chorus coming from every corner of the room. Shadows moved against the walls, not quite in sync with our movements. I grabbed Jenna's hand, and we huddled in the center of the room, trying not to breathe too loudly, trying not to scream. Minutes, or maybe hours, passed. Time felt warped. The whispers never stopped, and every now and then a cold, clammy hand would brush against my arm or shoulder. It wasn't just me. Everyone felt it. My phone had no signal, no flashlight, nothing. It was like the house had swallowed reality. At some point, I lost track of how many times I had seen shadowy figures standing just out of the corner of my vision, always disappearing when I turned fully. Jenna whispered that she thought she saw someone standing at the top of the staircase, watching us, and I knew she wasn't imagining it. Then there was a sound like glass breaking upstairs. Not a single piece fell to the floor. There was just a loud crash that made the floor tremble under our feet. Laura finally got up, moving slowly, deliberately, toward the stairs. She called out in a voice that was too steady, "It's okay. It's just the house settling. Nothing can hurt us." But as she reached the top step, something lunged from the darkness behind her. I don't know what it was, nothing I could describe in words, but her scream pierced the room like a knife. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, silence. The lights flickered back on, and she was gone. We didn't move. We didn't speak. We sat frozen, huddled together, listening. Eventually, the sun began to rise, and the noises stopped. The doors were suddenly unlocked. We bolted out of that house as if the devil himself were chasing us, running to the car without looking back. Jenna's parents had called to check on us, assuming we'd stayed over at her house. We couldn't tell them what happened. We barely understood it ourselves. Laura's house looked ordinary in the daylight, like no nightmare had unfolded at all. There was no evidence, no explanation, nothing. We never went back. I never spoke to Laura again. Jenna avoided mentioning her cousin, though the memory hung between us like a dark cloud. And I've never been able to sleep over anywhere else without the fear that someone or something might be watching from just out of sight. The worst part wasn't just the noises, the shadows, or the locked doors. It was the way Laura had looked at us that night. Calm, knowing, like she understood something we didn't, like she had been waiting for whatever it was to finally appear. That image, that knowledge, still haunts me. I've tried to rationalize it. Too many horror movies, too many late-night dares, but I can't. The fear was real, the house was real, and whatever was in that house with us was real. I don't know if it was human or something else entirely, but I know this. When you're trapped in that kind of darkness, the silence itself becomes dangerous. And if you're unlucky enough, it doesn't let you go. Years later, I still wake up in the middle of the night, thinking I hear scratching at the windows, feeling the cold brush of something that shouldn't exist. And sometimes when I'm alone, I swear I can hear a whisper in my ear, "Get out." Story the end. It started as a normal Friday night in early November, when the air had that sharp bite and the streets smelled faintly of wood smoke and wet leaves. My best friend Mia had just moved into her dad's old house on the edge of town. It was one of those colonial-style houses with tall, narrow windows and a wraparound porch that creaked under every step. I had been to Mia's old house dozens of times, but this one was different, quieter, darker somehow, and empty enough to make the shadows feel alive. Mia had invited a few of us over for a sleepover, her younger brother Ryan, our friend Zoe, her cousin Tyler, who was visiting from out of state, and me. We were 16, hyper-aware of every creepy story we'd ever read or seen in a movie, and eager to prove we weren't scared of anything. We arrived around 7, backpacks stuffed with sleeping bags, snacks, and a couple of bottles of soda. Mia's dad was out of town for the weekend, which meant we had the run of the house. After unpacking, we started a game of truth or dare in the living room, just to break the initial awkwardness. The house was quiet except for our laughter echoing against the walls. The old floorboards creaked in places, and every time they did, one of us would jump a little, laughing it off nervously. By 9 o'clock, we had moved to the basement. Mia's house had a full basement that was unfinished on one side, with bare concrete walls and a faint, musty smell. We had pushed the boxes of her dad's old camping gear and books to the side to make room for our sleeping bags. We decided to tell ghost stories, the classic choice for any sleepover, and Zoe, who was the most dramatic of us, volunteered to start. She told a story about a girl who had died in her bedroom and haunted her family's new home. We all groaned and rolled our eyes, but as soon as she finished, we realized none of us were moving. The shadows cast by our flashlights seemed longer, the corners of the basement darker and the air thicker. It was subtle, but everyone noticed it. Tyler suggested we play a game he'd heard about online called the elevator game. It was supposedly harmless, just a series of button presses in an elevator to supposedly travel to another dimension. But the stories of people who had tried it never came back the same. None of us had an actual elevator, of course, but the idea of pretending in the basement, pressing the walls like buttons, was thrilling enough. We lined up, acting out the steps, giggling, and daring each other to go first. Everything felt lighthearted until I noticed the first strange thing. A soft, almost imperceptible tapping sound coming from the far corner of the basement. It wasn't the floorboards. It was something else. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, glancing at the others. Mia and Ryan froze, and even Tyler stopped laughing. Zoe shook her head, pretending it was nothing. "It's probably just the house settling," she said, though her voice sounded uncertain. We went back to the game, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. The tapping continued, slow and deliberate, almost like a heartbeat, coming closer to where we were sitting. Around 11, we decided to take a break and eat some snacks. Mia's dad kept a mini fridge in the basement, stocked with sodas and a few leftovers, which made things convenient. Tyler got a slice of pizza while I poured soda into a cup. The tapping had stopped, or maybe we just gotten used to it. As we ate, I noticed that the basement felt colder than it should have, even though the heating was on. My breath fogged slightly in the dim light of the flashlight, and I realized I could see shapes moving across the walls that didn't belong to any of us. Shadows, stretching and twisting in ways that didn't make sense. After snacks, we decided to watch a movie on Mia's old TV in the corner. She had a stack of DVDs, and we chose a horror film, something about a family trapped in a cabin during a storm. The irony wasn't lost on us. We spread out on the sleeping bags, the TV flickering light across our faces. At first, it was just movie sounds and occasional laughter, but halfway through, we started hearing it again. The scratching. This time, it came from directly behind us, from the far side of the basement where the boxes were stacked. It was subtle at first, like someone dragging a finger along the wood, then louder, faster, and more insistent. "Okay, that's not funny," Mia said, her voice tight. She got up to check, and we all followed reluctantly. There was nothing. Just the empty basement, the boxes, the bare walls. The scratching stopped the second we turned on the flashlight. But then, a shadow moved across the wall behind Mia, long and sharp, like a finger pointing at us. We froze, staring, and the shadow vanished as quickly as it appeared. The rest of the night went downhill fast. Around 1 a.m, the lights in the basement flickered, then went out completely. The TV powered off, plunging us into darkness. Tyler grabbed his phone to use as a flashlight, but the battery was dead. My heart was hammering, and I could hear the others breathing hard beside me. That's when the whispering started. Faint, almost indecipherable, but distinct, coming from the direction of the stairs leading upstairs. It wasn't in English. It was a string of sounds, low and guttural, repeated over and over. Mia, Zoe, Tyler, my name. We screamed and clutched each other. The air grew heavier, colder, as if it was pressing down on us. I wanted to move, to run, but my legs felt paralyzed. Then the scratching started again, this time circling the basement, moving closer and closer to us. My ears rang with the sound of it, a dry, rasping, deliberate rhythm. Then we saw it. A figure appeared at the top of the basement stairs. Tall, thin, with limbs that seemed too long, moving in jerky, unnatural motions. The face, I can't describe it. It was nothing human. It tilted its head slowly, staring at us, and the whispering became clearer, almost a chant, echoing off the walls. "Run!" Mia screamed, snapping me out of the trance. We scrambled for the stairs, tripping over sleeping bags and each other. The figure didn't move, didn't chase us, but the presence of it made the air suffocating. We stumbled upstairs into the kitchen, slamming the basement door behind us. The moment we were on solid ground, the figure was gone, the whispering stopped, the house was silent again. We tried to call Mia's dad, but the cell signal was gone. The house felt impossibly large and empty, every creak making us jump. We stayed in the kitchen for what felt like hours, huddled together, whispering frantic ideas. Eventually, dawn started creeping through the windows. Exhausted, terrified, we decided to sleep in the living room until her dad came home. None of us dared go back to the basement. The next morning, her dad arrived. We told him everything, shaking, terrified. He checked the house. Nothing. No signs of anyone entering, no explanation for the shadows or whispers. The basement was empty. Perfectly normal. He even joked about it. You kids let your imaginations get the better of you. But we all knew it wasn't imagination. Something had been there. Something that had been watching, moving, whispering our names in the dead of night. We never went back to that basement for a sleepover again. Mia moved out of the house a few months later, and when I passed by it, empty and dark, I shivered. Even years later, I remember the cold, the whispers, the figure at the top of the stairs. I remember the way it moved, the way it watched. And sometimes, when I lie in bed at night, I hear a faint scratching at the edge of the hallway, and I wonder if it's still there, waiting, still calling my name. Story the end. It was a Friday night in late September in suburban Ohio. The air heavy with the scent of damp leaves and the faint promise of fall. The sun had just disappeared behind the horizon when Emma, 16, stepped off her bike at her best friend Lily's house. She was carrying a backpack stuffed with pajamas, toiletries, snacks, and the small stack of horror movies they had planned to marathon that night. It was a sleepover, just the two of them at first, though Lily's younger brother, 13-year-old Mason, would eventually join them after finishing his homework. Emma rang the doorbell, and Lily swung the door open instantly, her blonde hair damp from a quick shower. "Emma, finally!" Lily said, dragging her friend inside. "I thought you'd never get here." "I almost didn't," Emma said, shrugging off her jacket. "My bike chain slipped twice, but I made it." The house smelled of cinnamon and something vaguely metallic, a combination of Lily's mom's baked apple pie and the faintly antiseptic scent that lingered in all older houses. Emma ignored it. She had been to Lily's house countless times. Nothing about it had ever felt off. After unpacking, the two girls collapsed onto Lily's bed, scrolling through their phones and giggling about school gossip. Mason soon joined them, carrying his own blanket, though he complained about being too old for sleepovers. "I'm only here because Mom said I have to check in on you two," he muttered, plopping down in the corner of the room with a game controller. By 9 o'clock, the trio had cleared a space in the living room for their horror movie marathon. They had chosen a lineup of moderately scary films, enough to keep them on edge but not terrified, or so they thought. The living room was dimly lit by a string of orange Halloween lights that cast flickering shadows across the walls. Emma settled between Lily and Mason on the couch, a blanket pulled over their laps. The first movie started uneventfully, the usual groans and jumps accompanying the jump scares. But by the second movie, something strange happened. The lights in the living room flickered once, then twice, and the overhead lamp went out entirely. Emma assumed it was just a blown bulb and reached for her phone flashlight. Mason groaned, muttering something about the power being unstable in older houses. Then they heard it, a slow, deliberate creak from upstairs. At first, they assumed it was Lily's mom coming back early, but the sound continued, dragging across the floorboards above them in a rhythm that didn't match anyone walking normally. Lily froze, her eyes wide. Did you hear that?" Mason scoffed, trying to keep his tone casual. "Probably the house settling. You know, old wood and stuff." Emma didn't feel reassured. The creaking continued, growing louder, as if someone or something was pacing. The air felt thick, almost suffocating. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch unnaturally, pulsing with each creak from above. Suddenly, the front door slammed shut with a deafening bang. Mason jumped, spilling his soda onto the carpet. Lily screamed. Emma scrambled to the door, trying to turn the handle, but it wouldn't budge. It was locked, or jammed. Panic began to creep in. Okay, Mason said, his voice shaky now. "It's probably just the wind, right?" But even he didn't sound convinced. The three huddled on the couch, listening. Then, faintly, they heard whispers. Indistinct at first, like the wind rustling through trees outside, but steadily becoming clearer. Names: Emma, Lily, Mason, drawn out in slow, deliberate tones. No one spoke. No one entered the room. The voices seemed to be everywhere at once. Emma's heart pounded. She tried calling her parents, then 911, but the phones had no signal. The Wi-Fi was down too. It was as if the house had been cut off entirely from the outside world. The whispering grew louder, coming from all directions, yet no one could see anyone. Emma noticed that the string lights seemed to flicker more intensely in response to the voices, casting long shadows that moved independently of the furniture. Then Mason screamed. He pointed to the hallway leading to the stairs. Emma and Lily followed his gaze and saw a figure standing at the top of the staircase. It was tall, impossibly thin, and entirely black, as if a shadow had taken human form. Its head tilted at an unnatural angle, watching them. The figure didn't move toward them. It just lingered, silent but terrifying. "We have to leave," Lily stammered, but the front door wouldn't open, and the back door was blocked by the shadow itself. Emma grabbed a chair, holding it like a weapon. Mason, trembling, turned toward the figure. It didn't advance, it didn't retreat, it just stared. Suddenly, a loud crash came from upstairs, the sound of breaking glass. Emma and Lily screamed, dropping the chair, while Mason bolted for the stairs. Emma grabbed his arm. "Don't go up there," she yelled, but he tore free and disappeared into the darkness. For what felt like hours, the girls sat frozen on the couch, listening to the noises above. Footsteps, whispers, thuds, sometimes rapid, sometimes slow. Emma's chest ached with fear, her mind racing to rational explanations, but nothing fit. The house was silent in the city outside. The wind hadn't picked up. There should have been nothing moving, and yet everything felt alive, hostile, aware. At some point, Emma realized she could hear Mason crying upstairs. She wanted to go after him, but Lily grabbed her wrist. "We'll die if we go up there. We need to hide." They ran into the closet, pushing hangers aside to make space, covering themselves with blankets. The whispers continued, almost mocking them, circling the room like predators. Emma tried to hold Lily's hand, but even that offered little comfort. The shadows in the corners seemed to lean closer, reaching out as if smelling fear. Then the power returned briefly, illuminating the living room in harsh white light. Emma and Lily peeked out. Mason was gone. The shadow figure wasn't there, but in its place were dark streaks along the walls, smeared as if something had crawled across them. The air smelled of something metallic now. Blood, Emma realized, though there was no wound in sight. The whispers had stopped, replaced by a low, guttural hum. It wasn't coming from the speakers or the walls. It was inside their heads, pressing, invasive. Emma felt her mind falter. Lily was sobbing quietly, her body shaking but still holding on. By sunrise, exhaustion and fear had drained them almost completely. The front door suddenly unlocked on its own. The girls bolted outside, gasping in the morning air. The sun was pale, just rising over the neighborhood, casting long shadows that seemed to retreat at their approach. Mason never came down. No one ever saw him again. Police were called, searches conducted, but there was no sign of him in the house, the yard, or the surrounding neighborhood. The family assumed he had run away, though that didn't make sense. Mason had always been cautious, timid, and terrified of being alone. Emma and Lily moved on with their lives, but the memory of that night never left them. The smell of the metallic air, the whispers, the weight on Emma's chest when she tried to sleep, and the grotesque figure in the hallway haunted their dreams for years. Occasionally, Emma would hear faint whispers when she was alone, saying her name in that same slow, deliberate tone. Lily, too, would wake in the middle of the night, convinced she could see shadows moving in the corners of her room. They never returned to Lily's house for a sleepover. Mason's disappearance remained unsolved. Friends tried to convince them it was imagination, trauma, stress, but both girls knew what they had seen. Some nights, when the wind blew just right and the moon cast long shadows across the yard, they swore they could hear Mason calling from somewhere inside the dark, waiting for them to come back. Years later, Emma heard of other children disappearing in similar ways across the state. Patterns emerged, young teens vanishing during sleepovers, homes that seemed normal one moment and haunted the next. Some called it coincidence, others said something more sinister was at work. Emma never forgot that night, and she never slept in a house alone again. Lily eventually moved away, and Emma tried to rebuild a sense of safety in her own home. But on quiet nights, when the wind was still and the house seemed to sigh around her, she would remember the whispers, the shadows, the figure that had tilted its head at her from the top of the stairs. And she knew, deep down, that whatever it was still out there, waiting for the next sleepover. Emma never saw Mason again, and sometimes when she was alone, she would swear she could hear the faint sound of his crying echoing from an empty house, just out of reach, just beyond understanding. The memory of that night remained vivid, a scar etched into her mind, reminding her that fear can be very real, and sometimes what happens when the lights go out isn't a story, but a truth. Story, the end. It started as an ordinary Friday night in early November. The leaves were piled high along the streets of my small town in Ohio, and the cold breeze that swept through the neighborhood carried the faint scent of smoke from someone's fireplace. I was 16, a junior in high school, and had been invited to my best friend Caitlin's sleepover. I had known Caitlin since middle school, and her house had always felt welcoming, if slightly eccentric. Her parents were out of town for the weekend, which only added to the thrill. I arrived just after 6 in the evening. Caitlin opened the door with her signature mischievous grin, hair tied back in a messy bun. "You're just in time," she said, ushering me inside. The living room smelled like popcorn and cinnamon from a candle burning on the coffee table. Blankets were spread out across the floor, and a pile of movies sat in the corner. Caitlin's 2 younger siblings were being babysat at a neighbor's house, so we had the place entirely to ourselves. By 7, a group of our friends had arrived: Maya, Jenna, and Lauren. We unpacked snacks and quickly turned the living room into a fortress of blankets and pillows. The first movie we picked was a typical horror flick, one of those modern slasher films with predictable jump scares and loud, obnoxious sound effects. At first, we laughed and screamed in the expected places, our hands clutched over each other's shoulders. But as the night wore on, the air in the room felt different. Tense. Heavy. Around 10 o'clock, we decided to play a game. Not a board game, but something more daring. A game of truth or dare. The dares were simple at first, running to the end of the driveway, trying to eat a spoonful of mustard, calling a random contact on our phones. But the mood shifted when it was Maya's turn. "I dare you to go into the basement," Caitlin said, her grin growing. The basement of Caitlin's house had always been off limits. Dark, unfinished, and full of old furniture and boxes, it carried a weird energy that none of us could explain. We all hesitated, and Maya shivered. I don't know," she whispered. "Come on," I said, stepping forward. "It's just a basement. I'll go with you." We grabbed a flashlight and crept down the narrow wooden stairs. The basement smelled musty, a mixture of damp wood and old cardboard. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling, and the beam of our flashlight cut through the darkness. Old trunks and boxes were stacked haphazardly along the walls, leaving a narrow path in the center of the room. "See? Nothing scary," I said, trying to keep my voice light. Maya didn't reply. She was staring at a corner of the basement where a large old mirror leaned against the wall. Its frame was carved with strange patterns that looked like letters, but none of us could read them. The surface of the glass was dusty and streaked, yet it reflected our images perfectly. "This is creepy," she murmured. "Why would anyone leave this down here?" Before I could respond, the beam of the flashlight flickered, and I heard it, a faint scraping noise from somewhere deeper in the basement. Not a sound of mice or rats, but deliberate, like something scratching the walls. My stomach twisted with unease. "Probably just an old pipe," I said, though my voice wavered. We moved closer to the mirror, and I noticed the reflection seemed off. Our movements weren't perfectly mirrored. When I raised my hand, it lagged slightly behind my motion, and for a brief second, the reflection smiled at me, even though my lips were still closed. I jerked back, almost dropping the flashlight. "Did you see that?" I whispered. Maya nodded, pale. "Yeah, I saw it." The temperature in the basement suddenly dropped. Our breath came out in visible clouds, and the shadows seemed to shift and lengthen along the walls. Then came the sound, a low, guttural whisper that we could almost understand. "Go, now," it seemed to hiss. I grabbed Maya's arm. "We're leaving. Now." We bolted up the stairs, almost tripping over each other in our panic. Caitlin and the others were waiting at the top, startled by the thuds from below. "What happened?" Caitlin asked, her smile gone. "There's something in the basement," I said, trying to catch my breath. "Something wrong." Caitlin's expression changed from confusion to concern. "You shouldn't have gone down there. That basement, it's old. There are things in it that aren't supposed to be seen." I tried to laugh it off, but my voice cracked. The rest of the group exchanged uneasy glances. We decided to play a different game upstairs, something light like charades, But the basement experience had left a residue of fear that none of us could shake. By midnight, we were all huddled in Caitlin's room, blankets wrapped around us, the glow of a small lamp casting long shadows across the walls. The conversation turned to lighter topics, but I kept hearing it, the faint scraping, whispering, and occasional creak from the direction of the basement. My pulse quickened with every sound. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from the front of the house, the kind of sound that makes your stomach drop and your throat go dry. We froze, listening. Another bang, then the unmistakable sound of footsteps moving quickly across the wooden floorboards outside Caitlin's bedroom door. "Who's there?" Caitlin called, her voice shaking. No answer, just the footsteps, slow now, deliberate, moving closer. I whispered, "It's probably just the wind," though my teeth were chattering. The door handle rattled violently, like someone or something was trying to get in. We all backed away, pressed against the wall, holding our breath. The handle stopped moving and silence fell, heavy and suffocating. We waited for what felt like an eternity. Then the sound came again. Not at the door, but from the hallway outside. Faint but unmistakable footsteps, dragging along the floor. The lamp flickered, and for a brief moment I thought I saw a shadow, tall, distorted, and moving too fluidly to be human, slip past the doorway. Lauren screamed, and that seemed to break whatever spell the house had cast over us. We bolted from the room, grabbing anything we could use as weapons, broomsticks, rolling pins, pillows, and ran to the living room. The front door was locked, the windows closed, yet the noises persisted. Scratching, whispering, footsteps circling the house. Caitlin's phone was dead. The charger in the kitchen sparked when we tried it, so we couldn't call for help. Panic set in fully now. We huddled together, backs to the wall, listening to the house groan and shift around us. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to pulse, thickening and retreating as if they were alive. Finally, around 2 a.m, the noises stopped. The silence was almost worse than the chaos, oppressive and suffocating. We didn't sleep. Any attempt to do so was interrupted by the faintest creak, the whisper of air from an unseen source, or the sensation of being watched. Morning light brought no comfort. The basement door was closed, as if it had never been opened. The mirror was gone from its corner. We tried to convince ourselves that it had all been a shared nightmare, some elaborate trick of fear and imagination. But the memory of the shadow, the distorted reflection, the whispers calling our names, it was too vivid to dismiss. After that weekend, our group never had another sleepover at Caitlin's house. She eventually moved away, and the house sat empty for months. Locals whispered about strange occurrences, noises in the night, shadows in windows. I never went back. But even now, years later, whenever I think of that night, I can feel it again. The cold press of air, the weight of the shadows, the sensation of being watched. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I swear I can hear it, a whisper, almost imperceptible, calling my name from the dark, reminding me of that basement, the mirror, and the things that were waiting for us in the shadows. No one believes me. No one can understand. But I know what I saw. I know what we felt. And I know, deep down, that something in that house is still there, waiting, patient, watching for the next group of kids, brave or foolish enough to enter. The memory is as sharp now as it was then. The fear, the cold, the shadows that moved when we weren't looking, they never really left. And sometimes late at night, I wonder if it's waiting for me still, somewhere out there, in a house that looks ordinary in daylight but becomes something else when darkness falls. Story the end. It started as a normal Friday night in early November, the kind of crisp autumn evening where the chill seeps through the cracks in the windows and the wind rattles the branches of the old oak trees lining the suburban streets. I had been looking forward to this sleepover for weeks. My best friend Sarah had just turned 15, and she wanted to celebrate with a small group of close friends. Her parents had gone out of town for the weekend, leaving her older brother, Matt, to keep an eye on things, though we all knew he had no interest in babysitting. By the time I arrived at Sarah's house, the sky had darkened to a deep navy, and the streetlights flickered on one by one. Sarah greeted me at the door, her long hair damp from the light drizzle that had started while I drove over. She was buzzing with excitement, bouncing on the balls of her feet, a flashlight clutched in her hand as if it were a prized possession. "Come on, everyone's here," she said. dragging me inside. The living room smelled faintly of popcorn and candy, and the soft glow of string lights gave the space a warm, inviting ambiance. Her friends, Emily and Lauren, were sprawled on the floor with blankets and pillows, talking about the latest horror movies and urban legends. Matt was upstairs, presumably in his room, headphones blasting some game soundtrack. Sarah had planned for a night full of ghost stories, dares, and games like Truth or Dare, the usual sleepover fare, but this one would become unforgettable in ways none of us could have imagined. We started with movies. At first, it was the typical teen horror fare, slasher films, haunted house flicks, nothing too heavy. But around 10 o'clock, the power flickered. For a brief second, the room went dark before the lights came back on. Emily squealed, pretending to be scared, but the chill that ran down my spine was real. We joked about it being a storm, though outside there was only a light drizzle. The wind had picked up, though, and the branches of the large trees outside scraped against the windows, creating unnerving shadows on the walls. After a few more movies, we decided to play Truth or Dare. The first few rounds were lighthearted. Emily dared Lauren to eat a spoonful of hot sauce. Lauren dared Sarah to prank call her crush. But then Sarah's eyes lit up, and she dared me to go down to the basement and grab the old board games from the cabinet. I don't know, I said, hesitating. The basement in Sarah's house had always been creepy to me. It smelled of mildew and old wood, and the dim light barely illuminated the far corners. Come on, Sarah said, her grin wide. It's just a couple of steps. You'll be fine. I swallowed hard and agreed. Grabbing the flashlight from the kitchen counter, I descended the creaking wooden steps. The beam of the flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing shelves filled with dusty boxes, holiday decorations, and forgotten sports equipment. The air was cold, damp, and smelled faintly of rust. As I moved toward the cabinet, I noticed something odd, a small porcelain doll sitting on a high shelf, its eyes catching the light of my flashlight. I remembered it vaguely from previous visits, but it had always seemed innocent, just another decoration. Now, its glassy eyes looked unnervingly lifelike, almost as if they were tracking my movements. I shook my head, trying to convince myself I was imagining things, and reached for the cabinet. The cabinet door rattled slightly in my hands. I opened it, grabbed the board games, and turned to leave. That's when I heard it, a soft thud from upstairs. My heart jumped. I froze, straining my ears. Tyler's upstairs. He must have moved around, but the sound was deliberate, heavier than a footstep. Another thud followed, then a dragging sound, like someone or something was sliding across the floor. I shined the flashlight toward the stairs. The beam caught a fleeting shadow that disappeared when I tried to focus on it. Panic rose in my chest, and I bolted up the stairs, nearly tripping on the last step. When I reached the top, the living room appeared normal. Sarah, Emily, and Lauren were all there, lounging in blankets, eating popcorn. Did you hear that? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Hear what? Sarah replied, looking at me with a slight frown. I thought I heard something in the basement, I said, like someone was walking or dragging something. Sarah shrugged. It's probably just the wind. Go on, join us. Don't be a scaredy cat. I tried to shake it off, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave me. We continued the game, but the mood had shifted. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind scraping the windows made me jump. We moved on to ghost stories, and I tried to distract myself by joining in, but the house itself seemed to be listening, the shadows deepening as if aware of us. Around midnight, there was a knock at the back door. I froze. It was slow, deliberate, and heavy. Sarah laughed nervously. It's probably just a branch. But the knocking continued, steady and methodical, unlike the erratic sounds wind usually makes. Emily and Lauren exchanged uneasy glances. I suggested calling Sarah's parents, but their cell phones were on the counter, charging. The landline in the kitchen was dead. My own phone had no signal. The knocking persisted, then a whisper, a low, raspy voice that seemed to come from just outside the door. It wasn't a word I could make out at first, just a sound that made my stomach churn. We decided to lock ourselves in the living room. Sarah grabbed a kitchen knife, insisting it would protect us. We huddled together, listening. The knocking stopped, replaced by scratching sounds, soft at first, then louder, coming from the hallway that led to the bedrooms. My hands shook as I held the flashlight, its beam flickering over the walls. Shadows seemed to stretch and move independently, forming shapes just beyond the light. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and we fell into a restless sleep on the floor. In the middle of the night, I woke to the sound of screaming, Tyler's voice. It was coming from the hallway outside. Sarah and I bolted upright. The living room was empty. We ran toward the sound. The hallway was dark, silent, and empty. Tyler was nowhere to be seen. The window in his room was wide open, shards of glass scattered across the floor. Outside, in the yard, I thought I saw a figure retreating into the darkened trees. Sarah and I called the police immediately. By the time they arrived, there was no trace of anyone. Tyler had vanished. The next days were a haze of police investigations, media coverage, and whispered rumors. Some said he had run away. Others whispered about the house being haunted. Sarah and I were never allowed to sleep over again. Every time I thought about that night, I remembered the whispering, the scratching, and the oppressive darkness. Tyler's disappearance haunted me. Years passed. Sarah moved to another state, trying to escape the memories. I tried to bury them, moved to a different city, but nothing helped. Certain nights, when the wind howls or branches scrape against my windows, I remember the sound of the back door knocking, the shadows, and Tyler's scream. The images of that night, the dark hallway, the lifelike porcelain doll, the whispering voice, are burned into my memory. Even now, over a decade later, when I drive past the old street, I can't help but glance at that house. The windows are boarded, the paint peeling, but sometimes I swear I can see movement inside, faint shadows crossing the rooms. I still hear whispers on the wind, always saying the same thing. Go. I never went back, and I never will. Sleepovers that night changed everything. Not just for me, but for all of us who were there. The memory lingers, haunting every dark hallway, every creak in the floor, every distant whisper in the night. Even today, when I close my eyes, I see the basement, the lifelike doll, and the darkness that swallowed Tyler. I remember the scraping, the knocking, the whispering that still echoes in my ears, and I know some things aren't just stories. They follow you, waiting for the next time you hear a creak in the floor or a whisper outside your window, because some nights, if you listen closely, you can hear the whispering again. And it always says the same thing. Go. Story, the end. It started with the kind of excitement only middle school girls could generate over the most ordinary things. Lily, Hannah, and Kara had been planning this sleepover for weeks. They had begged their parents, negotiated curfews, and organized movies, snacks, and makeup experiments that, in their minds, defined the ultimate Friday night. Lily's house was on the outskirts of a small town in Pennsylvania, a quiet suburban area where nothing much happened, and the only nighttime noises were the occasional bark of a dog or the rustle of leaves in the wind. Perfect, they thought. Safe. The girls arrived at Lily's house just as the sun was setting, carrying sleeping bags, pillows, and a suitcase filled with snacks. Lily's parents were out of town visiting relatives, which was the real reason this sleepover was such a big deal. They had the freedom to do whatever they wanted, uninterrupted. They set up the living room like a fortress, blankets over the couches, pillows scattered across the floor, and snacks lined up along the coffee table. They started with movies, as planned. Horror movies, of course, because Kara insisted that watching scary movies in the dark was the true test of courage. Lily didn't enjoy horror movies. She could never quite shake the feeling that the things on screen were just too close to reality. But she didn't want to disappoint her friends. So she sat cross-legged on the floor, wrapped tightly in a blanket, heart racing with every scream and jump scare. Around 10 o'clock, the power flickered once and went out for a moment before returning. The girls laughed it off, attributing it to the old wiring in Lily's house. But as they resumed the movie, Lily began noticing small things out of the corner of her eye, shadows moving in ways that didn't match the objects in the room, the faint sound of footsteps from the hallway upstairs. She tried to tell herself she was imagining it, that her nerves were just getting to her because of the horror movie. After the movie ended, they decided to play a game of truth or dare. Their laughter echoed through the living room as they dared each other to do silly things, singing loudly in the kitchen, standing on the couch, or running around the yard pretending to be ghosts. But as midnight approached, the atmosphere started to change. Lily felt it first, a sense of being watched. She shook it off, blaming it on the fact that she had stayed up too late. Hannah, ever the bravest, suggested they turn off all the lights and try to tell scary stories. They huddled together under blankets in the dark, the only light coming from a small flashlight Kara insisted on keeping under her chin for effect. It was Hannah's turn to tell a story when she suddenly stopped mid-sentence. She turned her head toward the hallway that led to the bedrooms upstairs. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. Lily's stomach tightened. There it was again, a faint, deliberate creak from the upstairs hallway. It sounded like someone walking slowly, testing each step. "It's just the house," Lily said, trying to keep her voice steady. "Old houses make noises." Kara didn't look convinced. "I don't think so," she said. The creaking continued, slow and methodical, moving back and forth. It wasn't random. It felt deliberate, like someone or something was pacing just above them. They tried to ignore it, laughing nervously, but the sound persisted. Lily felt a chill run down her spine. Then from the kitchen came another noise, the faint clatter of something being dragged across the floor. The girls froze, staring at each other in silence. Lily whispered, "Maybe it's a raccoon or something outside?" "No," Hannah said quietly. "It came from inside." The three of them huddled together, trying to convince themselves it was nothing. Then the front door creaked. A soft, almost imperceptible movement like it was being nudged from the outside. They all held their breath. Lily's hands were clammy, and her heart pounded so hard she thought it might be heard by whoever, or whatever, was outside. Kara's flashlight flickered and went out, plunging them into near darkness. Hannah let out a small squeak, and Lily's nerves finally got the better of her. She grabbed the flashlight and turned it on, sweeping the beam across the room. Nothing. No one. Just the living room, quiet and empty, save for the shadows that seemed unnaturally long and stretched along the walls. They decided to stay in the living room together until morning, but sleep didn't come. Every small sound made them jump, the tick of the clock, the wind against the windows, the soft hum of the refrigerator. Around 1:30 a.m., the footsteps upstairs changed. They started moving closer to the staircase. The girls could hear them now, the slow, deliberate tapping of shoes, or maybe bare feet on the wooden steps. Lily wanted to scream but couldn't. The sound was too unnatural, too deliberate. It felt like it was meant to scare them, to watch them panic. The footsteps stopped at the top of the stairs, just out of view, and for a moment the house was completely silent. Then came the whispering, a soft, sibilant voice that came from nowhere and everywhere at once, saying their names. Lily, Hannah, Kara. The girls screamed, their voices cracking. Lily wanted to run, to throw herself at the front door, but her legs felt like lead. Kara's flashlight flickered back on just long enough to reveal the hallway. Empty. Nothing there. And yet, the feeling of being watched was suffocating. The whispering continued, circling the living room now, soft and insistent. Lily grabbed a pillow and held it over her head, trying to block it out, but it was inside her mind, inside her thoughts. Hannah suggested calling Lily's parents, but their phones were upstairs, and the idea of leaving the living room felt impossible. By 2 a.m., the whispering stopped, but the silence that followed was heavier, oppressive. It pressed down on them, made the air thick, and when Lily dared to look toward the hallway again, she saw a shadow, tall, thin, unmoving at the end of the hall. It didn't breathe, didn't blink, but she felt its gaze, piercing and malevolent. "Did you see that?" she whispered. Hannah and Kara turned just in time to see the shadow vanish. Just like that. Gone. They stayed huddled together until dawn, too afraid to move, too afraid to speak. When the sun finally rose and light filled the living room, the terror didn't fade. Lily's parents returned later that morning, and while they tried to explain what had happened as a product of their imagination, the girls knew it hadn't been imaginary. The house still felt wrong, heavy with a presence they couldn't see. Months later, Lily, curious and unsettled, decided to check the security cameras that her parents had installed around the house. Most of the footage was uneventful, empty hallways, the occasional dog walking past the window. But then she found it. Around 1:45 a.m., the cameras captured something impossible. A tall, thin shadow moving across the living room, gliding rather than walking. Its outline was clear, unmistakable, and it paused, turning toward where the girls had been sitting. Then it was gone. Lily felt her hands shake as she rewound and played the footage again. The more she watched, the more certain she became something had been there, watching them, waiting. When she showed Hannah and Kara, the reaction was the same: pale faces, swallowed words, and a mutual understanding that what they had experienced wasn't just a bad dream. None of them spoke much about that night afterward, but it lingered, a shadow over their memories. Each of them carried it differently. Lily became more cautious, afraid of the dark. Hannah avoided being alone. Kara refused to sleep in any room that didn't have another person in it. Years passed. Lily moved away for college, but the fear never truly left her. She avoided sleepovers, never letting friends stay over. She moved from apartment to apartment, always scanning the corners, always listening for the soft whisper of someone calling her name. Sometimes, even in her new home, she would wake to the sound of footsteps pacing outside her bedroom door. Always slow, always deliberate. One night, in her apartment across the country, she received a text from an unknown number. Blank. Just a message. She ignored it at first, thinking it was a wrong number. Then came another, and another. Sometimes the texts arrived at night when she was home alone, and every time she felt the same suffocating presence she had felt at that sleepover years ago. Even with time, the memory of that night remained vivid. The way the shadow moved, the sound of footsteps, the whispering that seemed to echo from the walls themselves, it never left her. Lily learned to live with it, but every time she heard a sound in the dark, felt a shadow pass where there should be none, she knew that some things from that night had followed her. Hannah and Kara had similar experiences. Hannah claimed that occasionally she would hear her name whispered when she was alone in her apartment, and Kara admitted to avoiding mirrors at night, feeling eyes on her even when she knew she was alone. They never discussed the sleepover in detail again, but the unspoken understanding remained. They had all seen something that night. Something real. Something that had lingered long after the sun came up. As adults, they would tell themselves it was over. They had moved on, built lives, found jobs, partners, families. But on certain nights, when the wind was just right, when the house creaked and the shadows fell strangely across the walls, the memory returned in full force. The whispering, the shadow at the end of the hallway, the feeling of being watched. Lily eventually started working night shifts at a hospital. Alone in long, empty corridors, she sometimes caught glimpses of shadows moving just beyond her vision. Sometimes she thought she heard whispers in empty rooms. And every time she remembered that sleepover. The fear, the terror, the absolute certainty that they had never been alone that night. Years turned into decades, and the house where it all happened was eventually sold. New families moved in, children laughed in the yard, unaware of the events that had taken place there. But occasionally, neighbors would report strange noises, whispers in the night, doors opening and closing on their own, shadows flitting past windows. And sometimes someone would claim to hear a girl's voice, calling a name softly, insistent, almost pleading. Lily never went back. She never stayed in one place too long. And sometimes when she closed her eyes at night, she would hear it again. The soft, deliberate whisper of a name she had hoped never to hear again, carried on the wind like a reminder that some nights never truly end. Even now, decades later, she locks her doors multiple times before sleep. She avoids being alone. She avoids the dark. But sometimes when the wind rustles the trees just right, she can hear it. Soft, deliberate, whispering her name. And she knows, as she always has, that it is still out there. Watching. Waiting. Story the end.